Hey everybody, Renegade 67 and or 8 here with some more Let's Play Stream Fate Stay Night of the Blind variety. Last time, Rin's dead. Don't say she's not dead. She's dead. That was a good death scene. Don't you take that away from me by saying she wasn't dead. Really though, to get serious for a second, I do think that if the intention was for her to not be dead, they, I feel, did that scene wrong. I think there are better ways to do that scene if she wasn't meant to be dead. Like, ideally, not have her fall asleep there, and just have her fall asleep like off screen. Like they'll take her into another room to let her rest, and then it's like, oh, Rin's fallen asleep, and he'll just say that in text off screen. I feel the way they handled that, that was very clearly a good death. But if that wasn't a death, then that was bad. Anyways, a little longer. The wound is almost healed. There's only an hour or two left. In the remaining time, I'll... And then we get the big choice. Weapon screen update, actually. Wait, we got a weapon? Weapon. Caliburn. 1, 2... Oh, maybe we got the sheath that's in my body. In the legend, it is said that it broke with King Arthur, fought in a battle going against the principles of chivalry. Graham, I think we've already gotten Graham, right? Demon sword, or is this meant to be alternate Caliburn? Was that the update? Sword of the Sun Graham, a demonic sword of ruin and glory that Sigurd, okay, yeah, because Sigurd's sword does become Caliburn according to Gilly, so I think this is that sword. Demonic sword, Sword of the Sun Graham, a demonic sword of ruin and glory that Sigurd, the greatest hero of northern Europe, possessed in the Volsunga? The Volsunga saga. It is the model of Caliburn in the legend of King Arthur. As Caliburn was a chosen sword in the stone, Graham was also a chosen sword in the mighty tree of the Volsunga king. The legend of Graham, its possessor Sigurd, is a story filled with glory and ruin, as one would expect from a great hero. During des Nibelungen, composed later in Middle Ages Germany, is the story of a knight equal to the legend of King Arthur, and the sword Graham changed its name and appearance in it as Balmung. Oh, I know Balmung too. Cool. As this strongest demonic sword, equaling the strongest holy sword, it even possesses the special characteristics of Dragon Slayer. So wait, Gilly tried to say this is like the same sword. Are they the same sword or was he bullshitting and they're just like parallels of each other? I feel like Gilly said this is the same sword just much earlier. I would not doubt it, but now this description is saying, oh, this is the demonic as opposed to the holy. Did it become holy at some point later on? I don't know. Durandal, a holy sword favored by Roland. I think we've already seen this one, right? It holds 3 miracles and does not lose its sharpness. Harpy, we've seen Harpy. Vajra, we've seen Vajra. Dainsleif, we've seen Dainsleif. Monohojizao, unidentified dagger, unidentified axe sword, Azoth sword. Rin, oh, an item of ceremonial magical equipment that Rin treasures. This object is not a weapon as it amplifies the magical... Then why is it in the weapons? As it is not a weapon as it amplifies the magical energy of the owner, and it is instead used as a staff to support and amplify magic usage. It is a popular item in the Magic Association and a common commemorative gift given by masters and parents when entering adulthood. And Rin just gave it to me. That's cute. The original is said to be a dagger favored by the man who established the foundations of present-day alchemy. Said to be a dagger favored by... Okay, present-day alchemy. How is alchemy different from magic? And we've seen this one too. I was thinking of the choices over the night, and if this was pre-Saber Shiro, he would go to Kiritsugu since he dedicated his ideals to him. If it was pre-basement Saber sexual Shiro, he would spend time with her. Current Shiro, who has synced with his red text and got... Well, has synced with his red text and got that int boost, would strategize. Well, I'll decide what I want to do. Umineko is like the so it's another visual novel. I understand. Okay, so as for the choice, do I want to spend time with Saber, go and report to Kiritsugu, or have a strategy meeting? So I feel like strategy is important. I've always been one who's favored the strategy, and Shiro now of all times, is a strategy person. Spending time with Saber is nice, but we don't want to lose our goal here. We have a very clear, defined goal, and, there's not much point, I think, distracting myself with Saber when we're in such a serious position. Just thinking of Shiro's mindset. I can see that, for sure. Go and report to Kiritsugu. That would be respectful after what's happened. Can I do all of them? I'd like to do all three, pretty please. I wouldn't mind doing all three. They all seem like very good choices. This is a real choice that I have to think about. Strategy meeting is my obvious normal go-to normally, but I also feel like Shiro doesn't tend to strategize in general, and I feel the strategies that come with, I don't know, maybe if he is synced with his red text and the red text was the smartness he was ignoring, maybe he actually could be smart now. I just feel like typically Shiro is the typical, don't come up with a strategy, we come up with it on the fly and somehow it works out. And I'm thinking, I'm leaning, with that in mind, I'm leaning more on the, we're not in the mood for the lovey-dovey right now. I don't think this is about the lovey-dovey. Um, I'm thinking more Kiritsugu because it's like, it's respectful. It's like after, he talked about resetting everything, but that would undo Kiritsugu's thing. He also just found out about the big revelations. So I like that one if I had to choose between this one and strategy meeting, which is the choice that I'm really stuck between is Kiritsugu and strategy meeting. I don't think now is the saber time. I feel like if we're gonna have a saber time, it'll be after the fact, if at all. If it can't happen after the fact, oh well. I feel we're past the point of wasting time on the saber time, in my opinion. Granted, Shiro is a sabersexual, but he sort of just put that aside. If Shiro was still the sabersexual and I was still going for the saber points, obviously the top option. But I feel as it is now, I'm torn between 2 and 3. I feel both are very valid. I feel there might be something gained from reporting to Kiritsugu, like clearing Shiro's mind even more. Maybe you could argue it's already cleared enough. I don't know how important this choice is, but it feels important. It feels like an important choice. And I'm stuck. Stuck on a band-aid, stuck on me. That's a commercial. Because band-aids help heal me. Go and report to Kiritsugu or have a strategy meeting. This is a very tough choice for me. I almost want to frickin' flip a coin. Let me flip an eraser. No, do I want to decide by flip by? Hey, you know what? That means I'm leaving it to fate. Ha 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 ha. Leaving it to fate. Isn't that funny? Um. Okay, I'm gonna flip my eraser because I don't have a coin with me. Let's see if it lands on the high polymer eraser side. Then I go with. I imagine Zero Kiritsugu be yelling at Shiro to strategize. Of course, but I I feel like Shiro's never been one to strategize, so why start now? I guess because it is the most important battle, but he tends to have shit come out of his, magical power anus at the last moment anyway. So what's the point in strategizing? Is part of where my mind is right now. Normally I would strategize, but like his shit just comes out of nowhere. He can't even really predict it. How can you strategize around something you don't even understand that you have? Um, okay, so oh wait, both sides are the same. How will I know which side I flipped? How will I know which side I flipped? Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Let me make a mark. There, I have now marked it. And let me mark it more. How do I mark this? I can't mark it. It's unmarkable. Wait, no, I figured it out. I know how to mark it. Okay, cool. I've marked the eraser. If it lands on the marked side, then I report to Kiritsugu. And if it lands on the not marked side, I report to strategy meeting. That's not a report. Okay, Kiritsugu strategy. I'm just, in fact, I'm not even gonna flip it. I'm just gonna, nope, that doesn't work. I'm gonna like, yeah, I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Okay, you can't see this. Okay, so by my logic, the way I flipped it, I would count this as strategy meeting, technically. Um, so I guess, and by that logic, I would choose strategy meeting. However, in the moment where I chose strategy meeting, in the moments while I was deciding if I wanted to do a strategy meeting or Kiritsugu and was talking about why I didn't think the strategy meeting would do much, I convinced myself that no, fuck that, I'm gonna do a report to Kiritsugu. This might be my last time. The fire 10 years ago. If I am the only survivor, and if I am to succeed Emiya Kiritsugu, who destroyed the Holy Grail, I should at least report to him. Oh, is that meant to be Baby Shiro? Is this a flashback? You have dishonored the rubber, and the karma shall strike. Dishonored the eraser? Oh, we'll see. Maybe the eraser knows the way. I'll take on your dreams. A kid said that a long time ago. Back then, I didn't even know of his intentions, nor what I wanted to be. 10 years ago. The true nature of what I aim to be. The reason I survived that disaster is about to take shape. We learn as we go. Thanks for everything up until now. I'll be going, Father. With that, my fear and hesitation go away. See, that's important. We got rid of fear and hesitation. If he had those during the battle, that might have prevented him from doing his Super Saiyan power-ups. There's no chance of us winning. That's, maybe you have a strategy meeting, so you have a chance of them winning. So, maybe I picked wrong for that reason? But if I'm to call myself Emi Kiritsugu's son, I have to go settle this with my chest held high. Was that the entire scene? I expected it to be longer. I feel cheated. Well, if we fuck up, I know roughly what choice I'm probably supposed to fix. The moon is distant. I expected that to be, that Cheryl walks to his death proud. Yeah, I expected that scene to be longer. I knew that it's like, I'm gonna die, but it's okay, I think, for him to think he's gonna die, because he has his bullshit anyways, right? So we'll see. The moon is distant. I'm starting to doubt myself. Maybe I really should have strategized, and maybe Shiro would have actually come up with something smart. I just feel like Shiro's so not smart. But maybe that's me doubting that his inner self would have given him some inspiration. It would just feel like it conflicts with all the morals we've seen so far, throughout how we've made choices earlier, but maybe that doesn't matter if it meshes with the actual current narrative. Hard to say. We'll see if we end up getting borked. The clouds have cleared and the darkness has a dim blue glow. Daybreak is close. The long night is about to end. Oh, really? Is Game of Thrones almost over? What year is it? This is the final moment. Up to Ryudo Temple for the second time. Do we get to find out in a flashback how Assassin died? Going through the night, Saber and I have reached our final destination. That's one of those choices where I'm probably going to go back and see both other options after we hit the ending, because I'm very curious. So I'm definitely going to go back and watch both. Don't you worry about that. Shiro, this is... Saber sounds tense. I feel the same way. As I nod, I can feel sweat dropping, dripping, drip, drop, drip, drobity down my neck. The mountain feels like one big living thing. Chills and pressure assail me every time I take a step. Oh boy, we're chilly. Let's have some chili. It's funny that it's called chili because chili isn't very chilly. You usually have chili when it's hot. No, the air really is thick and wet.
マナの密度が高い。10年前と同じです。おそらく上ではもう。
Mana is dense here. This is just like 10 years ago, I expect. The summoning of the Holy Grail has begun, or it's already over. Either way, that must mean that Lancer has fallen to Gilgamesh. Yeah, not surprised that Lancer has fallen to Gilgamesh. I think we all expected that. And by we all, I mean I did. You probably already knew if you're watching this. I'm gonna make sure, Saber.
上に着いたら、あとは戦うだけだ。セイバーはギルガメッシュの相手を頼む。俺はマスター、コトミネを撃つ。
After we reach the top, all that's left is to fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, so I'll take care of his master, Kotomine. Can you keep up with Kotomine? I mean, I think you'd want Saber near yourself to actually, you know, fully sexualize yourself. I guess you're not thinking about that, but still, it would be maximum sheath powers if we're to move away from the sex analogies. I just hope Elia's okay.
お互いの戦いには手を出さない。どちらかが相手を倒せばそれで終わりだ。
We won't assist each other. We just have to beat one of our opponents. But no, we have to assist each other. Isn't it all about you guys being back-to-back badasses? Wasn't that what this was all building to? Aramorth, I don't know what you said. I didn't catch whatever you said. But I trust Wise Fool. Yeah, be very careful with anything you say. Just don't... If it hasn't happened yet, don't say it's gonna happen.
ええ、今回だけは私は自分の戦いに専念します。それに琴峰はあなたが倒すべき敵だ。
Yes, I'll concentrate on my own fight this time. And Kotomi is an enemy you must defeat. Wait, now you're gonna concentrate on your own fight? Wait, what? But I thought you guys were all about... I guess that's why I should have picked strategy. I don't know. This just feels like it was all leading to us working together.
そうだな。よし、任せとけ。セイバーの方こそあんな奴にやられるんじゃないぞ。
Yeah, leave him to me. You too, Saber. Don't let that guy beat you. This feels odd, because it feels like... Even though individually, they're definitely matched up against, you know, Shiro and Kirei, and then Saber and Gilly. That definitely... They feel like iconic matchups at this point. It feels like the whole point is to put that aside so that we can beat them, because we're probably better as a team than they are as a team, but we're probably worse alone than they are alone. So that feels like bad. Granted, I guess we haven't practiced much to be a team, but I feel like that should have theoretically been what this led to, even though maybe it wasn't.
はい。誇りにかけて彼には負けるわけにはいかない。サーバントとしてではなく、英霊としてかの王に膝を屈することはできません。
Yes, I will swear on my pride that he will not defeat me. Not as a servant, but as a heroic spirit. I cannot allow him to beat me. Saber says so strongly without hesitation or distress. Maybe if I strategized, we'd be smart enough to know to not do this, or maybe not. Now, you know, maybe that's why it's a good thing that I didn't pick strategize, because if I did pick strategize, and they didn't end up being smartical with their strategizing, I would have gotten all angry. So instead, I get to be like, oh, I bet we would have been doing something super cool if I picked strategize, which I don't even really think is true, but I get to think it's true, even if I don't think it's true. I get to pretend that I think it's true, which is cool, until we get there, so that I can be like, oh, baby, it's me. So there's nothing more to say. We'll go to the battle and determine the winner as the last remaining masters. Even if in the process, if one of us dies, the other need only defeat their enemy. I mean, in that case, there's no real winner, but I guess the whole point is to destroy the Grail. So if there's no real winner, I suppose it's fine. Even if I die, if Saber beats Gilgamesh, Kotomine won't be able to obtain the Holy Grail. Oh, maybe the whole thing is that if you spend time with Saber, Saber wins, but you lose. If you go to do the Kiritsugu thing, you win, but Saber loses. And then maybe if you do the strategies when you have the perfect happy ending? Imagine if spending time with Saber is actually a good ending. I don't fucking know, man. We'll see. At the same time, even if Saber dies, if I defeat Kotomine, Gilgamesh won't be able to stay in this world. You know. Wait, hold on. Is that even true? I mean, have you read the status, though? Archer. It says right here, can act without a master. So, I mean, how true even is that? So there's no need to help each other. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You guys are so sexual for each other, and it gives you strength. Even if you want to look past the sexualness, you know, for the purpose of practicality, it doesn't change the fact that the sexualness is what gives you a lot of your shonen power-ups. So don't ignore that. Our battles have already gone their separate ways. Excuse me? What? What are you talking about, Shiro? What? You're a master and servant. Now's when you should be having the epic teamwork speech. Maybe that's why I need to strategize? I don't fucking know. But I like that I don't know, because I feel like if I knew, it probably wouldn't be very good, because I feel like it wouldn't be very good, so by not knowing, I can pretend like it's good, even though I don't think it would have been very good. Red light fills the mountaintop. If I thought it would have been good, I would have picked it. The blowing wind is getting stronger, and it seems the source of it is that light, coming from the back of the grounds. Shiro has truly become Kiritsugu 2.0. In a way, yeah, I suppose, if you consider it from that perspective. I don't think Shiro's quite good enough to do it from that angle, nor is he sneaky enough, but... The red phosphorescence scatters on the wind, and the ground is too bright for nighttime. The grounds is too bright. Does that grammar right? Stagnant air filled with the presence of death. This is like the fire back then. Dash, 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 dash. But it isn't like that. Within all this red light, something is about to emerge. From the back of the building. A black darkness oozing in the bright red. If this clearing is like a clear lake, that mud is like an oil spill.
来たか。待ちわびたぞ、セイバー。
You're finally here. I've been waiting for you, Saber. He's there, within all the rich colors. Ignoring the blood red and the death-stained black. The servant clad in gold is waiting for us. No, for Saber in the middle of this place. And you're not going to fight him to be Saber's husbando anymore? You've given up that claim, is that right, Shiro?
頃合いも良い。聖杯もようやく重い腰を上げ、穴が開いたところだ。
And the time is about right. The Holy Grail has finally moved into action and the void has just opened.
この呪いこそが聖杯の中。我らサーバントをこの世に留める第三要素。
This curse is the contents of the Holy Grail, the third element which keeps us servants in this world. Gosh, I feel like I had a Gilly voice, and then after the hiatus I was like, what was the Gilly voice again? I know he's cocky, but like... Anyways, I feel like I need him to do a cocky laugh for me to... I don't know.
10年前、お前が俺に浴びせたものだ。
This is what you splashed me with 10 years ago. Oh, you were splashed? So when she attacked the Grail, it splashed everywhere? And that's how it caused the fire, and you got splashed? Is that why? Wasn't he like naked at the end there? Is that why he was naked? Because it splashed off his clothes? I don't know. I want to say that's true. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. But also, again, Kirei was supposed to have something a little to do with that, so I don't know. Gilgamesh is only looking at Saber. It goes the same for Saber. She takes a step forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her.
いい気概だ。
That's good spirit.
俺には勝てないと知った上でなおその闘志。宴の終わりを飾るにふさわしいが。
That strong spirit, even though you know you cannot defeat me, it's indeed suitable to end this party. However...
邪魔はいらぬ。そこの雑種。琴峰に用があるのなら早々に消えろ。
I do not want any
奴は祭壇で
intrusions.
貴様を待っている。
You lowlife. Disappear right now if you want to see Kotomine. He's waiting for you at the altar. This split up final fight thing just does not feel right for the way their characters have progressed. I was confident earlier in the game this was going towards a team up. Like, Shiro was training to fight so hard, and they were coming close together as it was going. It felt for sure like with Shiro wanting to save her and her wanting to save Shiro, it was going to be back-to-back battles where they tried to, like, you know, fight in unison. But then we never ended up practicing from that perspective. And I'm surprised that it ends on us doing solo fights. Even though the people we're facing do feel like great solo opponents, it almost feels like that's the trap, and that if you try to fight solo, you lose to these solo opponents. You lose with honor or whatever, but fighting duel would be better in theory, but again, they never practice to fight duel, so I don't know. Dash, dash, dash. Kotomine is waiting. I glance at Saber. Isn't separating bad because it means I don't have my sheath healing online? Like, the closer I am to Saber, the more better it is, right? Unless I'm wrong about that. I mean, I'm sure it'll still be active, but I feel like the closer, the better is a true fact that I think is true. She nods while looking at Gilgamesh. Her figure tells me that she's wishing me her best. So I guess we're gonna have some interludes of Saber doing the fight. I turn around. The one I need to face isn't here. Not gonna lie, I guess the interludes to Saber is fine, but Kirei as the final fight here for Shiro, it works on a character level, but I feel it fails on a narrative level. Gilgamesh feels like the real final enemy with how they've set it up. Kirei feels abrupt. Like, I understand from my perspective, because I've seen Fate Zero, but from the Fate Stay Night perspective, I feel like Kirei, the turnaround to him being a villain, just happened. And so, I guess as a twist final villain it works, but you've already set up a real final villain in Gilly. I suppose with the interludes, it could work. Like, we have not seen Kirei fight at all in this yet. I roughly think I know how he's going to roughly fight based on Fate Zero, but in Stay Night we have not seen it happen at all. So, as opposed to Gilgamesh. So it just seems, I don't know, I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll surprise myself, or rather it'll surprise me. I mean, I'll surprise myself with how much I like it. I'm not saying I won't like it. I'm just saying as a narrative through line I feel like it's faltered, but I could be wrong. Behind me. They fight, of course. As I run, I hear the battle start. At the back of the building. What do you remember of Kirei's fighting style from Zero? Not much. Didn't he use like knives? Or he was like Wolverine, but he didn't actually, they didn't come out of his hands. He just held the dagger knives and he could throw them, I think. He was like one of those knife wielding dudes. I believe that's the thing, that he was roughly how he fought. Something like that. Don't worry, Rennie, no matter how cynical you are, I'm definitely more. At the back of the building. Behind the main temple is a large lake. I do like it. I like this pathway. I'm not saying I don't like it. You know, I'm just pointing out where I think things, you know, could have been faltered, where they could have been better. I don't expect it to ever be perfect. Perfect would be great. I'd love perfect, but, you know, unrealistic, I think. Behind the main temple is a large lake. Untouched by humans, the lake is holy, as if a Dragon King lives in it. Dragon King? But Saber is the Dragon King, right? Since when did Kirei become the king of the dragons? Oh, this means we get to save Ilia, so she gets to become the real waifu when we save her from Kirei. Best ending. The clear blue water is pure and the lake isn't even murky. Then why is this the shot we're getting? I don't see the water. But that's all in the past. Oh, you mean that's what used to be there at the temple? From what you remember? Oh, okay. And now it's turned to blood red? The lake now has none of these characteristics. The red light is in front of my eyes. And the sea of black tar. Oh, it's black, not red. Okay. And? Ilia! No! That feels very Evangelion. The void created in the air, and the girl presented as a sacrifice. No! I must save best waifu! That's a great picture, though. Great picture for all aspects. It's a great look of, you know, Ilia the sacrificial, Kirei as the, okay, so you've come, and the blood background. It's all really well set up. My calm mind instantly goes over the limit. I stop and glare at my enemy. Welcome, Emiya Shiro, the last surviving master. He smiles sarcastically? Is that how you spell sarcastically? I fumbled. I feel like sarcastically... Oh, nope, that's right. Now that I read it again. when I was reading it, the alley threw me off. And hold on, this is gonna bug me. Am I crazy? Am I crazy or am I not crazy? Sarcastically. No, that is how you spell it. For some reason, I didn't think the A was there. I'm a bad speller. Don't mind me. He smiles sarcastically and opens his arms to welcome me. The fake father I never could have potentially had but didn't. Nasu inspired by Eva? Not that surprising. This is the site of our battle. This is the altar of the summoning in this Holy Grail war.
イリアを下ろせ。お前をぶちのめすのはその後だ。
That wording? What is that? Let Ilya down. I'll beat you up after that. You don't want to go a little further and say, I'll kick your fucking ass, asshole. I glare at Kotomine. There's about 10 meters between us. The fight will begin if I move another step. Once the fight starts, I'll have to run straight at him and stab him in the chest with the dagger. I'm like, if you can't at least do your sword birth with making caliber and all that, if you aren't prepped to do that, I feel like you don't got a fucking chance. But before that, I have to do something about Ilya. You have to do something about Ilya first? You crazy? I feel like kill the guy, then save the girl. You don't save the girl first. Haven't you seen Shrek?
おい、聞こえなかったのか。イリアを下ろせって言ったんだ。
Didn't you hear me? I told you to let Ilya down. What's so fun about torturing a kid? I mean, you shouldn't have asked that, because I think he could answer you.
気持ちはわかるが、それはできない相談だな。聖杯は現れたが、その穴は未だ不安定だ。
I understand your feelings, but I cannot do that. The Holy Grail has appeared, but the void is yet unstable.
接点である彼女には命の続く限り耐えてもらわねば、私の願いは叶わない。
My wish will not come true unless she bears this until she dies. But I don't want her to die, so therefore stop it! Oh, if we're not planning on using a wish for the Grail, then that makes it more likely we could potentially save Ilya, so yay. Till she dies. Then Ilya's still alive. That's good. Or is it bad if it turns out that he was lying and she actually is dead and he just wanted to see you suffer?
そうか。お前に下ろす気がないってんなら、力ずくで下ろすだけだ。
I see. If you have no intention of letting her down, I'll just have to use the Force! The Gotcha Force!
お前の願い、その黒い泥を今すぐに止めてやる。
I'll stop your wish, that black mud, right now!
ほう、なるほど。お前にはこれが私の望みに見えるわけか。さすがはキリツグの息子だな。
So this must appear to be my wish to you, as expected from the son of Kiritsugu.
よもや2代にわたって思い違いを続けると
Uh
は。
oh. What mistake is that? I did not expect 2 generations to make the same mistake. Nani?
聖杯を理解し得ぬ者にわざわざ説いてやる真理はない。その思い違いを抱いたまま、最後のマスターとして責務を果たすがいい。
There is no reason to explain things to someone who does not understand the Holy Grail. One who knows nothing can understand nothing. You may fulfill your role as the last master with that misunderstanding. Kiri and Shiro make sense only looking backwards. What? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You talking about their rivalry? I mean, sure. You mean reading their names backwards? Hold on. Orish and Erik. Erik. You're right, that is a much better rivalry. That changes everything. Dash. I jump. It's pretty sudden here, but makes sense from someone who's read the entire thing. As someone who's seen Fate Zero, it feels like it works, don't get me wrong. But I'm just looking at it from the perspective of someone who maybe has not seen Fate Zero. It does feel extremely sudden. And I feel like that is a slight snafu. It works. It could work in the sense that this is probably not where the game ends. I'm assuming there's like a true ending, and I don't think this is it. Based on the way the Tiger Dojos were worded, I feel like these are meant to be experienced in a certain order, which makes me think it's more okay for it to be like this. But, you know, from a standalone pathway perspective, this is a very sudden final confrontation. There's about 10 meters between us. Keeping that distance, I jump sideways. Dash, 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 dash. You jump sideways? What's the point of jumping sideways? Wouldn't you want to jump forward? Or is there something unexpected? You told me to wait. It looks like I'm not dropping any frames, so I'm not sure why you told me to wait. That freaked me out. This is the result of my instincts of not wanting to die. Oh, okay. Alright, the instinct's coming through. Let's go. Surpassing my desire to kill him. Dash, dash. I roll sideways onto the ground. Okay, now Kirei's gone, but I can just see the girl. I stop instantly and look up. That's... What is it? What is it? What has it got? I look at the place I was running over. A sound of burning. The burning sound is coming from the black mud, stretching out from the lake. Okay. It's like a black carpet. What is it? Some kind of magical genjutsu? The mud slashed like a whip, attacking me as I went after Kotomine and left a mark on the ground. Oh. Okay, I think that's slightly poorly conveyed, but alright.
言い忘れていたが、すでにお前は私の射程に入っている。加えてこれは生き物に敏感でな。
Alright, I guess you're multi-purposed and it has been a few years. This is a very different way of fighting from what I remember from you, Kirei. I forgot to tell you, but you're already within my range. And to add, this thing is sensitive to living beings. That's the problem with sword birth. You need to be in melee range. Tisk tisk.
動き回るのは勝手だが、不用意に動くと死ぬぞ。
I don't mind you moving, but you'll die if you move carelessly. Uh-oh! Dash, dash, dash! I jump to avoid the black mud mercilessly attacking me. Screw moving carelessly. He's ready to kill me. Damn, you fake priest. I stand up, still keeping watch over the lake. And over Ilya. Always seeing Ilya in the background. The distance to Kotomine hasn't changed. That means this 10 meters is as near as he wants me to get. Is there some importance to the 10 meters? Is it because get any closer and maybe he's threatened that my magic might somehow permeate Ilya's pure blah blah? But that tentacle of mud stretches without limit. Some very murky, bloody mud. It'll come after me if he wants it to, and I'm sure there are more than one.
ほう、やる気か。それは喜ばしい。
Oh, so you're ready to fight. That pleases me.
このまま立ち去るのなら殺しようがなかったが、お前本人が争うのであれば問題はない。
I could not kill you if you were to run away, but there will be no problem if you attack me. You couldn't kill me if I run away? That does feel like a very Evangelion finale then. He's been running away from the truth for years. No more running away from the truth. Granted, he never really ran away from battles, just from the truth. So, I mean... 何しろこれでも神に仕える身だ。
助けを求める者を殺めるわけにもいかなくてな。
I serve God, so I cannot kill someone who is pleading for their life. How poetic. The tentacle whips out. The quivering mud coming from the lake is like a black snake. Dash, 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 dash. I bite my lip. That feeling when the final fight is a literal mudslinging fight? I mean, yeah. Mud fight. This is the worst situation as I thought. At least it's bloody mud. That makes it cool. The number of snakes continues to increase without end. I don't know how long I can survive, let alone how I can get close to him.
勝機がないのは当然だ。
It is only natural for you to be unable to win. So much of this visual novel has been servant combat. It's been very little Master v Master stuff. Like, we had that one bit where Shinji tried to do his amateurish attack against me and I dodged it, and that was about it. Otherwise, it's really just been servant v servant. I mean, Rin, sometimes we have masters assisting, like with Rin where she was in the Berserker fight, she helped out. Otherwise, though, it's all been servant v servant. This is really the first Master v Master fight, and it's coming at the very end. It's kind of weird. I do feel the basement scene was the narrative climax. Yeah. That makes sense. That's the narrative climax, and this is just the final fight. I'm fine with that. It's just kind of weird that A, that we're separated. I already talked about that. But B, that that this is the first really big Master vs. Master fight. Because the fight versus Shinji was super fast. It was super quick and easy. And for the first real Master fight to be the final fight, theoretically, just feels kind of sudden. On top of Kirei being the final villain being sudden. Lots of things that feel a little sudden. It's only natural for you to be unable to win.
お前の生きた年数と私の生きた年数では大きく開きがある。何かで掛け算でもしない限り埋められる差ではあるまい。
There's a large difference in the years we have lived. It is a difference you cannot overcome unless you have something major. I guess sword birth. The priest raises his hands. He glares at the heavens as if he is conducting an orchestra.
命をかけろ。
Put your life on the line.
あるいはこの身に届くかもしれん。
You might be able to reach me if you do so. That's what you want, isn't it? He releases the black snakes. What a great background shot of just red. Uh-oh! I kick away. I kick away the muscles around my ankles. The mucus. The mucus muscles. My clothes are burnt away and my skin is exposed. Oh no, I'm naked. You fool. Don't you know I was wearing weighted clothing and you just make me stronger? Imagine how little Shiro and little Kirei plays in Sandbox. I mean, kinda. Bloody Sandbox. Argargarg. I jump back from the striking tentacle. I can't feel my right angle and I can't even tell if it's there, but I jump into the open field in front of me. That's alright, Shiro. Come on, deep breaths, you got this. Not too deep though, you can't waste too much time breathing. I check my body as I roll. That's right, stop, drop, and roll. All part of the basics of combat. Or something. Ankle, alright, it's still there. I just can't feel it. If it's there, I should be able to run. Hogagog! I jump in a different direction again to avoid the striking mud. I hear a splashing sound right next to me. The smell of the ground burning forces my dizzy head awake and... and... that sounds painful. Fire runs up my back. I hope his VA was paid well for all the grunting. I wonder how much of that got to be reused and how much of it just had to do it every time. Ugh. I shake it off and jump to an empty space. That must have been the end of this attack. So much fading away during these attacks. Not much actual spectacle of the fighting. I suppose with the interludes it's easier to see Saber and stuff actually fighting. Whereas here we rarely actually get to see Shiro because it's his perspective. The black mud that was surrounding me has disappeared from view for now. I bite my lip. I ran so much, but in the end, I'm pushed back to here again. I breathe hard and look at him so as to not lose in spirit. Kotomine has not moved at all. He just watched me run around. I'm giving him the runaround. No matter how hard I breathe, my heart won't calm down. It's saying it's at its limit, and it needs to rest. It's about to go out on its own if I don't let it rest. Well, then just use your Super Saiyan Sheath healing. It's all good. Yeah, Kara really does look like he's not even have a care in the world. We need at least our sword birth for him to start caring. More grunts. I can't do anything. I can't get near Kotomine, nor get through that black mud. I'm not going to hold back on using the projection magic. Okay, good. Then do it. Have you ever really been able to do it on command, though? I guess you did it arguably against Gilly for the first time. It was arguably on command, but it still feels like you've needed the saber sexualness. Have you really been able to properly do it yet? I don't know. If I can't move forward, I can reproduce Saber's sword again. I mean, I feel like you'd want to move forward first and surprise stab him or something. Like, birth it in the middle of his chest or something, you know? Like, kind of like, you know, the joke of someone making their lightsaber turn on while it's, you know, poking through someone so that they don't actually have to go through the effort of stabbing it into them. Do the same thing here. The same thing applies here, right? I imagine that wouldn't work against a servant, maybe against a master. You'll surely be able to slice through that black mud, and I can go straight for Kotomine.
なんだそれで終わりか
Is that all? Tell
諦め
me
たのならそうと言え
if you've given up. The instant he speaks. Lots of mud comes splashing toward me, telling me I cannot let myself stop. So far, not much in terms of actual, you know, good fighting visuals. There was the one of revealing Kira is using the tentacles, but for actual good fighting visuals, granted, we've never really need them because there hasn't been much in the way of servant versus servant combat. I feel like the one with Shinji, though, was still more expressive, at least of showing what Shinji was doing. This one feels a little lacking. Yeah. I raise myself and barely dodge the mud. The mud itself isn't too bad. It's slow compared to Saber Shinai, and it only comes when it's aimed, so it's easy to dodge. But that's only true when there's only one of them. Uh-oh. Does a backflip. Boring fight. If we could see the backflip, it might be interesting. I can't deal with tens. With tens? Usually it's like, I can't deal with tens of thousands. But no, this is master level, not servant level. I can't deal with tens of mud attacks. The ones that come from behind me the instant I dodge them. As a result, I can only move around. Even then, mud covers me bit by bit. Damn it! There's no time to rest. I can't reproduce a sword like this. Projection magic tracing a weapon from the beginning requires at least 1 minute of concentration. That's probably why you guys would be better as a team fight than a one-on-one fight. If I show such an opening, I'll be melted down to my bones. Heavy breathing. The parts of my body covered with mud have lost sensation. The only good thing is that I don't feel any pain, but I won't know if I'm dead or not when the mud covers my whole body. Don't feel any pain. Is that because of your sheath? Theoretically, sheath regenerating you shouldn't have anything to do with not feeling pain. Feeling pain, theoretically, is good. It's a thing the body does for you to tell you that you should treat your wound in some way, because if you don't, you'll die, which is why, again, your body, once it realizes you're dead, it fills you with endorphins, because there's no reason to give you pain anymore, because there's no chance for you to fix it. But, so not feeling pain isn't necessarily a good sign, but again, you have some weird fucked up stuff going on with your body, so I don't know. And also, maybe there's some magic going on that's negating your pain feelings so that you underestimate how hurt you actually are? I don't know. I'm finished when that happens, and most of all have melted away by then. Ha 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 ha. For now, all I can do is run. If there's any chance of getting near him, it'll be when I do something about this mud. Ow, damn, oh! I was never the biggest fan of the VN's pure fight writing. All the good fights usually have strong emotional connections and the such. Due to how abrupt this all is, it's a lot weaker. Yeah, there's that. But honestly, even the visuals feel rather weak. Like, I feel sometimes we do get some rather yes, the emotions tend to drive the fights. That's true, especially in a visual novel. But we've had some nice, at least, fight pictures. I feel like the fight pictures in this fight have been lacking. Damn! Oh! Argagarg! And you fall over. Dash, 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 dash. I can't believe it. Who on earth would trip at a time like this? The idiot Shiro, that's who! Did you trip on something important? Was it nothing or was it a something? Did you trip on a something that's important? Dash, 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 dash. Kotomine looks down at me like trash. Sure. Feels like he's been looking down at me like trash the whole time, though. It's a great image, but they're starting to reuse it a lot. He points his finger at me, and many snakes show their veins. Saber should have just Excalibured Kirei in the basement and ended this pathway. Yeah, that would have helped. Yeah, before Gilgamesh even showed up, would have been nice. Ellipses! I get up. I try to get up, but fall again. I get knocked down, but I get up again. They're never gonna keep me down. I fall. Oh gosh, is it some magical thing he did to your feet to make you constantly trip? I fall. The snakes are coming. But I still fall. Why? None-day. Why? Red text is back, oh boy! Is it the red text trying to figure out the real reason? Does that mean you're still ignoring the truth, Shiro? Is that what it means? Why? Black mud comes for my neck. Lancer retaliates, sure, but Saber's... I mean, we've already talked about why Saber... Kirei even said, and Lancer even agreed, why Saber would win in a close-up fight like that, so... It's debatable. But Shiro was more injured, so it's debatable because of how injured Shiro was in that situation. And how easy it probably would have been to take him out. Ignoring the regeneration, but I have the regeneration, so it's debatable. Black now! It's red and black! What's going on? Why? Oh, I see why. He sees why. He's not ignoring the truth. My right ankle is Okay, this is hard to read. The black text is hard to read. Can I see this in history? No, not yet. My right ankle is unbelievably black. Unbelievably black? With magic? Ugh. Can I see that in history now? My right ankle is unbelievably black. Okay, that is what it said. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Uh-oh, black mud rains down. It spills onto my body like a rainstorm, melts it, and drowns my despair. Wait, it's drowning your despair, that's good. If it drowns you in despair, that's one thing. But if it drowns your despair, that's not bad. Good, drown away the despair. I don't want to despair anymore. Goodbye, despair. as they would say in Danganronpa 2. Interlude? Or am I dead? Oh! Really? That felt quick. I didn't get a choice, so it must have been because I didn't strategize. I doubt they would easily escape the church then, and Gil would still be a problem. This is a Tiger Dojo. I guess I have to strategize. I didn't get a choice in that fight, so it must be that I had to strategize, right? That felt abrupt. That was a pretty lame dead end, not gonna lie. Not having a weapon when it's needed. Yeah, not gonna lie, that felt like a pretty abrupt dead end. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with not strategizing leading to that dead end, but the dead end itself felt rather lackluster. Like, I could have been killed in a much more interesting fashion. Anyways, not having a weapon when it's needed. This is the place to help such people, the Tiger Dojo. Well, it's the prevailing view that the outcome of battle is decided before it even starts. True. Peak dead end is still Tiger Dojo 13? Yeah. Getting all the bad ends. No, not all of them. I actually missed most of them on the way to number 13. You know, I just got the infamous 13. And then I went back and got a few as I was getting back out to 13, but... So I gotta strategize. I understand. What does it mean, student? I get it. I have to strategize. I understand. I felt like it was a more thematic choice, but whatever. I guess you shouldn't start a fight until you have a weapon or a plan. I didn't expect to get another bad end, partially because of the 40. I was sort of metagaming myself. I kind of didn't expect another bad end because of the... But I guess I should have expected it once I realized that that wasn't the final fight moment. But because of the 40 Tiger Dojos, I sort of played myself, and I'm like, oh, that works if it's 13, 13, 13, but I guess I could go 14, 13, 13. Has any other streamer ever gotten 13, like, ever? If I'm the first, then I'm special, and I believe in myself for being special. I doubt anyone here has seen literally every Fate stream ever, but, yeah, I'm kind of surprised because, I don't know, it feels... I thought what it was actually doing was going to be a thematic choice where it wouldn't actually lead you to a bad end, but each choice would lead you to a different ending of the pathway. Like, depending on what you picked there, it would lead to what the post-credit stuff was. Like, if you pick Saber, you have a more somber moment with Saber after the fact. If you pick Kiritsugu, that's what it talks about with the end. And then if you pick strategy, then it ends with a strategy. I don't know how that one would end, but you underestimate my power, Rennie. Oh, have you seen literally every Fate stream ever? I don't know, Wise. I guess you should start a fight until you have a weapon or a plan.
敵は金に明かして最強部隊を揃えている反則サーバントならこっちも一つぐらいは逆転可能な武器を用意しておくべきです
I love how Ren is one of these who get it. It's awesome. Oh, you mean one of the ones who gets the ending. I thought you were saying one of the ones who gets something else. Like, what did I get? What did I get? You're talking about the ending, I understand. The enemy is the unfair servant. It's not the servant that killed me, though. That prepared the strongest force with his money. With his money? Are we talking about the same fight? So you should at least prepare one weapon that lets you turn things around. Then Taiga, are you saying you should restart from the night before the fight and prepare a new weapon? Bring the Taiga Shinai? Maybe that's the real best weapon. What can you do in such a short time? Well, it's still always good to strategize. Knowing what you're going to do beforehand, like even doing the sword birth before you go in might not be terrible. If you can maintain it for a long time, debatable. Also, you know, strengthening is still easier than birthing, so having a weapon to base the caliber off of probably would be better, so maybe it wouldn't even be that bad to take the Shinai, to be honest.
これができるのだ。
You can do this.
セイバーちゃんの宝具はもともと3つ。その最後の1つを用意してあげれば、あとはなんとかなるってもんよ。
Saber-chan originally had 3 noble phantasms. You should be able to do something to prepare the last one. You mean Caliburn? Is there any way to prepare that in advance?
そっか、返せばいいんだね。
I see, you just have to give it back to her, right? What, give her back the sheath? That'll make me die even easier against Kirei.
カエサルのものはカエサルへ。
Yup, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. This would be debating that maybe I should have alone time with Saber. Because if I have alone time with Saber, that's how I would give the sheath back. I mean, I feel like if we're doing a strategy, we have to be talking with Saber either way. It's just either talking with Saber about strategy or talking to her about the smexy smacks. You know what I mean?
なくすには惜しいものだったけど、やっぱり広いものは持ち主に返さないとね。
It's something too valuable to lose, but you have to give back what you found. Okay, I feel like you're playing this a little... you're playing the hand a little too much. So I still think strategy is the right choice, but I feel like they're sort of giving away that I'm supposed to give back my sheath? I guess it won't kill me as long as I'm fully healed. But I don't know how that matters, because Kirei killed me, and he's just gonna kill me even easier if I don't have the sheath, right?
ほら、大河にしてはいいこと言うのね。
Oh, you said something good by your standards.
腐っても学校の先生ってところかしら。
I guess you're a school teacher even if you're a bad one at that.
褒めて褒めて。
Oh, I love Taiga. As not one note, two note, as two note as she is. She's great. Praise me, praise me.
はいはい。それじゃあ、大河がいい気分のうちに嬉しいお知らせをしちゃいます。
Yeah, yeah. Then while Taiga's in a good mood, we'll make a major announcement. Excuse me?
本編の端っこでつつましく続いていたこのコーナーだけど、なんと今回で最終回。
That's not surprising. This corner is continued modestly as a side to the main story, but this is the final episode. Yep, not surprising for this pathway. It's ironic if giving back Avalon. Avalon? The fuck is Avalon? You mean the sheath is called Avalon? The moment Shiro wants to live, he has to lose his immortality. Or you bring some guns. That too. Go the real Kiritsugu route.
次回からは装いも新たにタイガー道場第2部タイガー夫妻
Oh, okay.
が始まるよ。
We'll use a different outlook and start Tiger Dojo Part 2, Taiga 100 million yen debt! 100 million yen debt? I'm down for it. Are we gonna... Sounds like some liar game shenanigans.
次は舞台を私の後ろに移して立ち絵も音楽も発売ハードもいいし。
Oh, really? I'm excited if that's true. We're gonna move the setting to my castle and update our standing picks, music, and even hardware. Oh, that'd be cool. I hope that's true. For the second pathway, if they update the Taiga Dojo, that'd be great. Even more reason to look forward to.
制作費も倍になっておまけコーナーとは思えない充実ぶりになるんだから。
I hope she's telling the truth. Production budgets will be double and it'll be so rich that you won't even think this is a bonus corner.
なんか重ねてめでたいな。
So many wonderful things.
よくわからないけど、ウォーズからメタルスに CG が変わるようなものかしらね。
I don't quite understand, but is it like getting a totally new graphic designer? How would you understand that? Fourth wall.
そうっす師匠。次からはこんないかにもやっつけ仕事な立ち絵から解放されるのです。
That's right, Master. You'll be freed from this rough art. Os!
素晴らしい。そうと決まれば、さっさとこんな道場ともおさらばしましょう。
Marvelous. In that case, let's get away from this dojo right away.
じゃあみんな心機一転したタイガー道場で待ってるよ。
Then everyone, I'll be waiting for you in the renewed Tiger Dojo. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to dying in the next timeline or whatever. That was great. So that counts as 14, right? That is 14. All right. 2, 3, 6, 10, 11, 12. Interesting. I might go on the hunt for those at some point. Not right now, of course, but... Alright, so, obviously, we resume from the choice.
あと少し。
Okay, now we have still a choice to make. Do we saber or do we strategy? I could see it going both ways based on that, because we clearly have to do an interaction with saber in order to pass the sheath back to her, if that's actually what we're implying here, unless we can somehow permanently pass Caliburn back to her, that would also be a pretty big deal. So a little longer. Yeah, it wasn't much longer. So I could see it going either way. I'm expecting have a strategy meaning to be correct. So I kind of want to see the Saber first. But the awkward thing is, if I pick Saber and I'm right, I won't know because I'm planning to go Saber. The plan I think I'm sort of forming in my head is pick Saber, get that to the end of the scene, then load this strategy meeting and do that. But that'll be super awkward if it turns out Saber is correct and I actually accidentally loaded the strategy. But whatever, I'll fucking skip the entire thing till we get to the fight if that's, till we get to the moment I die if that's actually the truth. So I'm just going to start by picking Saber and then load the strategy meeting because I'll just get the choice out of the way because I'm kind of curious. Go with my guns. How should I spend the remaining hours? I thought about it, but this is where I ended up.
ここは変わりませんね。今の穏やかさもいいのですが、やはり私にはこちらの方が合っている。
This place does not change. I like the quiet of the living room, but this place suits me better.
そうだな。セイバーは騎士のくせに正座好きだし、竹刀を持つ姿も様になってたし、一度ぐらい防具をつけて試合をしてもよかったかも。
Yeah, you like to sit Japanese style even though you're a knight, and the shinai looked pretty good on you as well. It might have been fun having a match with armors on. I mean, what armor would you even wear, Shiro? Are you at all prepared to have armor on? Why would Saber even need Caliburn? To dual wield, obviously. 2 swords, if one sword gives you 100 power, 2 swords gives you 200 power. Gosh, play Tales of Symphonia.
防具をつけてですか？それなら言ってくれればよかったのに。私は甲冑を着込みますから、シローが鎧を着るだけで模擬戦はできました。
Armor? You should have said so. I could have worn my armor. Hey, you already did in this pathway, remember where I got the fake dead end? And you could have put pads on.
そうですね。本当にそうすればよかった。
We really should have done that. It would have prepped me more for fighting with actual defenses, but I don't really need that because of my regeneration powers.
もっと早く言ってくれたら、シローと本気で打ち合えたのに。
If you'd mentioned it earlier, I could have fought you more seriously. I don't know if he wanted her to fight him more seriously. Saber is so cute even when she's annoyed. She's cute, but her words are pretty scary. Is she annoyed? I don't think she's necessarily annoyed. I feel like you're reading too much into that. Or am I reading too much into the idea that he's reading too much? I don't think she's annoyed. She looks, you know... Maybe she's annoyed because she wished she did do that and she's annoyed at that, not necessarily annoyed at you for suggesting it. And she really did want to do it? Interesting. I guess because she does enjoy the sparring with you, but she was always holding back, and she would have liked to fully embrace both the fighting side and the husbando side at the same time. Fighting the husbando fully.
本気でって、それこそ本気かセイバー。まともに打ち合ったら1週間は寝たきりになるぞ。
Are you serious about being serious? I wouldn't be able to get up for a week if we did that.
いいえ、そのようなことは決して。
No, that's not true. Because of my sheath? Because of your sheath.
シローは自分を過小評価しています。
There's also the healing
この
powers
数
of the
日
sheath.
であなたは本当に成長した。
Do you underestimate
今の
yourself?
シローなら私から一本取ることも夢で
You've
はあり
really
ません。
improved these past few days. It might even be possible for you to take a match from me. Really? I don't think we've seen that happen yet. You really think I'm that good that if you're not using your armor, I can maybe beat you in a match? I don't think Shiro's that good. I don't know. Debatable. But if you're willing to say, I think you're being modest.
本当?
Really? Even if that's flattery, I'm really happy. I mean, you're definitely good, but I don't know if you're that good. There's also Saber tends to underestimate herself. And she would want to overestimate Shiro because of how much, you know, she likes him and all that, especially at this point. So I feel she's being a little modest, at least a little. I really respect Saber when it comes to swords. Being able to beat her even once is like being accepted by her.
本当に本当か？そのうまく今日つけばセイバーから1本取れる。
Too bad that I think the timing is wrong to test that, given the circumstances, but for real? So I could even win a match against you if chance favored me?
はい。白は強くなりました。それは誇っていいことですし、私もたまらなく嬉しいです。
Yes, you have vastly improved. You can be proud of that. I am really happy about it as well. Aw, that's cute. If I've improved so much and we both use swords, why aren't we back-to-back sword-wielding nunchucko masters? Nunchucko, I don't know where nunchucko came from, but you know, I'm surprised we really didn't go down the, you know, team fight route. It just felt so natural given the nature of this game, and especially because they set up the whole master-servant and then had the master start fighting because he wanted to fight. It just doubly surprises me. The fact that the pathway ends with the two of them fighting separately, despite we're supposed to be carrying on Kiritsugu's good legacy, when the reason he fought separately from Saber so much was because he was kind of a douche, but we're not a douche, so I feel like we would fight with Saber. It just feels odd. Feels like an odd through line. Anyways, Saber replies with a full smile. That expression makes my determination vanish. Wait, that's bad. You shouldn't lose determination. After this, we won't be able to come back. Oh, that's why you lose determination. That's unfortunate. Bittersweet, yeah. If we can just run away instead of going into an unwinnable battle. Well, in the other one, you got rid of your fear. But even though you didn't have fear, you seem to get beat up quite a bit in that battle. But if we can just run away instead of going into an unwinnable battle. So, in the other one, you lost fear. In this one, you lose determination. I feel like the Kiritsugu one is more likely to lead to good things, but I don't know.
白、どうしたのです？
Shiro, why have you stopped? Because I'm all mad that we're gonna be losing forever. I don't want to lose forever.
やはり傷が痛むのですか？
Does your wound
それでしたら部
hurt?
屋で休んで。
If that's the case, please rest in your room and... no. Don't worry, Saber. That's not what it is. My heart is hurting. Because this is bringing back the old memories of how I wanted to be with Saber forever and ever and all that. But now we can't be together forever and ever. No.
いや、
No.
もう大丈夫だ。
I'm fine now.
痛むところなんてない。
Nothing hurts anymore. Because of my sheath of yours. So it wouldn't hurt. And it also wouldn't make sense if I'm strategically supposed to give you my sheath. If I was still hurting, there would definitely be little to no sense in such an interaction. Therefore, it can only make the sense that I am not hurting. Unless he's saying he's metaphorically not hurting because he's just now gotten over the pain that would have been in his heart if he left, but it's no more, but it's still physically hurting. Because physically hurting would be a big problem. I cut off all hesitations. I can't run away, and I really don't want our final time together to be like this.
なあ、セイバー。せっかく道場に来たんだから軽く手合わせしないか。真剣じゃなくて遊ぶくらいの気持ちで軽く。
At least this scene is longer than the Kiritsugu one. Saber, since we're here, do you want to spar lately? Not a match, but more like playing around. Playing around? What would that even look like? I definitely, it's longer, and I definitely like this scene more than the Kiritsugu one. That one was way too short. I was expecting the Kiritsugu one to be closer to this length. Like more of an in-depth thing. I feel like that's more fitting, especially if you just get killed for it. I hide my emotions and bluff as much as I can.
いいでしょう。
Alright.
なら、私は剣道ではなく、自己流で交えさせていただきます。
Then I shall
白も
fight
自由
you
に思うままに剣を振るってください。
using my style. You can fight me in your style as well. My style? You mean like birthing my sword? Don't think I want to waste my powers right now. I guess we have our Shinais, to be fair. She must have understood my intentions as she gladly accepts my idea. But we're just playing around. What does that even mean? Oh boy. Yes, it's more like us to be fighting than talking. For a short while, we forget about everything and feel each other's shinai. Yeah! Awesome! Decisive battle. Hold on. I definitely don't want to skip. What I think I want to do instead... The moon is distant. Is load. I could be wrong. That might have actually been dragon style. We never actually got to see what the styles look like, what the playing around looked like. Oh, I would have wanted to see the playing around. Because it's like, Shiro was like, I think Saber understands what I mean. But I didn't really understand what he meant. Oh, that's an off-screen scene that I would have liked to see. I guess you're meant to use your imagination. I could be wrong. Maybe that was the correct choice. But based on everything, strategy is probably the correct choice here. So, we're going to load this up. And if I'm wrong, then I'll just skip through everything to get back to the fighting if it turns out this is wrong. A little longer. Anyways, let's do the real smart choice and have a strategy meeting. Something I wanted to do for ages. I've always wanted the strategy, and every time we ever try to do strategy, I just feel like Shiro is the dumb. I guess now Shiro isn't dumb, but hey, you know, we can try. Hello, Worms38P. Got a lot of people today. Got a lot of people enjoying the big final bajiggle jiggle, and I'm ready for the bajiggle jiggles, so let's do some bajiggles. Apparently that was supposed to be the final Tiger Dojo, assuming it wasn't false advertising, wasn't fake news. So, it should be a straight shot to the punch, as it were. There's only one thing to do. We've already done so. Always done so. So I should follow that until the very end. We've always done so? What, strategize? Sure, you never fucking strategized. You always just shonen power up out of nowhere. It's not romantic or elegant, but it'd be more like us if we meet and come up with a plan. How is that at all like you? You never do that. You never do that. What? I was mad at you early in the game because you never fucking strategized.
対策を練るのはいいのですが、何もここでなくとも良いのではないですか?
Sure, coming up with a plan is fine, but is this the right place for it? Yeah, sure, why not? What? I should follow that until the very end. We've always done so? Are you fucking shitting me, Shiro? I complained about that in the middle points of the game because I wanted it to be more like Fate Zero with more strategies and deception and epic battles, and it was so slow paced, which I can now appreciate more in hindsight. But like, no, there was no strategies, and when there were, they were dumb strategies. Your strategy was Saber shouldn't fight. I should just be the one fighting. What the fuck do you mean you've always done that, Shiro? You lying sack of shit. Okay, this is the right place for it.
Yeah. ここじゃないと調子が出ない。いいから中に入ろう。考えなしってわけじゃないんだ。
No, I have to be here. Let's go in. It's not like I don't have any ideas. And what about the seal, I wonder? Shiro was dumb, bro. Yeah. Shiro looking at the war with nostalgia glasses.
シローがそういうのでしたら従いますが。
Okay, if you say so, I'll obey. Really? You didn't obey when you went off to fight Assassin on your own? Still fucking hold you over there, you fucking nerd. Saber reluctantly goes into the shed. Fucking always strategize my ass. That grinds my gears. What the fuck are you talking about, Shiro? You're supposed to not ignore the truth anymore. You never fucking strategize. Well, I have my reasons for bringing Saber to the shed. We don't have any way to match Gilgamesh right now. It goes without saying that we need a plus alpha factor. Plus alpha? You sure you don't want a plus ultra? Shiro, if he survives. I remember the war. Saber and I just wrecked everyone. Yeah, sure, that's how it happened. What about how Assassin died off screen? Or how Lancer got killed by Gilgamesh? Or how Archer, had to hold off Berserker? Or how, frickin' you didn't do much. We need a plus alpha factor. So, look for a weapon. Oh, there's another fucking choice. Are you goddamn kidding me? What? What? Okay, just as I was like, that's the final choice. Nope. Is this a branching path of choices? And if you make one mistake, you end up at the bad ending? Oh boy. Look for a weapon. Strengthen Saber. I feel like the Tiger Dojo gave it away. Because the Tiger Dojo's, we need a weapon or whatever. Strengthen, or, no, wait, no. Give Saber back her sheath. That's what they gave away. Doi. Because of the Tiger Dojo, that feels like a given. But, like, so this is the one time. This is the first time, not gonna lie. This is the first time that I feel like I've been spoiled by the Tiger Dojo, and I feel like they said too much. Because I felt like they really played that on the head that you're supposed to give Saber back her sheath. But from what I saw and how I died, that does not make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Because, like, unless we're saying that Saber would have had a better time fighting Gilgamesh and could have backed us up quicker. Because otherwise, like, that fight shouldn't have had anything to do with me, like, not having the sheath. If anything, having the sheath should have made that better. I don't know, it just seems weird. Anyways, give Saber back her sheath. Strengthen Saber or look for a weapon. I mean, it's obviously give Saber back her sheath, but I feel like I'm cheating. So, I don't know. It's just weird. It feels like they were clearly implying that I was supposed to give Saber back her sheath, but that feels wrong. So I don't know if the Tiger Dojo is trying to screw with me. I don't know. I don't know if it's trying to screw with me. If it is, good job, Tiger Dojo. You screwed with me. I'm just going to pick give Saber back her sheath. I might look at what these do later, unless it turns out I'm wrong. Then I'll definitely do it later. Let's just do give Saber back her sheath. Let's return this sheath to its rightful owner. I don't know if I'll succeed until I try. But Saber put her hand into my body to check for the sheath's existence. Then it shouldn't be impossible to take it out. I did make a save point there, right? I was talking so long. Yeah, I did. Are you serious, Shiro? I don't know, the Tiger Dojo said so I guess we're doing it. It still doesn't feel right, but I don't want to pick something else if it's just going to inevitably lead to another bad end again. I mean, I know it'll be the same bad end, but just feels like, why waste my time? I don't know. And if I'm being tricked and it's not true that this is what I'm doing, then I feel like the Tiger Dojo shouldn't have red-haired me, but... Are you serious, Shiro?
本気だよ。もともとあれはセイバーのものだろ。ならセイバーに返すのは当然だし、この鞘があればあいつにだって勝てるかもしれない。
Saber Shiro Power of Love snores. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. I kind of like the Power of Love. I do think the Power of Love being what wins them the fight is dumb, but I feel like I've embraced the dumb at this point, so... I'm serious. It's yours to begin with, right? So it's only natural to give it back to you. And you might be able to beat him if you have it. But I feel like I might have chose this. If I chose strategy first, I might have chose this first. But now that I've gotten to how I died, it just feels wrong. But I don't know. Unless I die differently depending on the wrong choice. But it's still the same bad ending. Then it would feel like the Tiger Dojo could be very misleading unintentionally. My magical energy will certainly increase if I have my sheath back.
ですが、それでもギルガメッシュに勝てる保証はありません。それに、鞘を摘出してしまったら、白はどうするのです。
But I can still not guarantee that I'd be able to beat Gilgamesh. And if you take out that sheath, what will you do? Oh shoot, fighting in the comments. I think the love story between Shiro and Saber is good. I like it. I do think them winning their fights through power of love is a little dumb, but the actual love story itself, I like how it was handled.
鞘を取ってしまえば、もう。
If you take the sheath out, I won't heal even if I get hurt. But that's normal. I've relied too much on this body of mine without even knowing it. I mean, yeah, it's true. He's never really been relying on it. But at the same time, he was also suicidal before, where now he's not. Arguably, you could start relying on it now that you know about it. And it would have really helped in the Kirei fight, but I guess not. Because we got a dead end anyway, so I don't know. I've relied too much on this body of mine without even knowing about it. People die when they're killed. Yeah, they do. I feel like that's a meme. I feel like I heard that line somewhere in some meme. But yes, people do die when they're killed. That is correct. I can't be protected from such a normal thing now. It's the meme. But I mean, it's true they die when they're killed. But if you have the sheath, you shouldn't die because you won't be killed properly.
鞘を取ってくれ、セイバー。これは俺たちが勝つための絶対の条件だ。
Take the sheath, Saber. We need to do this to win. I thought that was an anime meme, not gonna lie. I like roughly, vaguely knew of the meme. I thought that was related to the first anime. And that was like, oh, this is one of the reasons the anime is dumb, is because people die when they're killed. But if it's in the visual novel too, then I guess just embrace the stupidity. Take the sheath, Saber. We need to do this to win. Somehow. I don't know why that's true, but... Dash, 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 dash. I do understand, though, you know, seeing it in context. It's still kind of dumb, but I get it. I get what he's saying. Biting her lip painfully, Saber doesn't answer. I don't know how long that lasted. Just as the clouds disappear and moonlight starts to shine in through the window.
わかりました、マスター。あなたの心をお借りします。
Alright, Master, I shall borrow your heart. Okay, that seems maybe a little too sexual. I thought we were disappearing from the sexualness. Maybe me giving you the sheath will stop you from going away when the Grail War is over. Is that too hopeful thinking? I don't know. Saber nods at my words.
それでは始めます。準備はいいですか、シロ。
Then I shall begin. Are you ready, Shiro?
いいぞ。遠慮なく始めてくれ。
Yeah, go right ahead. Saber agrees. Saber places her hand on my chest and... Oh boy. Uh-oh. It is kind of narratively fitting for him to give the sheath back. If I had been given this choice before seeing the Tiger Dojo, or rather, before getting to the ending where I actually died and I feel like the sheath didn't make a fucking difference, I probably would have thought that this made sense. Because why? I thought I had more water, and I just went to grab my second glass of water and realized my second glass is empty as well, so I'm out of water. Probably going to be breaking soon in that case. It does feel narratively fitting because he was all like, I've only been living the life since the fire 10 years ago or whatever from the sheath. And, you know, that's when I got the sheath. So to fully embrace moving onward and accepting everything, yada yada, I should remove the sheath that saved me from that fire, because now it means, you know, the fire is no longer important to me. I can understand that. There also could have been the through line if they did it after the fact, like after the fight is over, he could have removed the sheath, like used it for one last fight, and then been like, no, I had to resolve the stuff with the fire first, and then remove the sheath after the fight. That could have worked either way, but I think narratively that doesn't make a lot of sense. It's just knowing that how Carrie killed me doesn't look like it had anything to do with the sheath is what makes this weird, but we'll see. Plunges into my body. My job is easy. Taking out the sheath is similar to the steps in the projection magic. The sheath of the holy sword is melted into my body. I just need to gather it. Oh, we're going to have sheath sex. Oh, boy. I just need to gather it into one place and form it like it was before. Of course, that's just the image. I say I'll return it to its original form, but it's only the magical energy that will be shaped like that. Saber's the one who gave it shape. The cluster of magical energy will take shape in Saber's, the possessor's hand. I'm just helping her. In that sense, it's very fitting, especially before the final fight. Yeah, before or after the final fight, I think either way could work, depending on how they want to structure it, but... As if making something from nothing. But you can't something from nothing equivalent exchange! I take the scattered pieces of the sheath and carefully reproduce it without flaw. Dash, dash, dash. 2 lit up lines. Ooh. My body's burning. Projection is way beyond my level. The magic surely kills my body every time I use it. My body. It kills my body every time I use it, and yet I still don't die. Which means I don't die when I'm killed. Yeah! It destroys my nerves, burns my skin, crushes my brain, and makes me a vegetable. And yet I don't die because of the sheath? Is that why I haven't been dying because of the sheath the whole time? But it's the only weapon I have, and this is the only way to help Saber. I imagine her figure as I saw it in my dreams. Oh, we're going back to the sabersexual. The golden sheath, suited to the king who ran through many battles. Ah, yes, the one with the golden hair and the golden sheath versus the one with the golden armor. Who's got better golden locks? Who's the true Goldilocks of this story? Who's the blonde that's going to have the most fun? I take what protected the king and led her to numerous victories and reproduce it vividly without any mistake. So that no matter what happens, I engrave it into my mind so that I will not forget it, no matter what kind of end awaits us. Dash, dash. What happened? What happened, Shiro? What happened? Did you do something weird? Because you're an alien? Oh, wait, the regular song is playing, so I don't think anything alien weird happened. I hear Saber's voice. Something that was blinding my body for a long time escapes my body. Binding it.
見事ですシロ。ここまで完璧に戻せるなんて。
Shiro is good at
他の
that.
誰にもできません。
It's his one real fucking skill. Amazing. This is excellent, Shiro. No one else will be able to reproduce it so perfectly. Maybe now that it's lifted, I can actually be more smart in the fight. Maybe I wasn't feeling pain because of the sheath. And maybe the sheath not being there means I'll feel pain, and that pain will give me the strength, or rather the strength I need to resist the badness and fight better. Maybe there's some arguableness to that, but I don't feel like the sheath ever stopped me from feeling pain. It just made it so the pain went away, but... It must be perfect, as Saber seems surprisingly happy. Dash, dash. My body is burning, and I fall onto my butt.
あ、シロ、すごい汗です。今拭くものを持ってきます。
Shiro, you're sweating a lot. I'll bring something to wipe it away. Of course, Shiro would be god tier projecting and copying stuff. I mean, yeah, that's always copying stuff, as in trying to copy the way of the Kiritsugu. Saber runs to the house. Listening to her footsteps, I let out a sigh. I felt it was perfect too. Hey, you actually like yourself for once. You actually thought you did a good. You don't usually think you did a good. You think you do a good. That means you like yourself. Good job. Congratulations. It was so perfectly done. I believe no further projection will be as perfect as that. That's the problem of hitting perfection early is, well, I've made it perfect now. I can't do anything better than that. Oops.
じゃあな。今までありがとう。
Bye. Thanks for everything, Sheath. See you later. I bid farewell to that which was part of me until now. That which, you know... Now that I'm finally ready to move on from the fire, I like it. I like the symbolism. But is he actually gonna, you know, voice the symbolism, or are we gonna keep it subtle? The golden sheath that protected her, and then protected me, but also served as an anchor. While it was meant to be with her, it was never meant to be with me. It merely weighed me down, made me suffer for merely existing. Now I can exist without the suffering. I'll never forget it. Even if it leaves my body, its figure has been engraved into my heart. Okay. Oh, this is different. The moon is distant. The clouds have cleared, and the darkness is a dim blue glow. Daybreak is close. The long night is about to end. Oh, it's the same words, but in a more fancy cinematic. Does this mean the fight will be fancier too? This is the final moment. The final countdown. Going through the night, Saber and I have reached our final destination. Fox only. How many references can I make?
シロ、これは。
Shiro, this time he ain't repressing memories. He's not forgetting, he's simply accepting and moving on. That's right. Accept and move on. That's the I feel like there's a reference in there too, but I can't place it. Alright, with this, actually, I will go ahead and throw up, Alright, no dead end this time? Go ahead and throw up a save point. Maybe we're really, for sure, really going for the final battle this time. Don't know. Hard to say. Never can tell with fate. But what I do know is I have to pee and refill my water. Shiro, this is... Saber sounds tense. I feel the same way. As I nod, I can feel sweat dripping down my neck. So it's basically the same stuff, but it wasn't considered the same scene, and we didn't get a chance to skip it. Interesting. The mountain feels like one big living thing. Chills and pressure assail me every time I take a step. No, the air really is thick and wet.
マナの密度が高い。10年前と同じです。おそらく
Mana is
上
dense
では
here.
もう
This is just like 10 years ago, I expect. The summoning of the Holy Grail has begun, or it's already over. No, it can't be over. We have to save Elia-chan! Either way, that must mean that Lancer has fallen to
確認
Gilgamesh.
するぞ、セイバ
I'm gonna make sure. Oh. I'm going to make sure, Saber. Excuse me?
ー。上に着いたら、あとは戦うだけだ。セイバーはギルガメッシュの相手を頼む。
Still the same thing with splitting the
俺
fights.
はマスター、
So,
琴峰を撃つ。
I was thinking strategizing might mean they decide to fight together. Nope. Giving the, I'm not gonna lie, we didn't strategize. There was no strategy. Me giving her the sheath is not count as a strategy. That's not a strategy. If anything, it's a tactic. There's a difference between tactics and strategies, and that was very much a tactic, not a strategy. Anyways, I'll take care of his master, Kotomine.
お互いの戦いには手を出さない。どちらかが相手を倒せば、それで終わりだ。
We won't assist each other, we just have to beat one of our opponents.
ええ。今回だけは私は自分の戦いに専念します。それに、琴峰はあなたが倒すべき敵だ。
Yes, I'll concentrate on my own fight this time, and Kotomine is an enemy you must defeat.
そうだな。よし。
Leave me, you two, Saber. Don't let the guy beat you.
はい。誇りにかけて彼には負けるわけにはいかない。
I'll swear on my pride that he'll not
サーバント
defeat
と
me,
してで
not
は
as a
な
servant,
く
as a heroic
命
spirit.
令として
Can't allow him to beat me. Saber says so strong without hesitation or distress. Ooh, this zoom in on her body I don't think we got last time. Unless I'm wrong, there's nothing more to say. We'll go to battle and determine the winner as the last remaining masters. Even if in the process, if one of us dies, the other needs only defeat their enemy. Even if I die, if Saber beats Gilgamesh, Kotomine won't be able to obtain the Holy Grail. That's a dark way that they could end. What if I get killed by Kotomine and Saber beats Gilgamesh? I mean, that definitely wouldn't be a very happy ending, but how much happier would it be if I win and Saber ends up fizzling away anyways? At least we'll have Elia, right? If they don't fully fulfill the Grail, then we can have Elia waifu, even if Rin really is dead, which I guess she isn't, but I'm gonna pretend she is, because that was a good death scene. At the same time, even if Saber dies, if I defeat Kotomine, Gilgamesh won't blabba booba deeboo. There's no need to help each other. I do not agree with that logic, but fine. Our battles have already gone their separate ways. I don't agree with that either, but okay. I feel like you're both carrying on some of the Kiritsugu to an extent, but whatever. We go up the stone stairs. Alright, again, they're just making it prettier. Because you're doing it correct, they're making the representation prettier. The air gets denser the closer we get to the mountain gate. The sweat drips down my neck. Ominous premonitions prick at my skin. Our strongest opponents await at the top of the stairs. But, Demosa. I really don't care about that. We go up the stairs. The mountain gate is approaching. This is the end. No matter who wins this battle, Saber will disappear. Ooh, icky. The long and short days of battle will end and Saber will vanish from this world. She's gonna return to her proper time. I return to her proper time and die on the hill? Woof. But you can't... I mean, before it wouldn't have been that bad to use the Grail to make her stay in this time, but now that we know the Grail's just kind of a dick, it makes sense to resolve to stop it, which means... what you say? I can't say I have no regrets. We could have at least, had sex that one time we slept together, but oh well. Losing Saber. Losing the one I promised to protect, the one whose happiness I wished for. This is new dialogue. I don't know yet how hard it'll be. You won't know until it happens. That's usually how it goes. We're still walking together and I can feel her presence. I'm not yet ready to lose her. You rarely ever are ready to lose someone. And if you are ready to lose them, then it probably means you just don't like them very much. Even if I knew many days ago. Even if I knew from the moment we met that there would be a parting at the end. Aw, deep down you knew? Yeah. The inner Shiro you were ignoring? Dash, 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 dash. Because, when she entered your life, it started, escalating, where you've always been ignoring the truth, running from it, hating the you that you are now, all the regrets and feelings. When Saber showed up, not just that, oh, she's the pretty waifu, but it was sort of an abrupt change to your life that you welcomed, because you feel like you were just a walking, living on borrowed time, and you hated the idea that this would come to an end. But now, with the whole scene in the basement, you've accepted the moving on, which, that's probably sort of why you were so, beforehand, you were so into the idea of, you were so like, Saber, just stay, because you were just trying to prolong your internal, like, because you have so many issues, and this was like your escapism almost. The Grail War was almost a weird form of escapism, despite how fucked up it is. It's the idea of the chance to be a hero, and Saber, for you as a waifu, all that kind of packed in together. You didn't want it to end. You wanted it to prolong. It's partially probably why you never bothered going out looking for other masters. You just wanted this dreamlike experience to continue before the basement. And that's why you're like, Saber, just stay with me, hoping that the dream continue after you wake up, as it were. But you've already woken up now, I guess. So, now it's just a waking dream at this point. The Holy Grail War was just an extended therapy session for Shiro. Yeah, pretty much. Saber's an interesting therapist. Thinking back, there were so many memories. Nights when we walked together and times we fought together. I selfishly tried hard in the beginning, thinking that I couldn't let a girl fight. She trained me hard in the dojo. I slept in the shed because I was unable to sleep with a girl in the next room. We had lunch together. Yeah. Saber liked the bath, was satisfied when the food was good, liked the clothes Tosaka prepared for her, and talked with Fujine. And remember when Sakura existed too? She pushed herself, took all the burdens onto her shoulders, and finally collapsed. And we shared our hearts in that ruin, with the dragon sex. I've been crazy since then. I think you were a little crazy before then. I couldn't think of anything but Saber, and after my reasons for fighting changed, I realized that I loved Saber. How can I lose someone like that? You always have to lose everyone eventually. Even if you don't want to, the only way you don't lose everyone at some point is if they lose you first. So, tying your own life to one other life is always, scary. And I understand marriage kind of does just that, but it's unlikely that you both actually go out at the same time. Shira now has to walk the talkie spout in the basement. Yeah. Dash, 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 dash. Saber doesn't say anything. I can't say anything either. When these stairs end, if we reach the top, there'll be nothing for us to talk about. I guess in that sense, it makes sense for them to separate and do their fights the separate way. If he's already, you know, accepted the idea that Saber is just going to be no more, that's why he wants so desperately to do the fight separately. Yeah, that's bittersweet. Losing Saber and parting with her will happen in the future, but really it's happening right now. But this moment is the only time allotted for us for farewells. Could have done the farewell before, you know. Because the sheath thing wasn't that big of a deal, you could have done the sheath thing and then said a few things like, yeah, so we're probably never going to talk again. Thanks, it was cool meeting you, bye-bye. Before coming up to the thing, because at any time we could theoretically get ambushed, you know. Kirei and Gilly both seem like the type of people that would just wait for us and attack when we come. But, you know, just to be safe, I think it would have been better to get this out of the way at the house. I know it's more dramatic to do it here, but... We go up the stairs. If I don't want to say goodbye, I can just talk to her about meaningless things. Is there a fucking choice? Like going to town after we go home. Haha. Kind of like how you talked about how Rin would blah 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 after she went to sleep. And then she went to sleep and no, she literally, it was a fucking death. Metaphorical sleep, literal death. It just feels like that's exactly the kind of parting that you gave to Rin, and she didn't. Anyways, I'm still gonna pretend like she's actually dead, even though I can definitely tell she wasn't actually supposed to die, even though she definitely had a good death there that didn't apparently happen. Ambushes are no fun. Or what she wants for breakfast tomorrow morning. Such meaningless things. But yeah, that's exactly the kind of death that Rin just had in the recent scene. Quote-unquote death or whatever. Apparently she was actually sleeping. I don't know. But yeah, so it would be weird to bring this up now as a way for Saber, our final talk, even though we just had our final talk with Rin that went the same way, or at least that's how I felt it went. Anyways. I can't even talk about such things. If I talk, that'll be our final conversation. I mean, yeah. And if you don't, then that means you've already had your final conversation. A clear end. Neither of us can offer a clear farewell. Yeah, sometimes it is just better to not do the farewell. Maybe you'll see again, maybe you won't, but if you do a farewell, then that almost gives you the okay to, you know, not want to see each other again. And so we reach the mountain gate. This is the final choice. Oh, do I have an actual choice? If we go on, it'll end. But if we go back, I might be able to find a way to avoid losing her. No, sure, I think it's too late for that.
Saber.
Saber. I stop and turn back to Saber. Saber is the same as always. Is the same always. Typos! A tense stare with a composed expression. No, Saber is the same always isn't actually have to be a typo. English is a funny language. The moment I see it, all kinds of temptations attack me. Yep. Like, let's run away. Like, if I don't want to lose her, I can go back. She would accompany me if I wished, but you know Kira is going to do some fugly-wuggly, so you can't let that happen. Dash, dash. And she'd probably still disappear after the Grail is used anyways, right? Even if it happens when you're not looking. If a Grail is used off-screen, does a Saber still disappear? In the forest? I don't know why it has to be in the forest, but you know, if a tree, blah blah blah. My determination wavers. That temptation rises in my throat. But I stop it.
行こう。これが最後の戦いだ。
Let's go. This will be our last battle. I declare that as a master, just as I always have. Saber nods silently. Wait, you declare that? Wait. The wording on that's a bit iffy. This will be our last battle. I declare that as a master, just as I always have. Yes, in every battle I say, this will be our last battle. Her eyes are strong-willed as always. Dash, 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 dash. So I won't have any regrets. She believes in me. I too believe that my choice is correct. We start for the mountain gate. We head into the battle with no return. I couldn't say anything and I couldn't tell her what I really wanted to tell her. But I want to believe that this silence was able to tell her my feelings. She knows. She definitely knows. The long stairs we climbed together. This is our final memory of our time together. Aw, this is sad. What a bittersweet ending. It really is starting to feel like there isn't going to be any, Deus Ex, they can somehow stay together after the fact ending. It's probably the golden path or whatever. But I don't know how they're going to do it, really. Because, I'm assuming different endings will give different waifus. But if this is already the Saber waifu route, will there be a Saber waifu route where we get to stay with Saber afterwards? I suppose it's possible we could have a Saber waifu route as like our first waifu route, and then other waifu routes, and then the super golden ultimate waifu route will go back to being Saber again? Or we just fucking harem, I don't know. Red light fills the mountaintop. The blowing wind is getting stronger, and it seems the source of it is that light, coming from the back of the grounds. Rin's fucking dead, fuck you, this is the Elia ending route. Saber dies, we get to be with Elia. We stop Kirei from turning her into a cup. Best ending. Stagnant air filled with the presence of death. This is like the fire back then. Dash, 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 dash. But it isn't like that. Within all this red light, something is about to emerge. From the back of the building, a black darkness oozing in the bright light. If this clearing is like a clear lake, then that mud is like an oil spill. Mud that spills, spreads, taints the ground, spills, spreads, grounds, and does not kill anything it swallows. It's like a visible curse. I am a magus too. I can sense that the thing only reacts to the human mind and only swallows human bodies. Wait, is this new? Because we were starting to repeat, but I feel like this is new, unless I'm stupid. Short-term memory loss?
来たか。待ちわびたぞ、セイバ
You're finally here. I've been waiting for you, Saber. Again, as always, they're showing better shots in this pathway, even though it's like saying the same stuff. What? I'm a magus too. I do not remember him saying that, though maybe I'm stupid. Only reacts to the human mind and only swallows human bodies. Then clearly we just don't need to have either of those things, which is fine because we're secretly an alien servant, right? He is there within all the rich colors, ignoring the blood red and the death-stained black. Got a better director, boys! Yeah. This is the, the final cut version. This is the Blu-ray DVD version versus the 4TV version. The servant clad in gold is waiting for us. No, for Saber in the middle of this place. Also, bonus, don't know how many of you guys are interested in Gundam Seed, but I am definitely interested in Gundam Seed. And I got the frickin', I ordered the Ultimate Collection or whatever that's coming. And they had an issue where they accidentally used the TV masters instead of the DVD Blu-ray masters. But anyways, because of that, they're doing a thing where they're gonna give us the TV masters, and then they're gonna give us the Blu-ray masters too for no additional charge. So that's actually really nice of them, and so that means you get a double Super Master Edition. So that's exciting. That was Ilya was talked about. I see. Ilya is best girl. The servant. Water down the wrong. The The servant is clad in gold. I got some mud in my mouth. The servant clad in gold is waiting for us. No, for Saber in the middle of this place.
頃合いも良い。聖杯もようやく重い腰を上げ、穴が開いたところだ。
And the time is about right. The Holy Grail has finally moved into action and the void has just opened.
この呪いこそが聖杯の中。我らサーバントをこの世に留める第三要素。
This curse is the contents of the Holy Grail, the third element which keeps us servants in this world.
10年前、お前が俺に浴びせたものだ。
Don't slash me, mommy. This is what you splashed me with 10 years ago. Gilgamesh is only looking at Saber. It goes the same for Saber. She takes a step forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her. Better music as well. Yeah, the whole thing is this is a really good, really crazy final cut change-up version. I was thinking that. I mean, for a lot of ways, I was like, this is kind of a lame climax. And now that we're actually getting it, now that we've picked the right choice, doesn't lead to our death. Suddenly, the climax feels good. It's like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen this done before. It's really interesting.
Gilgamesh, あなたの目的は何だ?
Feels a lot more epic, and it's just, I don't know. It's like it felt lame, and then it's like, oh, it's because it was a lame bad. I still think the bad ending was lame. I feel even in the lamer version, they could have given me a good death. That felt like a lame death, not gonna lie. But Gilgamesh, what do you intend?
あの呪い、聖杯と偽っていたものを使って何を望む?
What do you wish for with that curse? That thing falsely presented as the Holy Grail.
望みなどないと言っただろう。琴峰が聖杯をどう扱おうと俺は知らん。
This feels like new dialogue, right? It's sparsed here and there in between. I told you that I have no wish. I do not care how Kotomine will use the Holy Grail. You just want to have it because it's yours, yeah.
今のところ。
Oh?
俺の関心はお前だけだ。
Alright. For now, my only concern is you. As if in answer to Saber, the Golden Knight raises his hand. Yeah, this is definitely new. We didn't see any of the fight last time. We just walked away immediately. At the same time, the air behind him sways like a haze. It was weird. We didn't get an interlude at all. So I feel like in this good version, we're going to get the interlude, which that doesn't surprise me. But everything else being so different does surprise me. At the same time, the air behind him sways like a haze. That kind of rhymes. Sways like a haze? Almost. The king's treasure, hundreds of noble phantasms, are loaded like bullets.
ようやくこの時が来たか。今までずーっと考えていたぞ、セイバー。
Yeah, in the last one, he just wanted to get us to get the fuck out before the fight began. I guess because our temperament is different now, or something. In this version, he's like, no, we'll fight more. Well, I don't mind if he sees some of the fight, or whatever, I suppose. Or maybe it's because Saber brought up his request first that he decided to get so giddy, because she didn't say anything in the other one, so he got the first chance to talk. Yes, the time has finally come. I've been looking forward to this all this time, Saber. No, he did. Well, I don't know. She did say some things, I think. Not much? I don't remember.
嫌がるお前をどう組み伏せ、あれを飲ませるか。
How to pin you down and make you swallow that. Make you swallow what? Her pride? So that you really make her hers? Because, yeah, I don't remember him really talking about how, I'll make you mine, in the other version either.
泣きむせぶ顔を踏みつけ、その体を染め抜くほどの泥を飲ませ、もだえ死ぬに耐えきれず俺の足元にすがりつく。
The way you'll be able
その汚れ切った姿をな。
The way you'll be unable to stop yourself from going crazy, disgracing yourself and begging at my feet. Ooh, you and your chocolatey voice.
よく言った。ならば、その身が同じ末路をたどろうと異論はないな。
A Gilgamesh begging. That I'd like to see. Well said. Then you shall have no objections to yourself meeting the exact fate. Oh, the wind sword. We haven't seen that in a while. Another step. Saber steps into range of the many noble phantasms. But she's not dual wielding. So much missed potential on using the 200 power. This isn't a battle I can do anything about. The battle between Saber and Gilgamesh is something no human can interfere with. But you're like an alien. Whatever. The Sword of Birth is still not natural for a Magus of his power. If he really can do that, and that has nothing to do with the sheath, then he's definitely some kind of frickin' shonen bullshit protagonist, I guess.
それでこそセイバー。
This is what I expect of you, Saber.
俺には勝てないと知った上でなおその気概。宴の終わりを飾るにふさわしい。
This he did say last time. That strong spirit. Even though you know you can't defeat me, it is indeed suitable to end this party. But...
邪魔はいらぬ。そこの雑種。琴峰に用があるのなら早々に
And
消
now
え
he
ろ。
says this. Okay.
奴は祭壇で貴様を待って。
I do not want any intrusions. You mongrel. Disappear right now if you want to see Kotomine. He's waiting for you at the altar. He also worded that differently, but said basically the same thing. Kotomine is waiting. Such a director's cut. It's so fucking different and better. It's crazy how much better and different it is. I glance at Saber. So maybe the fight will be better. Really, the only thing, you know, with non-fight stuff, when it's fancy, I take note of it and I appreciate it. But it's really with fight stuff that I care the most about. So I guess that's why it was the fight that I noticed the most when it was so lame. But, yeah, the entire thing was lamer by comparison. I glance at Saber. She nods while looking at Gilgamesh. Her figure tells me that she is wishing me her best. I turn around. The one I need to face isn't here. Behind me. As I run, I hear the battle start. The back of the building. Behind the main temple is a large lake. This image is the same. Untouched by humans, the lake is holy as if a Dragon King lives in it. The clear blue water is pure and the lake isn't even murky. That's new. But that's all in the past. Oh, there's actual motion! The lake now has none of these characteristics. The red light is in front of my eyes. And the sea of black tar. And... oh yeah. That's definitely a even prettier version of what they already had. Playing the loading theme. The void created. Well, it's true that we're loading the Grail. The void created in the air, and the girl presented as a sacrifice. It's where it's ready to load up the Grail for the wish. I liked the other image, but this image we get a closer upper shot of Elia, so that's always the best because I like Elia. Even if I don't like her like that, she's still, you know, a pretty eye candy. Oh yeah, more flashing, much more animation. It was with the fight that I really noticed the boringness, so. Kotomine. My calm mind instantly goes over the limit. I stop and glare at my enemy.
よく来たな、エミヤシロ。最後まで残ったただ一人のマスターよ。
Welcome, Emiyashiro, the last surviving master. He smiles sarcastically and opens his arms to welcome me. Kirei is not in this picture, though. Imagine if the fight is the exact same. No, I refuse. It's gotta be better. This is the site of our battle. This is the altar of the summoning in this Holy Grail war. Ilya, I'll save you. You're the wife who I have to save to beat the evil Kirei. Or other way around.
イリアを下ろせ。お前をぶちのめすのはその後だ。
Let Ilya down. I'll beat you up after that. Now he shows up. Now it's the same picture. They're still reusing that picture, though, at least once. There's about 10 meters between us. The fight will begin if I move another step. I don't know what kind of Magus Kotomini is, but I assume he'll use some kind of projectile weapon like Tosaka. That's a new line. And you're right. He does end up using a projectile weapon. Oh. But, what was I trying to say? Even in the past, he used more knivey things, whereas these are more tentacly things. But they're both projectile-ish, so there's some crossover. In comparison, I can only punch him. Dude, you got fucking magic swords that you can birth. Also, you're having some strategic thoughts going through your head. This is better. This means the fight probably won't play out the same. Even though I have the dagger Tosaka gave me, it's useless unless I get near him. Well, but you're still thinking of using the dagger to stab him instead of, you know, a sword birth sword? Once the fight starts, you'll have to run straight at him and stab his chest. That part of the plan still seems to be the same, though. First, I have to do something about Ilya. Unless without the sheath, he can't sword birth anymore. That would make no sense. He was making Caliburn. That was Excalibur's sheath. He was a cheating sheath, if that's the case.
おい、聞こえなかったのか。イリアを下ろせって言ったんだ。いい年して、子供をいじめて何が楽しい。
Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to let Ilya down. What's so fun about torturing a kid?
気持ちはわかるが、それはできない相談だな。聖杯は現れたが、その穴は未だ不安定だ。
I understand your feelings, but I cannot do that. The Holy Grail has appeared, but the void is yet unstable. I meant by him not dying when you doing OP magic due to regen. What? Oh, you mean that when he does OP magic like Sword Birth, it would normally hurt him too much and the sheath protected him? I guess there's that, but I mean, this is going to be a bittersweet ending anyway, so it could be a double kill. Maybe. It'd be sad for Ilya if that was the case. Especially if Rin is also actually dead. But if she's alive, then there's something, I suppose.
接点である彼女には命の続く限り耐えてもらわねば。
My wish will not
私の
come
願い
true
は叶わない。
unless she bears this until she dies. Until she dies. Then Ilya is still alive.
そうか。お前に下ろす気がないってんなら、力ずくで下ろすだけだ。
I see. If you have no intention of letting her down, I'll just have to use force.
お前の願い、その黒い泥を今すぐに止めてやる。
Oh, something really went down the wrong throat, I guess. I'll stop your wish. That black mud right now. Is it meant to be black mud? I feel like it should be like red mud. It really looks like red mud, but yeah.
ほう。
I guess it's a combination. Crimson.
お前には
Crimson
これ
mud.
が私の望みに見えるわけか。さすがはキリツグの息子だな。
That's not his wish, that's its weapon. I see. So this must appear to be my wish to you, as expected from the son of Kiritsugu.
よもや2代にわたって思い違いを続けるとは。
Wait. As expected of the son of Kiritsugu, I did not expect 2 generations to make the same mistake. But I also expected it because you're the son of Kiritsugu. So which is it? Do you expect it or not?
だと。
What?
この泥は私の手によるものではない。
This mud is not my making.
これは聖杯より溢れる力。本来は万能である
Ah,
は
this is
ず
new
の
dialogue.
無色の力だ。
This is the power leaking out of the Holy Grail, the colorless power that should have been omnipotent. Okay.
それを黒く染めるなど、人の力ではできぬ。
No human power is able to stain it back. Stain it? Stain it? Oh, stain it black. I was like, stain it? How do you hold something back by staining it? No human power is able to stain it black.
この聖杯はな、初めからこうなのだ。開けてしまえば最後、際限なく溢れ出し、最悪を巻き起こす。
This Holy Grail has been like this from the beginning. Once opened, it will flow out without end and cause a disaster. Oh, and you want another disaster like the fire 10 years ago. Because you think that'll bring more fun and deserved people and you enjoy disturbed people? I guess. Sure.
それがこの聖杯の正体だ。
That is the true identity of the Holy Grail.
この中にはあらゆる悪性、人の世を分け隔てなく呪うものが詰まっている。
This thing is filled with every evil, something that curses everything in this world. Yeah, second round of orphans. Just to power Gilly some more, I guess. I mean, now that Saber's gone, like, is Gilly gonna have interest in that anymore? I guess you could find something new and unique in another Grail Ward in a few years, but meh.
それを操ることなど誰にもできん。
No one can control such a thing. Dash, 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 dash. What's he saying? If that's true, then he became a master not for a wish, but just to open this up? Just for the chaos. Sounds like a Kirei move.
琴峰、お前の望みは何だ？
Does he even have one? Kotomine, what's your wish? I clench my teeth and glare at the black priest. It looks more purple from this angle, but I mean, there's black underneath, I guess. I mean, I suppose you could be talking metaphorically about his soul, but the man smiles.
そうだな。強いて言うならば、
Yep.
娯楽だよ。
Sounds right. Let's see, if anything, it's for entertainment. He makes a simple claim as if it's only natural.
だって。
Nandate?
わからないのか。例えば音楽だ。歌を楽しいと思うのはなぜだと思う。エミヤシロ。
Do you not understand? Music, for example. Why do people find music fun, Emiyashiro? I mean, it's entertaining. Why does anyone do the things they do? Yeah, entertainment sounds like a very valid reason. I let's play because I find it entertaining. Streaming because I think it's entertaining. I'm picking this game because Fate so far is pretty entertaining.
なんだってそんな。
Well...
では本はどうだ。物語が人を引きつけるのはなぜだと思う。
What about a book? Why do you think stories attract people? I think it depends on the book and depends on the person. I mean, if we're talking about fiction, because if you mean non-fiction, you know, those boring books I don't enjoy, but some people do like non-fiction, so you know. Well, I've never thought about it. You've never thought about it, Shiro, you dingus? This is one of the most basic things to think about.
そう。考えるまでもない。あらゆる娯楽、人間を喜ばせるもの、それらが楽しいのは、
Yes.
単に人間が作ったものだからだ。
You do not even need to think about it. Every entertainment exists to pleasure people. It's amusing because it was made by people. And you just find people amusing? Shiro does not have any hobbies. What a boring character. His hobby is strengthening every day to try and, you know, prep for when he becomes a hero in his non-existent future that now is starting to exist. It makes sense why I wouldn't think about it. Yeah, because he doesn't like himself very much and he doesn't really want to give himself things to like. Yeah, I didn't enjoy life before the war. That's true. That's true. It's amusing because it was made by people. So I guess the end result of that, Kirei, is that you just enjoy people? Sounds about right.
よいか。あらゆる創造物は人間の内より生じるもの。つまるところ、この世で最も愉快なものとは人間に他ならない。
All creation comes from
むき
within
出しの
people.
人間こそが
In
最
short,
高の娯楽となる。
the most entertaining things in the world are ningen, are humans themselves. Bear humans are the best entertainment in the world. Bear humans? You mean naked ones? Ooh, like Elia's kind of naked right now, but she counts as a human.
それに比べれば、彼らが生み出す娯楽など二次的なものだ。
Compared to that, entertainment created by people is just secondary. I don't know. I mean, for me, I think it's primary. I really like a lot of the entertainment. But sure, whatever. You know, primary, secondary. It's all pretty good, I guess.
そう、 音楽も物語も愛憎も憐憫も信頼も裏切りも道徳も背徳も幻想も真実もすべて抱きすべき不純物に過ぎん。
Yes, music, stories, like, dislike, pity, belief, betrayal, morals, corruption, illusion, truth. It is all just trash to be discarded. Discarded and enjoyed? Wouldn't you enjoy it though? Oh yeah, Kotomine is definitely up there as one of the best girls. He's definitely at least A+.
そのようなもの、所詮は残りかすに過ぎぬ二流の
Wow.
娯楽。
You're a bit of an elitist prick. Such things are mere second-rate, trashy entertainment. Music and stories, but then you piled on like, dislike, pity, belief, betrayal. I mean, there's betrayal in I think you would like the emotions of the humans, right? The betrayal and the corruption. Isn't that what you like? So, I don't know. I feel like... okay, sure. I get what you're saying, but I feel like you worded it weird.
私が楽しみたいのは人間そのものでな。そのような余分なものなどもはや口に合わん。
What I like to enjoy are people themselves. Such pointless things are not my taste. What an elitist! What an elitist prick! You know, even if you think something is kind of trash, you can enjoy trash. You can have, like, you know, guilty pleasures. You can have junk food interests. Just because you can differentiate between what is trash and what is not trash doesn't mean you can't enjoy trash in its own way sometimes. I think I enjoy some trash occasionally. It can also be fun to, you know, enjoy trash to make fun of it. But of course, it has to actually be bad in that case. Because if it's just boring, that's the worst. So long as it's not boring, then it's terrible. Oh, of course it makes sense for Kotomine to say that. I'm just saying from my perspective, I like your silly, trashy media. But even if you think it's trashy, so long as you think, I guess trash, the worst thing is for it to be boring. If you think it's boring, which is probably what he actually thinks it is, I just wouldn't associate trash with boring. I think trash is worse than boring, which subsequently means it can be better than boring at the same time, if you know what I mean. I might have to take a break to eat soon. I'm getting the hungers, but not yet. Such pointless things are not my taste. Speaking of taste.
そのためには営みなどという贅肉は削ぎ落とさなければならない。
For that, we need to discard excess things such as their lives.
走馬灯というものがあるだろう。それと同じだ。人間は死の瞬間にのみ価値がある。生存という助走距離を持って高く飛び、空に届き尊く輝くもの。
You heard of
その
flashbacks,
瞬きこ
right?
そが私の望みだ。
Yes, some anime and manga go way overboard, like Naruto, way too many flashbacks. I feel like there's a limit. People have value only at the moment of their deaths. Using their lifetime to gain momentum, they jump high to dazzle. That flicker is my wish. He likes the moment of death, seeing their life flash before their eyes. That is one twisted motivation, but makes him a juicy villain for sure. Flash forward. There are occasional flash forwards. They're not done as often, but sure. Oh, Fate's Day had a flash forward actually. When we got stabbed by Lancer before we went back and played as Rin. That was a flash forward.
それがお前の求めた質問の答えだ。
That is the answer to your question. Makes sense.
お前たちが平穏を糧にするように。
As you feed on peacefulness. Does he? Does he feed on it? Feed on it is a weird choice of words.
この身は星の光を食べて生きている。
I live by feeding on this planet's light. Wouldn't that mean I feed on the dark if you feed on the light? Because peace would kind of be the light. Dash. The priest offering a speech with his hands apart is abnormal. I feel a chill, but not at his speech. Not at his speech? What at then? It's a pretty chilling speech. At the priest himself, because he looks like a holy being while he says he wants to enjoy humans. I mean, that's kind of holy, right? In a way.
つまりお前は
I love Sumari, just because it sounds like English, it sounds like English summary. But in Sumari, so you And it kind of means something similar to in summary in English. It means something similar, not quite the same, but... So you...
ああ、10年前の火災は悪くなかった。小規模ではあったが、通常ではありえない刺激に満ちていたから。
Yes. The fire 10 years ago wasn't too bad. It was on a small scale, but it was filled with unusual incitement. It was okay, I guess. You want to cause a bigger disaster. Wow.
そう。私が望むものなどその程度だ。
These are the only things I wish for. That's, I mean... That's, you know, it's hard to get more villainous than that. What you wish for is purely this despair of others. So because, you know, you eat it up. You enjoy it. So it's hard for anyone else to, you know, be like, well, okay, that is kind of weird, but we could still be friends, right? I mean, I guess he has a weird kind of relationship like that with Gilly, but, yeah, Kira's the real ultimate despair.
人における最高のきらめきがある。それはお前自身も体験したことではないかな、エミヤシロ。
Such a hell contains an explosion of souls, the best flicker a man can give. You must have experienced that as well, Emiya Shiro. Explosion of souls. So not just regular despair, but mass despair. You want to cause the greatest, most awful despair-inducing event in human history? Of course, that's how it happened. It was with the Grail.
どうだ。無念のまま朽ちる人間の叫びは
Ultimate
胸に
crossover.
迫るものがあっただろう。
See? People dying in regret must have touched your heart, did it not? Yeah, it touched it, but not in the way that you're being touched. You're touched very differently. Show me on the doll where he touched you. You? Don't talk shit. Oh, shoot. Getting serious. Shiro wished for others' happiness. Kiri wished for others' suffering. Yeah, pretty much. Don't talk shit. That time. Interesting that Kiri was okay to... if he really was okay for him to have his wish, what was it that he wanted him to have his wish only to find out how much terrible it would be once he realized that the Grail, you know, tends to fuck things up? That's probably it. But there could be a mix of just seeing, you know, that only to do a worse thing himself afterwards, possibly. That time. That hell can't be contained with just that one sentence. One sentence? Which sentence? See, people dying in regret must have touched your heart. Oh, that sentence. Yeah. Ooh. That is kind of one sentence that sums things up wrong, for sure.
理解してくれたか。いびつな形ではあるが、私ほど人間を愛している者はいない。
Do you understand now?
私ほど聖杯にふさわしい人間もいまい。
He admits the distortion. It is in a distorted fashion. But no one loves humans as much as I. Therefore, no one is more appropriate than myself to receive the Holy Grail. As far as loving humans goes, I could make a slight comparison to, let's say, Izaya Orihara from Durara. He's one of my typical loving human characters that I think of. But usually, you tend to... Someone like that would love both the hope and the despair. They'd love both sides of the coin. They'd love all of humanity. Whereas you seem to be more laser-focused on just enjoying the juicy despair and not caring as much about the hope, finding that boring. So, definitely more of a villainous type. More straight-up villain. The priest laughs in satisfaction. As if he thinks that event where people died in vain is wonderful from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, it's icky.
そういうことか。
Oh, I see. Yeah, you finally found your ultimate villain, Shiro. I concentrate on my feet. I put my powers into my legs, about to jump forward. I do tend to enjoy characters that enjoy humanity, but it's, you know, more interesting when they enjoy both aspects. Kira's a little more lazy because he only likes despair. No, it's fine. He's a fun character still. Director's cut did a lot for the rivalry. Oh, definitely. About to jump forward. It gave maybe...
つまり殺していいんだな
In summary, I can kill you. Yeah. This gave him a lot of more motivation, determination. In the other pathway, without Kira explaining himself, maybe Shiro was too unmotivated to really do what needs to be done. Because he's always been such a nice person. But this, when faced with such an obvious evil, even Shiro's not gonna back down. I jump forward with all my might. It's about 10 meters to him. I'll go straight at him and... Uh-oh, the tentacles are still there, though. Dash. I jump sideways. This is the result of my instincts of not wanting to die. Surpassing my desire to kill him. Surpassing your desire to kill him, that's new. Dash. I roll sideways onto the ground and look up. That's... Okay, yeah, they got better animation this time. This is what I thought. Like, the fight was bad. With the animation, especially. The other stuff I didn't really care as much about. It's nice now seeing it better. But here I could tell it was bad. I look at the place I was running over. A sort of burning. The burning sound is coming from the black mud stretching out from the lake. It's like a black carpet. The mud slashed like a whip, attacking me as I went after Kotomine and left a mark on the ground. And we've already built up a better understanding of what the whips are beforehand too, when we got a close-up of them, or we didn't get the close-up in the other path. They're still different how the life was and stuff. It's enjoyable in different ways. What, are you talking about the two versions? I mean, I think this version is just straight up better. Or are you talking about Izaya versus, like, Kirei? Yeah, they have different, you know. One likes humanity, all aspects, the hope and the despair. Kirei just likes the despair, which makes him definitely much more easy villainous, as opposed to Izaya, who can, you know, go back and forth.
言い忘れていたが、すでにお前は私の射程に入っている。加えてこれは生き物に敏感でな。
I forgot to tell you, but you are already within my range. And to add, this thing is sensitive to living beings.
動き回るのは勝手だが、不用意に動くと死ぬぞ。
I do not mind you moving, but you'll die if you move carelessly. Uh-oh! Dash. Much better animations. Like, it's only really in the fights that I really care, so that's why I noticed, I guess. I jump to avoid the black mud mercilessly attacking me. Screw moving carelessly, he's ready to kill me! Damn you fake priest! Because I remember way back in the first ever fight with Archer versus Lancer, I was like, wow, you know, I was expecting to be let down by the fights because, you know, the anime was so good with the fights in Fight Zero. And I still think, obviously, the anime probably does these fights better. But I was impressed with how good they were percepted for a visual novel form. Which is why this fight stuck out to me when it was lame in the lame version. Because they usually have good motion and movement and stuff. And it really gets me pumped and gets me in the mood of the fight. So I can appreciate it. I appreciate it more now that they took it away from me for a second. Damn you, fake priest. I stand up, still keeping watch over the lake. The distance to Kotomine hasn't changed. That means this 10 meters is as near as he wants me to get. But that tentacle of mud stretches without limit. It'll come after me if he wants it to, and I'm sure there are more than one. Oh, the picture slightly changed. He put his, like, hand behind his back. I heard Yoroku Shibe, or whatever. Rejoice! Oh, so you're ready to fight. That pleases me. Oh, you're rejoiced, you mean? You Yoroku Shibode. That's a meme. I remember when he was Yoroku Shiboing in the beginning. Rochambeau.
このまま立ち去るのなら殺しようがなかったが、お前本人が争うのであれば問題はない。
I could not kill you if you were to run away, but there will be no problem if you attack me. The view and choice system really makes you appreciate some things more and gives context. I mean, it's not even the choice system. It's just that this is the only time they've done this that I can tell, where you choose one and it's all epic, and you choose the other and it's just kind of, it's the same stuff but lamer. I don't know if they've ever done that before in this game, and I don't know if I've ever seen it elsewhere in any other game. It's really interesting, but yeah, it definitely stood out to me, the fights specifically. It doesn't really have anything to do with the choice system. Looking at the long term, it's good that they cut a lot in the bad end so it doesn't spoil shit in the good ending. I agree, but I still kind of think they could have made the fight a little prettier even in the bad ending. That's the only thing I would argue with. They can cut all the extra dialogue in the bad ending, it's fine, but I just think that they could have still kept the fight prettier. Because I feel like I still want to enjoy myself when I'm getting a bad ending. The worst thing you can ever get is boringness, essentially. And I felt that bad ending was rather boring. But anyways, there'll be no problem if you attack me.
何しろこれでも神に仕える身だ。助けを求める者を殺めるわけにもいかない。
I serve God, so I cannot kill someone who is pleading for their life.
よく言う。人を背中から襲ったやつがな。そんな言葉を吐くんじゃない。
Don't lie. You can't say that after attacking someone from behind. You must remember what happened with Lancer. Oh, and Lancer skewered me. I see. That's true. Cannot kill someone who's pleading for their life. I mean, to be fair, Shiro wasn't technically pleading for his life at that point, so I mean, he's not necessarily wrong. Kotomine laughs as if in admiration.
そうだったな。お前にはあれで愛想が尽きていた。
Oh yes, I hated you for that. Hated me? For which part? Which part with Lancer? The one where he just killed me in the basement? Or the one where he killed me at the very beginning of the war? And why did you hate me exactly?
これ以上先延ばしにする必要はない。
There's no need to put this off any longer. I won't doubt that you hate me given how much, I like helping people and you like hurting people. But sure.
正直に言うとな、エミヤシロ。私はお前に期待していたのだ。リンがお前を教会に導いた夜、運命すら感じた。
Yeah,
お前
not
があの
surprised.
男の息子と分かり、内面まで似通っていると知った時の喜びなど分かるまい。
To be honest, I had hopes for you, Emiya Shiro. I felt some sort of fate when Rin came to the church with you. I could feel the fate you felt. I could feel the fate you felt. That's why it's... The idea that he had it planned all along is sketchy because I could sort of feel him feeling that fate. So the idea that he set up the circle for me, again, feels iffy. I feel like that's something we're just not going to find out in this pathway at this rate. You cannot know how happy I was when I found out that you were Kiritsugu's son and that you would like him on the inside as well. Not completely like him, but I guess now that we've seen the full story, I suppose he is closer to Kiritsugu than Kirei after all. There was just some darkness that was holding him back in a different way. Different way than what held Kiritsugu. Different type of darkness, but, a darkness still.
10年前に叶わなかった望み。エミヤ・キリツグという男に、こうしてもう一度引導を渡せるとは。
The wish that did not come true 10 years ago. I never expected that I'd be able to get my revenge on Emiya Kiritsugu. From beyond the grave. The tentacle whips out. The quivering mud covering from the lake is like a black snake. Dash. I bite my lip. This is the worst situation as I thought. The number of snakes continue to increase without end. I don't know how long I can survive, let alone how I can get close to him.
勝機がないのは当然だ。
It is only natural for you to be unable to win.
お前の生きた年数と私の生きた年数では大きく開きがある。
There is a large difference in the years we have lived.
埋められる差ではあるまい。
It's a difference you cannot overcome unless you have something major. Well, I have something less than major. I have unmajor. Because I did have the sheath and I gave it away. That means I'm double screwed. So I don't know, I got fucking nothing. Unless Shiro's gonna burst out with something like, oh, suddenly in this pathway I have a plan for some reason. Because I don't have the sheath anymore, it means I'm not bogged down. Or because I have the motivation to kill you, it means my sword birth. I don't know. The priest raises his hands. He glares at the heavens as if he is conducting an orchestra.
命をかけろ。
Put your life on the line. Fight is so much better, oh my gosh. Even ignoring all the extra lines and the extra motivation, the fight is so much better. And I mean, everything's been so much better, but the fight is the only thing I cared about, so.
あるいはこの身に届くかもしれん。
You might be able to reach me if you do so! Relying on this body too much, Shiro Emiya. That's true. I guess it's debatable that if he kept the sheath, he would have expected the sheath to pull him out of it subconsciously. And so in this version, he's not relying on the sheath, and that'll make him... That might be what does it, I guess. But he certainly doesn't have anything major. If anything, the major thing he has is the thing he doesn't have anymore. Depends on what you count as major, I guess. Major motivation? Integrity? I don't know. Put your life on the line. That's true, he couldn't put the life on this line without the sheath. I mean, when he had the sheath, he couldn't truly put it on the line because he expected it would save him, so without it, now he can? I guess there's that. He releases the black snakes. Oh, fuck! Oh, interlude! Okay. Sparks fly off. Okay, this actually feels like a good place. Interlude fight! Thought we'd get this. Would have been really weird if we didn't. I mean, when we think without any meta stuff, why would Kirei exposit so much stuff to Shiro in this timeline? Without any meta stuff? What? Versus the other timeline? Maybe because Shiro was... The way Shiro looked at him. Like, he looked at him funny. Because Shiro asked him his actual wish on this timeline where he didn't in the other one. So it really comes down to Shiro. So I suppose not having the sheath really meant he could metaphorically move on and ask certain questions and stuff. So, I guess that's why. It really is more meta, but you know. You just gotta believe. Okay, sparks fly off. We're having the epic saber ghillie fight. Let's go. The Golden Knight retreats from the blows, which are full of the utmost spirit. Wait, the Golden Knight. Which one's the Golden Knight? They're both golden. She must have seen it as an opening. Saber dodges the swinging sword and moves deeper into the enemy's range. Wait, Saber dodges the swinging sword? So Ghillie's using a sword too? Slashy bashy. If the yell is a rip, the sword is like a cornet. For a second I thought I read that as an R and an N. A cornet! It's like a cornet! It overwhelms the opponent and he hesitates, but she keeps attacking. The sword keeps moving. He hesitates. Ghillie is hesitating? Wow, Saber, you're really on top of your game, huh? It has destroyed rocks and pierced through walls, but... Uh-oh! Every blow is blocked by weapons appearing from behind him.
Hey,
You persistent! So Ghillie's on the defensive. Saber really is on top of her game in that case, because before she was having much bigger problems. Then again, now she has a better idea of who he is and what his dealio is, I guess. Escaping danger, the Golden Knight. Gilgamesh has another sword in his hand. Lots of slashing. It is easy to repel that weapon. Which weapon? But she cannot block it straight on. Which weapon? Just a random sword? All of the enemy's weapons have unknown abilities. I feel like some of them will be known, but I guess he's pulling out all the random stops for this. It would be suicidal to block it without knowing its ability. I suppose that's true. Saber breathing. We've had plenty of Shiro breathing, now time for some Saber breathing. Oh, I banged my thing. Did me banging my thing cause drop frames? No, still stuck at 211. Alright. Saber jumps back out of range and catches her breath. Catches it? Well, you better go catch it. Refrigerator joke. What? Why did that come into my head? I don't know. Gilgamesh raises himself on her. Why are we calling Saber Saber? I guess because Saber still thinks of herself as Saber. I guess Artoria would be the one where she decides to give herself up to Shiro or whatever. So she's still just Saber. But she refers to her Gilgamesh as Gilgamesh in her head. Interesting. I guess because, you know, we already have 2 archers, so, you know, it makes it less confusing. Gilgamesh raises himself unhurriedly.
懲りぬ女よ。何度やっても無駄だとわからぬか?
You do not give up, woman. Can you not tell it's futile? I mean, is it? Because you are the one who is seemingly on the defensive. But I guess with all your crazy weapons, it's still interesting thinking back that, you know, he got so angry when Shiro hurt him the one time, and then he just moved away and didn't ever care to settle the score with Shiro? That just seems odd, because I guess that Saber helped him out with that, sure, but, like, that was still Shiro was the catalyst there, I would say. And so it's very surprising that he's just okay with not following up with that. I find that interesting. I guess he really is just more focused in on Saber, but it'll be interesting to see how he reacts when Saber does an injury on him, because with Shiro, it was anger that this mongrel dare land a blow on him, but with Saber, she never really messed him up much. I assume he'd be more into the idea. I guess we'll have to see. Gilgamesh shows no fatigue. For him, this battle is just entertainment. They're both after the same thing, Kiri and Gilly. Just more entertainment. There must be no fatigue or strain when he knows he's going to win. Does he, though? But she has the regen powers. So, can you outlast her? I mean, I guess he probably has some magical abilities to get rid of the regen powers, to be honest, but, you know. Breathing. But Saber is different. For her, this moment is her only chance of victory. Oh, really? Well, then, better take the chance. Before her enemy becomes serious. Ah, yes, do it while they're being cocky. Hoist by their own cock. That's the trope, right? She has to defeat Gilgamesh before he takes out Ea, or she'll be the one defeated. That is why she's continued to attack without a thought for saving her energy. That's why she's been the one on the offensive. And yet he's still not taking this too seriously, I suppose. You know, it's been a bit of a tough fight, I guess. But also, like, even at your best on the offensive, it's still not enough, grumble, grumble. She has cornered the enemy like this more than a few times. But still, she could never get past his wall of noble phantasms.
まだ続けるのか? 主に忠誠を誓うのはいいが、それも限度があろう。今頃あの雑種は琴峰に殺されている。
Kira and Gil, the entertainment buddies.
お前が戦う理由はなかろうよ。
Are you still going to continue? It's good to be loyal to your master, says the guy who betrayed his master. But there should be a limit. That mongrel would have been killed by Kotomine by now. You assume even though he fucking damaged you with his sword birth, which you know he has. I mean, I know that you know that Kira is strong, but you should also know that Shiro's got some unexpected bullshit. There should be no reason for you to fight now. Also, he hasn't beaten me already. Granted, I feel like you would expect that Kira would want to toy with me to some extent, so...
私の主は健在だ。あのようなマスター相手にシローが膝を屈するなどありえない。
Technically, even in the other pathway, I wouldn't have quite died yet, assuming this interlude is timed exactly correctly. Exactly correctly to what's going on in there right now. My master is still very much alive. Shiro will not be defeated by that master.
それも時間の問題だ。お前は聖杯を知らぬ。あれの相手は俺でも手こずるのだぞ。
It can only be a matter of time.
あのような小僧が1分と持つものか。
You do not know the Holy Grail. Even I have trouble against it. That kid will not last even a minute. The Holy Grail? Wait, against the Holy Grail itself? Because right now we were just facing Kira. Even I have trouble against it. Oh, for once you're acting humbled. I have trouble against it. Things to think about. Still very much alive, she will not be defeated by that master. Just calling him that master is also interesting wording. Can only be a matter of time. Do you not know the Holy Grail? Is there a deeper meaning to that? We'll see. Must have felt the Grail's power at the end of the last war, which is when he got splashed, I guess, I suppose. He didn't die, though. Dash. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. That's why I kind of caught myself for a second. It's interesting thinking back. If the Grail is apparently this evil thing, maybe the Grail cares more about entertainment too, similar to Kirei. Maybe it's perfect. But like, the spirits it summons, because the Grail is the one responsible for maybe not summoning them, but providing the mana, whatever it does. A lot of these spirits seem like, you know, pretty cool bros. Some of them are douches, but a lot of them seem rather honorable. So it's interesting that something that's all about evil would create something so good. It seems more likely that maybe Kirei is misinterpreting and is more a neutral form of chaos. It's still an equivalent exchange type of thing, like if you want to save something, you have to do something else, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's all bad, which could be implied through the fact that it's summoning spirits that have some good in them. Like if it was all bad, then you'd think Saber and people would be kind of some shitty servants, but they're nice people and stuff, so... I mean, Saber's a bit of an exception, because she got summoned stupidly. But there are some other servants who are normal servants that, that don't feel like douchebags, you know? I mean, you know, if the Grail was all evil, why are these good kind of servants being summoned with and or by it? It just feels conflicting if it's true that it's all evil. This could be one of those, oh, Kirei thinks it's all evil because he's all evil and all evil is fun, but it's actually, you know, more of a yin-yang balance. Maybe if you have a good wish, something good has to be lost to gain the other good thing, but that doesn't necessarily make it all bad. And if you have a bad wish, maybe something bad also has to be lost. Archer, Lancer, and Assassin seem to be cool. Yeah, Assassin, despite his alignment. Dash.
お前は俺には勝てぬし、あやつでは琴峰に勝てん。
And hey, if it's 3 of them are good, and then maybe like 4 of them are bad versus 4 good, 3 bad, then that's roughly equivalent. It's 7, so it's hard to be fully equivalent, but you know. Well, one of them's always Berserker. Berserker's always crazy, so you can't really judge that one. So maybe 3 good, 3 bad, 1 crazy? You cannot beat me, and that kid cannot beat Kotomine. Is it Kotomine I can't beat, or the Grail? Because you brought up the Grail earlier. If you think it's just the Grail I can't beat, but maybe I can beat Kotomine, maybe I would have been, you know.
配役を誤ったな。お前が聖杯に挑んでいれば、この戦いはお前の勝利だったろう。
You have mistaken your roles. If you had gone after the Holy Grail, this battle would have been yours. Yeah, but she doesn't even really want the Holy Grail. You're saying if they had swapped roles and I had fought Gilgamesh, I probably would have certainly died. But then Saber would have fought Kirei and certainly won because he's just a smelly servant. And he could have potentially gotten the Grail. But then it just would have been the 2 of you left. He doesn't want that, though. She doesn't want that, though. She wants Shiro to live, I would say. Perfectly balanced. The Thanos way. The Golden Knight's eyes are not laughing. He's serious. But that's wrong. For Saber, such a choice would be a mistake. Yeah, be leaving Shiro as a sacrifice to win the war. Which is against everything she wants now. Not before when she was willing to kill Shiro, but you know.
まさかこれが正しい選択だ。私は貴様になど負けぬし。
Nonsense.
シロはあのような死者には負けない。
This is the correct decision. I will not lose to you, and Shiro will not lose to a corpse such as that. Kira is a corpse? I mean, he has a bunch of corpses in his basement. I guess one argument can be made that he's just a walking corpse at this point because of, you know, how he has no care for good emotions at all bad. I guess that could be called a corpse.
まだ出てもいない結果を期待するとは、英雄王の名も地に落ちたというものだ。
You have fallen low to hope for a result that is yet to happen. Low to hope?
ほう。減らず口を言うだけの体力は残っていたか。
Seems you still have energy to talk impudently. Space to source. More weapons! The number of noble phantasms behind Gilgamesh increases.
来るか
It's coming. If there was ever a time for the weapons that we know that Gilgamesh has, you know, like Durandal, Harpy, Vajra, Dansleaf. Is that it? Oh, and this one. If there's ever a time for these to all become important, I guess it would be in this battle, theoretically, right? But, it's coming. She grips her holy sword once again. Actually, there is a way. There's only one, but there is a way to defeat that golden knight. Oh, fuck, what's the way?
だがそれには
But for that, I will not succeed unless several conditions are met. Of course, you're going to hide what it is, which means it probably is going to work. If you're not telling us what it is, there's a decent chance it works. Even if she defeats Ea, he'll be able to defend against her attack if he has energy left. And the method to defeat Ea will remain unknown until she takes a direct hit from it once more. Oh, it'll remain unknown? You mean you won't know how to beat Ea until you take a hit from it? Oh, what if there is no way to beat Ea? Seems like a weird plan.
エアを受けるまさかいかにサヤが戻ろうとあれを受けては立ち上
You
がれ
fighting with your internal strategizing? Who are you fighting with internally? Take a hit from Ea? No way. Even with the sheath, I'd not be able to get up after that. Well, you're like a servant. The servant healing powers naturally, combined with the sheath healing powers maybe. You've not had the sheath for a long time. There's no other way to win. I must get hit to win, for some reason. It's a matter of how to grasp that slight chance. Usually, she selects the best choice by instincts and follows that view. Just instincts, no strategy. This would actually be strategy. Ooh, how unrefined. But right now, she cannot even feel it with her instincts. Her instincts are just telling her it's all shit. You're just gonna lose no matter what. So fuck your instincts. Probably because the probability of victory is so low and the chance of a comeback is pretty much zero. Never tell me the odds! Dash, 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 dash. But still, she must fight. For Shiro, who abandoned his protection to give her back her sheath. She cannot be defeated here by him. He might not be expecting the sheath, if he can't sense it or anything. If he doesn't have the Byakugan.
そうか
Zero, I get it.
どうやら決定的な敗北でなければ納
I
得
see.
がいかぬと見える
It seems you will not be convinced without a complete loss. More weapons appear. They move without Gilgamesh touching them and they aim at Saber. The weapons whose handles were only visible before all show blades now and await their master's orders. That was the more common way he did it in Fate Zero from my memory, is he had the blades fly out instead of just having the handles and pulling them out, but yeah. This is this knight's way of fighting. From the beginning, Gilgamesh has never been a swordsman. These noble phantasms are... Yeah, he's been an archer after all. These noble phantasms are produced in the air and become bullets at their master's command, which is far more archer-like. That is why he's called Archer. Yeah, exactly. The other Archer is more of a real Archer, though, but sure. Even he, though, fights up sometimes close with his sword, so, whatever's up with that. This servant is an archer with the strongest arrows. Magical sword phantasms.
うまく避けろ
Do your best to avoid them.
なに運が良ければ手足を串刺す程度であろう
If you do well, you should only be stabbed in the limbs. Up until now, he's just been toying with her. This is him when he goes serious, I guess. Well, and his Ea is pretty serious, too. Just, you know, him trying to act like a swordsman is him just toying with someone, I would say. Archer class really is made of archers. Sword Rain! That's his own form of sword birth. It seemed like they were really setting up, I feel, Shiro versus Archer as the big final. Because, you know, one sword birth versus another in a sort. And then they did a twist, and it's like, no, Saber's just going to fight him, and Shiro fight Kirei. Which feels interesting narratively, because it really felt like it was going to be like the husbando match-off. And it's not bad what they're doing now, but it's made better if you've seen Fate Zero already, I say, or, you know, have already played the game once. The Kirei is kind of a left field twist, but anyways, if you do well, you should only be stabbed in the limbs. With one command, the Godspeed Rain of Swords begins. Each one has fatal power. Especially because Shiro injured him that one time, and then we just don't really follow up on it. It just feels weird narratively. Slashing, slashy slashes! Ellipses! She eludes every one of them like a falling leaf. A sword from the front. A spear from the left. A polearm from below and above. A three-edged sword, arcing and attacking from behind. A swing from a hammer bigger than she is. She blocks, repels, dodges, and twists her body away from the last attack. Did you do it in that order? Because there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, but only blocking, repelling, dodging, and twisting is only 4. So that means she should theoretically get hit once, right? No hammer time? Breathing hard, Saber recovers from the stance she was driven out of. All of his attacks is in Fate fighting games. Oh boy, sounds fun. In that instance, she sees them behind her enemy. Behind Gilgamesh. The noble phantasms are already produced. 47 of them! Only 47? Seems low. She jumps full force. Many noble phantasms snap into the ground as to not let her escape. Uh-oh. In the reign of noble phantasm, she's hit after time after time. But in this case, she actually wants him to use Ea, so this is probably bad for her. For whatever reason, she seems to want to use Ea, so this is turning out pretty bad so far. Her armor's destroyed, her gauntlets pierced, and even the pieces covering her feet are pierced. I think the only way to make him pull out Ea would be to pull out Excalibur, right? Nothing short of that would make him do it, I don't think. Saber manages to avoid a fatal wound even in this danger. That instinct is doing something at least. But then sees the worst things possible. More weapons even? Oh no! On the other side of the reign of noble phantasms, as if to finish off a fleeing enemy, Gilgamesh is pulling out his favorite sword! Is this where Ea comes? Oh, that's him really going serious then. Don't believe we ever saw Ea in Zero. That makes him look more like a swordsman. She stops her jump. It's an archer that's best attack is close range. What bullshit! I suppose it creates a shockwave that can go a long distance, but, you know, so can swordsmen's. She lands right away and pours magical energy into her holy sword. But will it be in time? I don't know. It depends on what you're trying to do with it, Saber. Wind roars, the blade of white is revealed, and she raises her sword without waiting for her wind the folly of Abadabadoo. X. Ekusu. Kariba. She does not even bother with the rain of no offense and swings her holy sword with all the speed possible. You interrupted the caliber. I wanted to hear the Ekusu Kariba, but no. Now we have to hear them separately. Oh yeah, that's right. He has a command word too. Forgot about that. Enuma Elish. But it is too late. Pounding through his own noble phantasms, Gilgamesh swings his sword. He's destroying the own weapons he made. Well, I guess, you know, if they were more just meant as a distraction, it works. We never heard the caliber. Oh no. Okay, I guess we'll see what happened with her plan later. All right, the back and forth. I like it. I dig it. Gah! I kick away the mucus around my ankle. That's the same. My clothes are burnt away and my skin is exposed. Gurgurg! I jump back from the striking tentacle. I can't feel my right angle, and I can't even tell if it's there, but I jump into the open field in front of me. So far, it's the same. He's still gonna die? Sure, he's still gonna die? Still breathing heavily. I check my body as I roll. Ankle, alright, it's still there. I just can't feel it. If it's there, I should be able to run. Ah! I jump in a different direction again to avoid the striking mud. I hear a splashing sound right next to me. Like the splashing of the Grail when it splashed on Gilgamesh. Ha ha! The smell of the ground burning forces my dizzy head awake and... Erg! Fire runs up my back. Gah! I shake it off and jump on an empty space. I just jump in place on an empty space. That's all I do, yep. That must have been the end of this attack. The black mud that was surrounding me has disappeared from view for now. Oh, is this what... Did it kill him, though, in the other version? And this time he managed to live enough? Or is it still too soon? I bite my lip. Didn't you already bite your lip once? Why do you keep doing that? This is an obsession. I ran so much, but in the end... I'm pushed back to here again. No, this is the same. Never mind. Breathing! I breathe hard and look at him so as to not lose in spirit. Kotomine has not moved at all. He's fighting like Gara. He's just watched me run around. We just gotta break his sand shield. Just have the moral victory. No matter how hard I breathe, my heart won't calm down. It's saying it's at its limit and it needs rest. It's about to go on its own if I don't let it rest. Kahaha. I can't do anything. I can't get near Kotomine nor get through that black mud. I'm not going to hold back on using the projection magic. If I can't move forward, I can reproduce Saber's sword again. You'll surely be able to slice through the black mud, and I can go straight for Kotomine. This might be new dialogue, but I don't know. The further we go along, the further things change and get added, the harder it is to remember what is and isn't true.
なんだそれで終わりか
Is that all? Tell me if you've
諦
given
めた
up.
のならそうと言え
The instant he speaks. Oh! More black tentacles! Tentacle rape! Oh no! I haven't made that joke yet. I'm surprised at myself. Lots of mud comes splashing towards me, telling me I cannot let myself stop. Eek! I raise myself and barely dodge the mud. The mud itself isn't too bad. It's slow compared to Saber's Shinai, and it only comes where it's aimed, so it's easy to dodge. Alright, not bad. That's only true when there's only one of them, but there's multiple. I can't deal with tens of mud attacks. The ones that come from behind me, the instant I dodge them, are harder to dodge. I feel it needs to be stated, like, I can't deal with tens of them. I can dodge them normally. But the ones that come from behind me, the instant I dodge them, can't be dodged. Just feels like there's some missing words there. As a result, I can only move around. Even then, mud covers me bit by bit. Damn it! There's no time to rest. I can't reproduce a sword like this. So what you gonna do, Cheryl? What you gonna do? Projection magic tracing a weapon from the beginning requires at least 1 minute of concentration. If I show such an opening, I'll be melted down to my bones. Okay. Breathing! The parts of my body covered with mud have lost sensation. The only good thing is I don't feel any pain. Okay, so that's not any different than when you had the sheath. So never fucking mind. But I won't know if I'm dead or not when the mud covers my whole body. So I guess the mud is doing that. There's some magical sensation to prevent you from feeling pain in the first place. So it's better to have the sheath, but I guess that she can't do her plan and beat Gilgamesh, so even if you did do something good here, you wouldn't win because blah blah Saber would still lose, so Gilgamesh would still kill I don't know. I mean, beating Kira I think is more important, but I'm finished when that happens, and most of all I'll have melted away by then. Breathing. All I can do is run. I know it's only a matter of time even if I do, but I have to keep running for now. I don't have any luck getting near Kotomine while I'm dodging this mud. I can't get close now. Waiting behind Kotomine is a pool of mud. If there's any chance of getting near him, it'll be when I do something about this mud. Damn it! Oh! Uh-oh. I can't believe it. Who on earth would trip at a time like this? The dunce Shiro. Dash. Kotomine looks down at me like trash. Yeah, I'm one of the second-rate trash entertainments. It's not as good as the regular entertainments, because I'm just a trash entertainment because, like, I like hope and stuff, and he only wants to spare. He points his finger at me, and many snakes show their veins. Snakes? Is this different from the mud? Is it mud snakes? Or are there snakes that are separate from mud? Ellipses. I get up. I try to get up, but fall again. I fall. This is when I died in the other ending, right? Hopefully I don't die here. The snakes are coming. But I still fall. Why? Black mud comes from my neck. Why? This is when I died. How do I not die? Oh, I see why. Oh, there's no red text this time. So he's not fully, he's paying enough attention to know how to dodge it maybe? Because there was a red Y in the middle of the white Ys last time. My right angle is unbelievably black. And that's not black text either, so he's more in it. So that is it. Okay, and the other pathway, I believe that was a dead end here. But in this case, it's not going to be a dead end because Saber is going to have figured out how to beat Gilgamesh and will slash through and stop you from beating me in one instance? Otherwise, I don't know what's happening.
少しは楽しめると期待したが、所詮はキリツグの息子。つくづく益にならぬ連中だ。
I hoped I'd be able to have a little fun, but you are Kiritsugu's son after all. You people are useless. It'll be much more fun if I just make a regular old disaster. I prefer it if you guys made the disasters, but if I can do it myself, I guess. Like Thanos says, I guess I'll have to do it myself. Gumbo. No, Ilya! Don't turn into a cop! Stay the waifu! I raise my head. I'm still conscious. My wrists and neck are held by mud-like chains, but I still retain my senses. Well, he hasn't decided to kill me yet. Maybe he wants me to see the disaster? More interested in Shiro in this timeline. Maybe because, there was some... With him asking for his wish, yeah. I suppose maybe Kirei was willing to show him the disaster itself before he killed him in this timeline because of the bringing up the wish. Maybe. Why don't you finish me off?
無論すぐ終わらせるとも。だがそれでは芸がなかろう。お前はキリツグの贋作だからな。奴に受けた10年前の負債は
I will
お前
soon
の
enough.
死で返してもらう。
But just doing that would not be all that fun. You are Kiritsugu's fake. So the debt Kiritsugu owes me from 10 years ago shall be returned with your death. So you want to savor it? Is that it? Dash. The skin with mud on it is burning. It feels like acid is slowly seeping through the pores of my skin. I grit my teeth, bare it, and check on my right ankle. Oh yeah, how's that ankle doing? What's this so special about your right ankle again? Is it some kind of... What's it called? There's like Schrodinger's gun. No, Chekhov's gun. There's also like Chekhov's ankle. Or no, the Chekhov's boomerang. Ankle is for something else. Anyways, there's an ankle trope. Is there something special going on with your ankle? It's totally black. I can't feel it, nor can I move it at all. I'll have to take the mud out of my body, or put magical energy into it to move the clotted blood in there. Either way, the moment I move it, all the muscle in my right ankle will be destroyed. That sounds bad, so maybe don't move it right now, until you got a plan. Which I know you're not very good at, but you know. You have no sheath.
お前なんだってそこまでキリツグを目の
If you had
敵
a
にするん
sheath,
だ。
your ankle could maybe
キリツグに
regenerate.
聖杯を壊されたことがよっぽど悔しかったのか。
But if you had a sheath, you wouldn't have had the motivation for him to care enough about you to spare you, I guess? I don't know. I see. I don't care about that. But why do you hate Kiritsugu so much? Was it so annoying to you that Kiritsugu destroyed the Holy Grail? I mean, he clearly didn't permanently destroy it because we just got a fucking another one. I mean, if all we're doing is destroying it, and that's the same way Kiritsugu destroyed it, if that's the entire goal here, then if it's the same goal, if it's literally the same, and it's literally the same outcome, then it's just going to cause another disaster, probably, and it's not going to be a permanent solution anyways. We need a more permanent way to destroy it. So, anyways.
何近親憎悪というやつだ。私とキリツグは似ていたからな。奴の行為は全てが勘に触ったよ。ちょうどお前が私に嫌悪を抱くのと変わらない。
It is just hatred for a similar person. Yes, killing Kira is an important step that Kiritsugu skipped, that's true. Kiritsugu and I were alike, so everything he did got on my nerves. It's the same as the way you feel hatred towards me. I don't think that's quite true. I feel like you and Kirei were very opposed. You had maybe some similarities, but the core of your natures was just extremely opposed. And I'd argue even more so, Shiro and Kirei are more opposed than even Kiritsugu and Kirei were, from a moral standpoint.
ふざけるな。キリツグとお前が似ているなんて間違っても口にするな。
I think at this point Kirei is just messing with Shiro, to be honest. Shut up! Don't you dare say that Kiritsugu is like you! Although maybe he truly believes he was a kindred spirit to Kiritsugu. Or at least he finds that there could be some entertainment in Kiritsugu when he was at a dark path and before he became a Goody-Goody Two-Shoes father, and just finds the Goody-Goody Two-Shoes version boring. And he relates more to the darker version, which Shiro has now somewhat abandoned too.
なるほど。お前にとってはそうだ。
I see. It must be so for you.
何しろ奴は私を見逃すほどの善人だったからな。
After all, he was a good enough person to let me go. I think he was distracted by the Grail at the time. And maybe he didn't think you'd be that much of a threat, but you ended up being a big threat. The way you feel hatred toward me.
あの大火災を引き起こした私を倒しただけで命までは取らなかった。
He defeated me, the cause of that disaster, but he did not take my life. I don't think he knew that you caused the disaster. Also, the disaster happened after your fight. So I don't think it's quite the same.
それが間違いだったことをお前は知っているはずだ。
You should know that was a mistake. I mean, if what you're trying to do is throw on a moral dilemma that was never actually on Kiritsugu in the first place, I guess. You're trying to be like, Kiritsugu didn't kill me despite how bad I was. If you want to be like Batman, then you wouldn't kill me. You'd just know you'd be strong enough to always stop me anytime I tried again. That's the Batman way. I don't know though, Shiro. I don't think you're strong enough to be a Batman. I think you gotta fucking kill him.
キリツグさえ私を殺しておけばあの孤児たちは穏やかな日常を送れたのだろうからな。
If he had killed me, those orphans would have been able to lead a peaceful life. Yes, yes, definitely they would have. But, you know, I don't think he realized at the time just how fucked up you were. Also, he was preoccupied at the time. Because the Grail thing was happening, and then, you know... And then after the Grail thing, then the fire thing happened, and he had to save somebody, and it was more important for him to save someone than kill you, because if he had wasted time killing you, he probably would have failed to save Shiro. Granted, there would have probably been survivors that weren't, you know, Shiro, that would have lived, and that wouldn't have been taken to the church and fucked up, but, you know, hindsight and all that. You!
反論できまい。だが私にとってもそれは不快な事実だった。
You should not be able to retort. But it was unpleasant for me as well.
あれほど冷酷な魔術師だった男が敵を助けたという事実こそが不快だった。
The fact that such a cold-hearted magus left me alive, it was unpleasant. Yeah, you're all about the despair, and yet he still remained hopeful and didn't kill you, and you didn't get to fully despair because your favorite thing is the moment of death, right? Maybe you wanted to enjoy your own moment of death. I could see how that would leave you super unsatisfied in the end. So if anything, maybe your true wish is what I was sort of saying Shiro was with his suicidal nature. Maybe Shiro and Kira are similar then, only Kira ended up going fully dark, where Shiro kind of, you know, swerved away from that towards the end, where Kira really does maybe ultimately want to die. That's what he ultimately seeks. But if he goes for it himself, it's too easy. Maybe he wants to see other deaths and all that, but it's all just, you know, biding time, delaying what he really wants. But he can't go after himself because then it wouldn't be the true flashback. It has to be earned. I have to actually kill him. I feel like to an extent that might be what he wants here. That again. Saburo said it too, that Kiritsugu was a great magus and that he would do anything to accomplish his goals. But that's...
But
that was not his mistake. I agree, that is the actual mistake he made. The mistake he made is that he thought this war ended with the destruction of the Holy Grail. But it didn't, it seems. I mean, I don't know how true that is. That is why he did not tell you anything, optimistically thinking the Holy Grail War was over, and died stained in this curse. I just think he never wanted Shiro to be involved, and he normally wouldn't have been. It was extremely coincidental, except somebody put a fucking seal in his house, right? Someone set up a goddamn, you know, summoning circle because he didn't set that up, and yet it's still there somehow. Anyways, though, ignoring that, like, if he wasn't coincidentally at the school, he never would have been wrapped up in it, and I think that was Kiritsugu's goal, really, was for him to never be wrapped up in it again. I don't necessarily think Kiritsugu thought it was over. He just wanted to do what he can with the time he had. I also don't think he would have predicted it to happen this soon. He probably thought if it was going to happen. Normally they're like every 30 or 40 years or whatever, and this one was weird for being sooner, right? So, yeah. Based on the way the explosion happened, I'm not sure he even Kiritsugu himself thought it was over, but I definitely don't think he ever wanted Shiro to get wrapped up in it.
奴は自身を呪った私を見逃し、その果てに数年足らずで命を落とした。
He was certainly a fool. He let the one who cursed him go, and as a result, died within a few years. Did you have something to do with that, you jerk? Did you? Did you really? Is the fact that he died at such a relatively young age because of you? I thought it was just because of his fucking stress. But, did you have something to do with it?
自分はことを成したと、聖杯戦争を終わらせたのだと。
Believing that he had accomplished his goal and the Holy Grail War had ended. I don't even think that's true. Based on, you know, the things that Shiro told him, like being a hero is about saving, you know, saving people, but that means sacrificing others. I think he understood that he was happy with himself for saving Shiro, and he just let himself be happy for that, even though he knew, or at least could have predicted that, you know, wars and stuff, even the Grail War might not be over. Magus fights certainly wouldn't be over. Dash, dash. Hold on. Of course, we have to hold on because apparently OBS disconnected. Yay! The curse is too powerful. Hold on. Why are we holding on? It was funny that we could time that with the OBS disconnecting. That was a funny joke, but... Then what? Then what? Kiritsugu died because of this guy? What, is that true? And that peaceful face he had on the night of his death was... Oh no. Did you do something? Is it not just a stress death? Was his death actually related to you? You know, I was thinking it was weird that he was just unresolved and let you go, but, I mean, I guess it would make sense because, you know... He had other things on his mind, and he was still keeping all the orphans alive, and he was dealing with Rin and stuff. But did you actually do a thingy thing? Let me ask you one last question.
息子であるお前に後を託し、何やら満足していったわけか。
How do you know that? What was Kiritsugu's last moment like? Did he give something to you as his son and pass away with satisfaction? Yeah, pretty much. How do you... I guess you're a good people person. You can read people.
なんという道化ぶりだ。
How foolish can he be? What did he give me exactly? I don't remember what he gave me, but he did pass away with satisfaction. He passed on his wish, I suppose. Shiro said he would take his wish.
何一つとしてなせず、息子であるお前に責任を押し付け、さぞ滑稽に消えたのであろうな。
Oh, that's gonna push some buttons for Shiro, that's for sure. He accomplished nothing and pushed the responsibility onto you, someone who didn't even really share the same wish. His passing must have been ridiculous. Yeah, that's definitely a button pusher. You! I kick off the ground. I drove magical energy into my right foot and moved it by force, which means you're gonna break it? Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh boy, boy, oh boy, oh no, oh boy, oh no. I ignore my tearing muscles and run to him on all fours like a beast. Uh-oh, uh-oh, oh boy, uh-oh, oh boy, oh boy, uh-oh. Uh-oh, boy. Boy, uh-oh.
そうだ。
Yes. This is what he wanted. He wanted to push my buttons to see me despair more. The ultimate revenge against Kiritsugu. Maybe he didn't fuck with Kiritsugu in any way, and that's why he's enjoying this so much. Because it'd be weird if he fucked with Kiritsugu and yet didn't know about Shiro. Because he was like, I didn't know about you, and I thought it was so funny when I found out about you. So, like, I don't know. Maybe he was just toying with me to, you know, fuck with me more.
その程度の気概がなくては話になる。
I would expect at least that much spirit. Kotomina raises his hand toward the waterfall behind him. Dash, 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 dash. What is he thinking? That is a curse so strong that it's visible. You could call it magical energy specialized for destroying people. Wait, what is this? What is a curse? Raises his hand toward the waterfall. Does Shiro know what he's doing? Does he know some weird waterfall technique that's super strong? Waterfall no jutsu? There's nothing you can do with it as it cannot be reshaped or anything. You seem to know a lot about this theoretical curse, Shiro. Even though I don't believe you've ever seen it before, unless I'm crazy. Anybody that touches that mud will be stained with a strong curse and it will be melted as if digested. Oh. Oh, you mean the mud. That's the curse. I thought you were talking about something else. Oh, I see. The waterfall is the curse. The mud is coming out of the waterfall. And Kotomine is going to touch it. Because he's a fun thrill seeker. That Kotomine. I call him Kirai more often, even though the text calls him Kotomine. That it's visible. You call it magical energy specialized for destroying people. Anybody that touches the mud will be stained with a strong curse and will be melted as if digested. In the process, the pain and fear before death. Uh-oh. Oh, this sounds perfect for Kirai. Remain as magical energy and become the next curse to seek out living people. That sounds exactly like the kind of thing Kirai would enjoy. Yeah. Sounds exactly like his powers. So you die if you touch it. You're not dead yet, though. You mean the source of the waterfall? How would you know that kills you? Just with your weird alien spirit instincts? I mean, you know, because the mud has definitely touched you a bit and you're not dead yet. Anyone who touches it will die unless they can get the mud out of their body. The priest stuck his hand in that waterfall of mud, but he doesn't stop smiling. You just suiciding here, or do you have some big plan? Even if suiciding is part of your big plan, there's gotta be something else going on, right?
褒美だ。キリツグと同じ末路をたどれ。
Oh, the same manner? Oh no! This is your reward. Die in the same manner as Kiritsugu. You really think I'm gonna smile? In this state? So you did do something to Kiritsugu? In his hand is a black darkness. I sense that it's something completely different, and Is this the curse you're speaking of? What was this curse earlier? How did you even know what this was, Shiro? Was this even your monologue? I don't know. The world is attacked by a sudden flash of light. Oh boy. The moment I realized that the light is from Saber's noble phantasm. Oh fuck!
Andy Mayu.
Angra Mainyu? What the heck is this? Shiro did say Kiritsugu went overseas a lot. Oh, maybe he was doing that to cure some kind of illness? I mean, still, didn't Kiritsugu die right in front of Shiro's eyes? Didn't he say that? I'm pretty sure. So I think he would have known something about something, right? The priest's words instantly turned the world back. What? Turn the world back? As in a rewinding of time? No, he said black. I thought he said back. It says black. It says black. Oh, of course. Her vision, blinded by the light, that is filled with darkness. Uh-oh. If she were conscious, she would have known it was the ultimate black light. Black light. But she's not conscious? What, did she get knocked out by air? Dash, 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 dash. The darkness was only for an instant. But it is not darkness, but a swarm of grain-sized curses. Uh-oh. And this is what apparently killed Kiritsugu? That's why he died at such a young age? I guess we're going to need a story on this, which means we might have a ways to go, which means we're probably going into tomorrow. If we're really getting a whole backstory into how Kirei actually killed Kiritsugu secretly, probably not finishing this today, but let's see. The darkness swept her body away, and she regained consciousness from the unpleasant sensation. Oh. She gasps. The first thing she feels after consciousness returns is pain. Uh-oh. Skin that was protected by armor is burned. That's right, because the armor was already taken away by all the slashing. Her body is pierced and slashed, and she is in a miserable state. What about Gilgamesh, though? Because you whipped out the frickin' Excalibur, it seems. Just before it was consumed by that darkness that Kirei brought out. And the darkness, it was enough for you guys to notice it, but you're not able to really react to it right now, because I guess something else is going on with Shiro. We're going to jump back to that, and it's more personal. So I suppose it's a more personal thing that just gave off a, an everything touch for an instant. I guess Saber would expect that something's fishy is going on in the thing, but she's not really going to be helpful unless Gilgamesh is dealt with, but that'd be weird for him to just be dealt with like that off screen. I see, You did what? You did what? You beat Gilgamesh? That would be weird, because we didn't even learn what your plan was. Lost to Ea. Well, you're not dead, though, so that's an improvement. But you were expecting to lose to Ea, right? You said, I'm going to take a hit from Ea, that's part of the plan, and then do X. So what's X? She was cornered by Gilgamesh's noble phantasms, could not block them, and took a hit from Ea as well. Yes, but earlier you said that was the plan, so what is the next step in the plan? She managed to offset it a bit with Excalibur, but her body is wounded too badly. The wound is healing without magical energy, but even the protection of the sheath will not return her to normal instantly. There.
ここまでだセイバー。よもやその体でまだ敗北を認めぬなどと言わぬだろうな。
This is it, Saber. Do not tell me you refuse to admit your defeat in that state. I think she does refuse to admit it. She's got backup plans for her backup plans. Gilgamesh approaches without a scratch. Ellipses. Still on the ground, Saber looks up at her enemy. She cannot do anything right now. The man can do whatever he wants with her. Oh gosh, will he? Like, whatever he wants? Is he going there? Oh no. I mean, you still got your armor on and everything. Oh, is that his plan? Her plan? To get knocked down by Ea? Have him take his armor off and open up a weak spot? Because that'd be pretty fucking... that'd be pretty kinky. But in a better state than the after date fight, though. Yeah, for sure. Because of the sheath.
Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh, that light was... I thought the light was supposed to be Excalibur. And the darkness grounded out. So, I feel like shouldn't you be saying that darkness was? In spite of that, this is what she worries about. Because, yeah, worried about Shiro even now. Not concentrating on her own fight. That flash of light. That black darkness from the back of the compound that covered the earth for an instant. She does not want to think about it, but that darkness might have been aimed at Shiro. 100% it was. I mean, Shiro would have already been dead without that darkness if Kirai wasn't, you know, toying with him a little bit.
今の光か。お前ならばわかろう。
It's a darkness, not a light!
あれは
What?
極大の呪いだ。
I thought Excalibur was the light and the darkness blacked out the light. I thought that was the whole point. So what do you mean a light? Ah. That light, you should be able to tell it's a great curse.
琴峰が聖杯から直接呼び出したのだ。
Oh.
聖杯の中にはこの世のすべてを呪うなどというものがあるのだそうだ。
Kotomine must have summoned it straight from the Holy Grail. Dark light. As long as it's not a black light. I hear that Holy Grail holds something that could curse everything in this world. So it is the ultimate evil, except it summons servants that aren't all bad. So something about that seems sketchy. Maybe it's got some ultimate evil there and the ultimate good at the same time if you know how to harness it? Maybe. That'd be a nice thought. Pulling that straight from the Grail is interesting, though. So he's saying he somehow pulled something from the Grail to deal with Kiritsugu? If that happened in Zero, I didn't notice it. And how could it happen afterwards? The Grail would have been gone, right? I assume.
先ほどから見えているあのオダクはな、聖杯から漏れている残りカスに過ぎん。
The pollution you've seen up till now is just the remains of what came out of the Holy Grail. Okay.
その本体を出されたのだ。お前のマスターとて、もはやこの世にはお
The
るま。
primary curse has been summoned. Your master should no longer be alive. Yeah, well, even without the sheath, he never should have been able to do sword bursts, but he could anyways. And his body was made of swords. I don't see how that's related to a sheath. I think I'm still fucked up in some way, so maybe I can survive this. Also, if this is what killed Kiritsugu, it wouldn't really make sense, because Kiritsugu died right next to me. So, clearly, there's some shenanigans going on. If that's what killed Kiritsugu, it had to be a delayed effect. So, you know.
そんなことは。
No, that can't be. She concentrates all her power. Is she going to distract him by pretending she's distracted only by not being distracted while he be distracted and hit him? She knows her body will not move. Uh-oh. But she cannot abide just lying on the ground.
嘘だ。シロは生きている。まだちゃんと。
No. She was alive. He's still... Certainly, she still feels the connection with her master. That's right, it's not just wishful thinking, she can tell. It's weak and ready to go out, but Emiya Shiro is still alive. So she must go. If the enemy is something so unforeseeable, Shiro cannot match it. You said at the start of this, you take Gilly, he takes Kirei. Going back on that now seems like pointless. If you were going to go back on it, you should have prepped to go back on it beforehand. I mean, if you have a plan to beat Gilly, you said you had a plan that involved getting hit by Aya. Doing that now and then dealing with Kirei would be ideal. Using the warmth inside her, she tries to get up. Gah! It was useless. Mudada! Even the sheath of the Holy Sword will require a few more minutes to heal her body. Yeah, you might not have a few more minutes if you want to save Shiro. So now you're putting a similar choice to Kiritsugu from 10 years ago. I could probably go back and kill Kirei, the fucker, or I could go save someone from the fire. Do you choose to save or to kill?
もはや手遅れだ。おとなしくしていろよ、セイバー。
This is a different situation, though, because in the other situation, Kirei was knocked out, an easy target. In this situation, this guy's up and at him, and could probably get you on your way to try to save Shiro from Kirei, so... It's too late. Stay still, Saber.
お前が何をしようが、次期聖杯は溢れ出す。10年前の再来だ。ただし、こたびの義は、俺ではなく、お前に与えられたものだがな。
The Holy Grail will overflow whatever you do. You mean like what happened last time? It overflowed what I did? Overflow whatever you do? The events of 10 years ago will reoccur. But this ritual is for your benefit, not mine. My benefit? What, you mean to make me corporeal? I know that's your wish. Is that what you're talking about, or do you mean something more? Stay still, Saber. Are you saying if I try to do anything now, I'll just repeat what happened last time? I still have one command seal. Shiro does, that is. Looking up at the red burning sky, the Golden Knight smiles.
喜べセイバー。
Yorokobe.
あれを浴びればお前も俺と同じになれる。この世で肉を持ち第二の生を謳歌できよう。
Ah, is what you mean, okay. Rejoice, Saber! If you are showered with it, you'll become like me. You'll have a body in this world and be able to enjoy your second life. Oh, boy. Enjoy my second life, huh? Says Gilly to Saber. Even if she kind of wants that, if it causes this much despair, I don't think she wants it for that. If you're showered with it. You mean being showered with this despair gives her a second life? But that seems like a good wish. What's the downside? Does there have to be a fire hazard as a downside? I know you want her to have a second life so you can get giggity, but she definitely doesn't want that. If she was going to get giggity with anyone, it would definitely be Shiro at this point.
まあもっとも俺のように自我を保てるとは限らんが。
Oh. Though I'm not sure you'll be able to keep your sanity as I did. I see, that's what you meant by the Grail. Scares you or whatever, because it really messed you up. That's why you had no clothes. Interesting. Well, if it was this curse or whatever that gives you body and stuff, then it can't be this same curse that killed Kiritsugu, because again, he died way later happily. So unless it's got a delayed effect... What? Saber looks up at her enemy in amazement. Saber can tell that thing is a great curse. So the body itself is made up of a curse. The Grail is all curses. But doesn't that mean you're all curses in the first place for being summoned? Although I guess the Grail is just opening the gateway to summon them. But them staying here permanently is the Grail's juices, which is more the curse, where making the gateway to summon isn't necessarily a curse. Assuming it is all evil, if that's how it works, I guess. It's a magnificent cluster of magical energy, and any magic should be possible with that amount. Magnificent cluster of magical energy. If it were Castor using it, nothing would be impossible. Well, good thing Castor's not around anymore. Unless Castor already stole your body, Saber. Nani? It's a double-edged sword. It's not Castor using it, so is there a downside then? This double-edged sword you speak of. That thing can only curse people. What, so it can't curse holy spirits? What are you saying? If immersed in such a thing, even a heroic spirit would be unable to keep themselves together. So a heroic spirit's not a people? Or is a people? Is a heroic spirit people or not? But Gilly just said he kept himself together, so... Clearly, that makes him the best. He is the hype. Ellipses. That makes her realize just how amazing Gilly really is. Oh! Servant in front of her. What about him? This knight called the oldest king of heroes. He was swallowed by that pollution 10 years ago. Uh-huh. And he came out butt naked, if memory serves. So what then? What are you thinking? Are you thinking Gilly? Oh, maybe you're thinking this isn't even the real Gilly. It's just like a clone created from the curse, and the real version's dead, and it just exists to do the Grail's bidding? To be a servant of the evil Grail to make more evil?
Gilgamesh. あなたは
Gilgamesh, you... Are you even Gilgamesh anymore? Or is the real Gilgamesh already dead? I mean, the real Gilgamesh would have already been dead forever ago. The Grail War in Fate Zero wasn't even the real Gilgamesh, but you know what I mean. It matters more for someone like Saber if this was to theoretically happen, because she is the real Saber versus Gilgamesh who wasn't really the real Gilgamesh, you know. He has gone insane already. Has he? It doesn't really show. Well, I guess that would explain why he, backed away from Shiro and didn't want any revenge. I mean, if this is insanity, it's not much different from when he was saying...
ほう、そう思うか、騎士よ。
Oh, you think so? Laughing, Gilgamesh looks down at Saber. His face looks like abnormal and it suits him. I mean, he's always been this kind of fucked up dude, though. So it's kind of hard to say that, oh, this isn't even fucked upper dude. Maybe it's a little fucked upper, but if it is, not by much.
侮るな。あの程度の呪い。飲み干せなくて何が英雄か。
Do not take me so lowly. How can I be a hero if I cannot swallow a curse such as this? Well, if any hero can swallow the curse, then that means I'll be fine. But also, you sure it's the fact that you're a hero that makes it you're resistant to the curse? Maybe it's like darkness plus darkness is, I don't know. Maybe the idea is that if you're already kind of a D-bag, there's not much of it for to mess you up. And if you're more of a good guy, though, then it's harder to resist the D-bag juices.
この世すべての悪？はっ、俺を染めたければ、その3倍は持ってこい。
All evils of the world? Bring at least 3 times as much as that if you want to stain me. Yep, sounds about right. You're already plenty stained in your natural habitat.
良いか、セイバー。英雄とはな、己が視界に入るすべての人間を背負うもの。
Given how much of a douche you've been, Gilly, I don't think Saber needs hero advice from you. See, Saber, a hero is someone who carries with them everything they see. Hold on, let me check up definition of hero. Is there a universe where you properly qualify? I mean, I know heroes... If you can be a hero to bad people, I suppose, and then you're still a hero. But let me just look up the definition. Hero definition. A person who is admired or idolized for courage, outstanding achievements. You can be admired for very bad, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. A war hero. Another term for submarine? What? Hero? Submarine? Huh? Weird. Okay, so yeah, a person who is admired or idolized for stuff like that. Even if we were to go by that definition, sure. He's had outstanding achievements. He can be a hero who's done outstanding achievements. Aren't necessarily good, but yeah.
この世のすべてなぞ、とうの昔に背負っている。
I'm already carrying everything in this world. That's true. If he has everything, both the good and the bad, getting all the bad won't matter if he already had all the bad. That's true. That's fair. To be fair, though, you don't have everything. You don't have Excalibur. You don't have Saber's version of Caliburn, etc., etc. I mean, I guess you have everything that's worldly, but not everything in this world is worldly. So, dash, dash. Saber gasps quietly at his words. She'll never be able to come to terms with this holy spirit, this heroic spirit. Yeah, not very holy. His arrogant thinking, his selfishness to consider himself the greatest, and his merciless nature that never thinks of others. I mean, yeah, he's always been that way, though. I mean, really. He might be a little worse than he was in Zero, but not by much, if any. Yeah, and yet he still wants her as the waifu. So yeah, that would definitely not be a great relationship for Saber, at least. Arrogant thinking, selfishness, merciless nature. What a heroic spirit indeed. This is different from the path of the king that she chose. Everything, well, yes, but actually not quite. Mostly everything. 99% of everything, at least. This is different from the path of the king she chose. A set of beliefs that will never overlap with hers. Yeah, definitely not. She chose the king out of pure selflessness, and he became the king. I don't know if he became the king because he was selfish, but being the king made him very selfish. Very opposite. But this man still is a king. She can say that with confidence. Of all the servants, this man is the only one who'd be capable of keeping his sanity after being soaked in that vast curse. So hey, that means you're believing he lives up somewhat to the hype. Just because he's a douche doesn't mean he can't be a strong douche.
そうだな。泥を飲ませるのはいいが、それで自我を失われては楽しみがない。
Oh, that's fun.
どれ、今のうちに婚姻を決めておくか?
Yes, making you swallow the mud is good, but it's no fun if you go crazy because of that. Well, let us hold our marriage now. I now pronounce you, I now pronounce you king and king. Wait, isn't it king and queen? Well, actually, yeah, he would want her to be his queen. He also has some of that sexism going on, just in a different way. Dash, dash. Uh-oh, secret plan! No?
ギルガメッシュ貴様
Gilgamesh, you. Wait, what's going on here? Is he picking her up? Is that Caliburn she has in her hand, or is that Excalibur? I could take it either way. I'm not used to the two different sword differences. It looks more like Caliburn, but I mean, whatever. I'm sword racist, I guess. It looks like he's just picking her up, but she said she had a secret plan for after she got her butt kicked, so I'm hoping to see that secret plan now. This is a great picture, by the way, though.
なんだ。手荒く扱われるのは趣味ではないか?
Do you dislike being treated roughly? It's certainly different than Shiro, who tried to pamper her.
ならば慣れておけ。女と食事に出し惜しみはしない主義でな。気の向くままに奪い、食らうだけだ。
And then get used to it. I do not hold myself back on women or food. I plunder and eat them at my leisure. I could see a dark version of Saber before her development that would have been okay with that as a form of punishment. Like, oh, I could erase everything, but if I don't erase everything, I kind of deserve, for failing to erase everything, and for all the other failures I did that I wanted to erase, I deserve, you know, to be abused like this. I could see a dark version of Saber existing like that. Now, post-realization, I don't think she'd ever settle for that, but, you know, I could see it existing. Dash, dash. Held upside down. Oh, she really is held upside down. This is what's happening. Saber glares at Gilgamesh.
サーバントとしてマスターに義理を立てているわけか。くだらんな。たかが霊樹の縛りでこの体をくれてやっていたとは。
Can you tell she's slightly soiled? That they, you know, have a little bit of a connection? So you honor your master as a servant? I see. Ridiculous. I cannot believe you gave him your body just because of the binds of the command spell. Oh boy. The binds of the command spell. Well, it wasn't because of that. It was actually because our binding kind of failed, and it was only going one way from her to me. It wasn't going from me to her, so that's why we had the dragon sex. But anyways.
それは違う勘違いをするなギルガメッシュ
You're wrong. Do not misunderstand Gilgamesh. The reason we had the dragon sex was actually because...
私は誰にも従わない初めからこの体にそんな自由はないのだ
I do not obey anyone. Oh, you mean you never obeyed me, even though I was your master? What are you talking about? My body has never had such freedom. You've never had the freedom to choose to obey? Oh, I see what you're saying, is that when you chose to pull the sword or the stone, you picked the oath. And ever since you had the oath, you have to continue to serve. So what you're saying is it's not a choice to serve. It fucking is. What you're saying is because of the oath, it's not a choice to serve. It's just what will be done. There is never a choice to not do it. That's not even a choice in the first place, is what you are saying, I believe.
ほう。ではどうあっても俺のものにはならないというのか。
Oh, then you will not be mine no matter what? His red eyes pierce Saber. Then I have no use for you, Shine! There's no human emotion. He will kill if she disobeys. He will just kill her no matter how attached he was to her. Yep, that's the sense I'm getting. Fucking be his now or die. These are his true feelings. Gilgamesh's truth. Shiro would take it slowly. Her dying is the opposite of what he wants because Shiro, you know, doesn't think himself the hype. She wants her, but, you know, he wants her, but, like, you know, not to that, you know. But he's not so hype on himself that he thinks, well, if I can't have her, then I'll just find something else. If she doesn't realize I'm the hype and realize that she deserves to be with the hype, then, you know, what use does she have living? Dash. Saber stares back at Gilgamesh. not averting his gaze. I initially liked the notion of Shiro being the better boyfriend, saving her from the worst boyfriend, Gilgamesh. And that's kind of where I thought it was going, is what I said. But Saber being, independent woman and saving herself could also work, I suppose, so long as she has some good, a good speech to back it up.
ギルガメッシュ、私は誰のものにもならない。
Gilgamesh shall not become anyone's. I mean, to be fair, Shiro was the one saying, hey, stop treating yourself like a tool. You're not a tool, you're a person. So maybe if she brings up that, she's bringing up Shiro's words about Shiro needing to be there.
私はすでに国のものだ。
Yeah.
この身は女である前に王なのだから。
I already belong to my country. My body is a king before I am a woman. And if I was going to be a woman, I'd be Shiro's woman. She does not say it to anyone. I mean, I feel like just because she is a king before she's a woman, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think it's still okay to be a woman and a king at the same time, but if you are forced to choose, which Gilgamesh is basically forcing her to choose, I do think that, okay, putting the king first, that's a good way to be like, no, Gilly, fuck off. She just says so, feeling the small warmth still within her body. Despite the fact that, Shiro kept trying to say, hey, you should be a girl instead of a king, and that was what Shiro was thrusting for the whole time. It's more of a, self-respect thing. Even though that is what Shiro wanted, doesn't necessarily mean Shiro was right. She did make the oath, and it's because she's standing by the oath that she's getting rid of that whole, I'm going to erase my past BS, so I think it's fine to come to the realization that not that, being the girl was correct all along. That'd be a little too easy of a... I kind of like how they sort of met in the middle, Shiro and Saber. They both desperately wanted these things, and then they ended up, they didn't end up fully flipping towards each other. They met in the middle, I think, which I guess that's tends to be what you do in relationships like that anyways, but... Instead of, one fully flipping the other, like, yes, X is right about this. So flip to X's side. Y is wrong. The boy is right. The girl is wrong. Or the girl is right. The boy is wrong. Instead, it was more of a harmony, I think. So that is your answer?
笑わせるな、セイバー。王にとって国とは己のものに過ぎない。何もかも支配できぬのならば、王などという超越者は不要なのだ。
A country is just a possession. That's so fucking arrogant. If he cannot rule everything, there's no need for a transcendental being like the king. His version of king is, I rule everything because I'm the king. If you're an opposing king, I'm just going to steal your shit. If you can't stop me from stealing your shit, you weren't a very good king.
まったく。アーサー王よ。そんなだからお前は
Oh, that's a button that you're
国によって
pushing.
滅ぼされたのだ。
Jeez, King Arthur. That's why our own country destroyed you. And how about you? You were so fucking shitty bullshit that your country destroyed itself because you were shitty bullshit. Shiri wasn't bad. That's not why the country destroyed her. The country destroyed her because her sister was a bitch. The Golden Knight sneers at her immaturely. But she's beyond that, I think. She's a little too mature. Unlike Shiro, she's a bit too mature to let that get to her. She, has had her emotions turned off for a while. And even though Shiro helped her turn them partially back on, at least in the fight, I think she can keep her cool. Dash. That brings back her determination. Aha, determination! It doesn't necessarily, provoke a reaction out of her like it would Shiro. But it does give her that silent determination.
ああ、その通りだ。だが英雄王よ。
Yes, you're correct. But, King of Heroes.
そんなだから、
Song again.
貴様は自らの国を滅ぼしたのだ。
She does flip it back on him. Good on you. That is why you destroyed your own country. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's like, it's a reverse. That's why your own country destroyed you. I think your own country destroying you is better than you destroying your own country, that which you swore to protect and all that. A roared yell full of spirit. Saber uses her whole body to kick Gilgamesh in the face with her free leg. Of course, his response to that would be, who cares if the country was destroyed? It was my country. I'll do away with it when, if it stops being useful, I'll just say fuck it. Which, from his perspective. But no, this is where Saber does the turnaround attack. A country matters. A person matters. There's supposed to be a rule of 3, so I probably should have went, a country matters, a family matters, a person matters, but whatever. It's cool. Gilgamesh, let's go! Saber stays upside down and jumps using her arms. I don't know how that works, but okay. It's a servant thing. There's the angry face. Haven't seen this since, Oh, he's really angry! Since Shiro gave him the stretch, but I don't think he was even that angry that time. Because, his face got partially stepped on with that kick, I believe. If I was understanding that correctly. I don't know if that's true, but I could definitely see that making him angry. Whole body to kick Gilgamesh in the face. Yeah, it was in the face. Yeah, that's why it pissed him off so much. His pretty face. You would stomp on a man? You must really want to be disciplined, Saber! She closes her eyes and looks within herself. I think that at this point, Gilgamesh is pretty over her. With that, seeing that happen, he's probably like, never mind. This bitch, I don't like this bitch. She's no longer a useful possession, now's when I get rid of her. But surprise, Gilgamesh, this is when Saber fucking kicks your ass. That's why you were destroyed by her own country. She already knew that. Well, kinda. It was also your bitch sister, but, She has heard those words over and over since she was summoned as Saber. In her head, she's been telling them to herself. But that man is different. She's been telling them to herself and she believes in them and she hates herself for it. But Gilgamesh did destroy his own country and he just doesn't give a fuck. That he'd hear that and not even take it as an insult. Because his perception of what's right and wrong is so fucked. He was mad like it was his own affair, but still, he thought that it was something to be proud of. What's he mad about? Mad just that you kicked him? Is that what you're talking about? There's only one thing that must be done. The good king must beat the bad king. Even if there is not the slightest chance of winning, she cannot stop here. While the warmth is still in her heart, she must run to her master as fast as possible. What about beating Gilgamesh first, maybe? What was your plan to beat Gilgamesh? Are you abandoning the idea of getting disappeared and going back to the Shirosexual now that Gilgamesh has brought it up as you being a Saber of a sexual? Because that'd be a little bit of a last-minute turnaround. I wouldn't mind, though. Ugh. Dash. About 8 meters to Gilgamesh. She placed herself at the best range she found earlier. Oh, is this what her plan was earlier? Her body will not move as she wishes. Her legs do not have even a tenth of their original power, and the arms holding her sword are weak. Uh-oh. She'll fall without being able to block, no matter what kind of a weak attack she receives. But there are no openings in Saber's stance, nor is there any hesitation. Okay, here we go. No openings in her stance. You might be weak, but you're using your weak body the best way you can. Gilly, on the other hand, probably isn't very good at fighting weak, because he's probably not weak very often. Yes, he's frazzled. Maybe that's why he retreated last time, is because he's not... Maybe that's his MO, actually. Maybe he retreats when he's frazzled, because he knows... That would actually be rather mature of him, in that sense. If he knows that he's bad under frazzleness, that he doesn't like fighting while frazzled, maybe that's why he retreated. He always likes to be in control of the fights, and when he starts losing control, he knows he makes poor judgments, maybe? But here, in this case, the fight is too important. He can't retreat, if that is his mentality normally. Let me ask you... Ellipses. Gilgamesh has to prepare himself seeing her like that. The Golden Knight readies Aeon looks at his opponent. Are you sane? Well, I mean, considering I haven't been hit by the freaking goop yet, I would hope so. Or maybe I'm not sane, which means when the goop hits me, it won't do anything, and so I can still be a person? Dash. Saber does not answer. Her eyes show her determination.
よかろう。ならば加減はなしだ。
Alright, I'll not hold back in that case. No longer holding back for the sake of the waifu. He's over her as a waifu, I think, in that moment. Now he's just gonna kill her, respectfully as a king, with slight respect. The air roars. The sword of separation, Ea, a sword said in ancient Mesopotamia to have divided and created the world. Gilgamesh's sword of separation roars to exterminate its enemy for sure this time. The swirl of air and the magical energy within it far exceed Excalibur.
消えろ。目障りだ女。
Yeah, just like Kirei, with Shiro being like, I'm done with you, Shiro, you're boring now. They are very similar. Now that Saber doesn't want to be his and still want to fight for the king and all that bullshit, he's like, nope, you're just a boring. They aren't exactly the same, but they definitely overlap. Disappear. You are annoying, woman. And yet he's smiling when he does it. I think the smile is for the bloodlust of battle that he enjoys more than, you know. Ea's raised. Saber raised her sword to match it. Oh fuck! Epic clash! Dash dash! Dash. Their gazes meet only for an instant. What he said. Gilgamesh's sword is swung. Uh-oh, why is she being freaked out? Don't be freaked out. You can't be freaked out of the enemy unless you're supposed to win the fight. Saber's sword falls without power. She's unable to activate the noble phantasm. Oh no! Is this when Shiro secretly saves you? Is this when we switch over to Kirei and find that Shiro somehow won that fight and then comes over with Caliburn and hits freaking Gilgamesh from behind? That wouldn't do much for, you know, Saber's position as a warrior, but to be fair, she's already far earned her position as a warrior. What she needs is her understanding that maybe, you know, she doesn't have to be the warrior, so maybe it's okay if that's what happens. At least to get an opening for Saber. The light that cuts everything charges. And now we cut back to Kirei, right? Kirei and Shiro? I could be wrong. Unable to do anything, she's swallowed by the light. And now back to Shiro, right? Yeah, I think so. The instant I'm swallowed by the darkness. The darkness that Kirei used. Yeah, okay. And we're going to somehow come out of this the winner. I like how they're doing the back and forth. I like it. And somehow we come out of this winning and then save... Saber, I think, is what's going to happen here. I really like the back and forth. The instant I'm swallowed by the darkness. Hell is printed into my brain. Oh. What is this? It's all red, too. There are 5 original penalties. Life penalty, body penalty, freedom penalty, fame penalty, fortune penalty. Give the penalty that extends so much punishment. Oh, the curse? That's what the red text was, which means Shiro was melded with the juices of the Grail all along. Yes, he was, because the fire spilt out and he was near the fire. That's why he had the red text, maybe? Give the penalty that extends so much punishment. Mud, darkness, and malice. Elimination of human rights by oppression, exile, execution. Torture and sadism upon the body through digestion. Denial by consensus of the colony that eliminates all honor. What is this? Mud. Again with mud. Die. Scorn from judgment and selfishness that takes away men's fortunes. Death penalty. Death penalty, penal servitude, imprisonment, custody, fine. Wait, was that all one sentence? Death penalty, penal servitude, imprisonment, custody, fine, penalty. Okay. Crime from a grudge. Crime from self-interest. Okay. Oh, you make it white when you look at the history. It kind of kills some of the cool factor. 5 original penalties. Oh, you mean of the world? Like when the world first started? Like Grail is from the beginning of the world, maybe? Life penalty, body penalty, freedom penalty, fame penalty, fortune penalty. There's only like 4 quotes though. There's no 5th quote because there's 5th. Like they said like 5. There's 5 things, and then they're saying 4 quotes. So you need a 5th quote. Life, body, freedom, fame, fortune. Life, elimination of human rights by oppression. Fame, torture and sadism upon the body through digestion. How does that relate to fame? Maybe it doesn't. No, freedom. That's freedom. And then it. Wait, no, hold on. Life, body. No, that's body. Torture and sadism through digestion. That would be body. Then freedom, denial by consensus of the colony that eliminates all honor. Okay, these do match. Fame and then fortune. Fame, scorn from judgment and selfishness that takes away men's fortunes. I thought that was fame. Is it fame and fortune? I feel like there's 4 when there should have been 5, which is slightly fucked up, but whatever. Death penalty, penal servitude, imprisonment, custody fine penalty, crime from a grudge, crime from self-interest. Unconscious crime. I think there's some lacking commas up here in the first couple lines. But anyways, unconscious crime, self-conscious crime, civil war, inductment, inducement, false statement, theft, robbery, kidnap, suicide, tyranny, arson, bombing, violation, negligent homicide. That's specific. Mass violence, death at work, overconfident accident. Mud is darkness. Mud is the most evilest thing. Die. Drunken accident. Concealment. Discretion for benefit. Desecration for self-protection. Oh gosh, it's desecration, that's the word. Lots of D's. Desecration for benefit. Desecration for self-protection. Desecration. So all the different types of evils that the world could possibly have, even when in the name of some kind of good, potentially. Like desecration for benefit, for self-protection, yeah. Desecration for love, desecration for respect, selfish desecration, and self-desecration, that's a thing too. Stealing, fraudulent fraud, okay, again, lacking commas. You're lacking commas here. Stealing, fraudulent fraud, concealment, murder, theft, crime, personal grudge, attack, dirty. You are dirty. Atone. Every violence, every crime, every victim. Atone for everything. This world is ruled by something not human. Know the conscience to reform crimes. Conscience to reform crimes. Okay. Dirty. How did you know I have a dirty mind? Oh no! Everyone's a little bit dirty sometimes. Atone for everything. You're gonna make Shiro atone for everything? Then what? Was the fact that he was happy the moment he died because the curse made him think that his whole life was terrible, and when he died he got to be happy because his life was over? I don't know. World is ruled by something not human. Die. 5 dies. We're at 5 dies. Know the penalty to reform crimes. People's kind... Ooh, music kicked in. Oh boy. People's kindness is here. There is so much it cannot be noticed. There's so much kindness it can't be noticed? Oh. Wait, there's too much kindness for it to be noticed because the different kind acts contradict each other and actually cause harm, maybe? Know the violence to hide crimes. Know the power to hide crimes. People's malignance is here. It's so rare that it is noticed. The malignance is rare, but because it's rare, you notice it. But you don't notice kindness, because that makes sense, actually. People are kind all the time. You never go like, oh, thank you for being kind. You know, you should maybe sometimes. But you just think the kindness is a given. You notice when they're not kind, when they do the bad thing, even though the kindness happens more, you think, man, this is such a bad place. You only think of the negativity because that's the stuff you notice because it's what's different from the norm. Even though by talking that way, you make the negativity into the norm. 100 kindnesses and 1 malignance. Malignance shines bright to keep the balance and exists as a great evil to compete with the masses of kindness. There are 5 original penalties. Okay, now you're repeating. It's sign how strong and fast curse slowly kills Shiro? I mean, is it strong or is it fast? If it's just meant doing this into my soul forever until I die, just a bunch of words, I don't think that means much. Or at least it's not as special as I was hoping the curse could have been. Oh gosh, it's a bunch of dies. Oh no! Now we're getting really crazy. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we're up to like 12 dies or something. We jumped. We went like 1, 3, 5, 12. Whoa! What? No, I was reading that! I mean, I didn't read it. I was waiting for it to fully go. Let me check history. Ah! What the hell did that say? Okay. For self, for self, for self, for self, for self, for self, for self. Die for self, you mean? Like how Shiro was suicidal before? Self-inducement, false statement, theft. Okay, you're just repeating stuff. Robbery, kidnap, suicide, tyranny, arson, infringement, dirty, dirty, dirty. You're dirty. Atone, atone, atone. Every violence, every crime, every victim. Atone for everything with death. That sounds bad. I don't want to atone with death. Oh no, Shiro's been suicidal this time because of all the issues and finally moved past it. Now you thrust this Grail at him. Like, if you thrust this earlier on, he definitely would have, succumbed and died extremely quickly, I think. But here, at least, he has a little bit of self-confidence to think that he doesn't deserve to die, maybe. Still, when you hit him with this much, this fast. You die for my sins. To paraphrase Optimus Prime. Oh! My brain explodes. While the mud eating away at my body remains and steals my warmth mercilessly. That's bad. Okay. I am crushed by the things seeping in through all 5 senses. Oh, that's why they mean 5 penalties, because 5 senses? I guess. Darkness I cannot look at directly. Yeah, right now I just see some red. It looks like Torrential Tribute if Torrential Tribute was red instead of blue. Ugliness I cannot acknowledge. Crimes I want to run away from. I mean, were they crimes you committed, or did you just think you committed them? Because there were some things you did that are kind of crimes, but aren't really crimes. Every crime of the people in this world. Oh, every crime. It's a lot of crimes. That is why I'm going to die. The Grail giving you every badness. And the kindness is being overcome and ignored. One trapped in this darkness will eat themselves to death from pain and hatred. Yeah, I could see that. But you're going to break through it, Shiro, because you have willpower. But Kotomine said that this curse killed Kiritsugu. How does that make sense? Because, he didn't die till multiple years later. Or even if he did die after recently seeing Kira, he still died right next to me, so it wasn't immediate, that's for sure. That fact knocks away every darkness. Oh, fuck, yes. Believe in the Kiritsugu that believes in something. Warmth returns to my body. Still a bunch of scary faces. Blood flows through my beaten up body and makes it stand. Oh boy. It's only natural. Such a thing. Emiya Kiritsugu has been burdened with this for many years. Had been. He did? He was? Wait, so he had this curse within him for... You mean ever since he tried to attack the Grail? Do you mean that was within him for all that time? Because holy shit, that's fucked up, and no way he died. No wonder he died from stress if that's the case. What? Are we saying this was with him all that time? Like, when the Grail spewed out, it spewed a little bit on him? Because that's bad and stuff. That's really bad. But it still means that he withstood it for a long time. So good on him, but... Wow, and he had to look after Shiro all that time with this curse inside him? That's double fucked up. Double, triple, quadruple fucked up. Oh no, I feel so bad for Kiritsugu. I was like, oh, maybe he didn't live for that long, but, you know, I thought he died young and stressed because he was very stressed, but I thought it was like, he at least had a good few years of being happy, and now you're telling me he wasn't happy? How dare you? He was pressed by the voices for atonement and died unable to fulfill his wish. He said he wanted to become a superhero. He ran around trying to help someone but could not get anyone's permission for that. Anyone's permission? Yet he still did what he could to pursue the ideals he had abandoned. Anyone's permission? What, to save them? In the end, he was relieved by something a kid said, and nodded to himself that everything was okay. Ouchies. So I have to stand up. I relieved Kiritsugu and promised that I'd become one. Now at this point, maybe you can actually start becoming one now that you don't have to run away from the past anymore. If Emiyashiro is really that superhero's son, then I can't let this bad guy beat me up. Yeah, you can't let the bad guy beat you. You said you were going to beat him up. Beat him up time. The good guy has to win, Tosaka said. I should win no matter what. Yeah, you gotta live by Tosaka's dying words. Saber said. He's an enemy that I must defeat. Fuck what they said. Yeah, I should defeat him definitely. That's what I'm saying. Even Kotomine said, wait, Kotomine? Why are you bringing up his words? If I'm gonna fight, I should put my life on the line. Yeah, so, okay. They're right. Yes, Kirei is right. What else can I bet if I won't bet on my life? In the beginning, I have nothing else to give. That's dark. Ah. I leap desperately out of the dense black mud. Alright, that's right, Shiro. Stand up. The curse is fucking you up, but Kiritsugu resisted it for several years. Now you can resist it for at least long enough to kick this guy's ass too. Those final words from Shiro must have gave Kiritsugu the will to let go, knowing his wish will be followed up. Oh, that's why he immediately died. I see. He'd been resisting the curse for so long, and then hearing that Shiro would carry it on, that's why he just died immediately, because it took everything he had to keep resisting that curse. And then hearing that Shiro would carry it on is the reason he instantly died? That's fucking sad. Because once he... Oh, God. Boba-dooba-bos. Oh. Fucking the curse? He was afflicted by the curse the whole time? Oh. Double fuck you, Grail. Double fuck you, Grail, if this is your curse. And triple fuck you, Kirei, for... I don't know why I'm triple fucking you, really. It's really, I think, the Grail's fault. I don't think you had anything to do with it that time, but... Fuck you, Kirei. Nothing like this to motivate me to kick your ass. I mean, also, it's gonna fuck with my head constantly, but... Kick your ass! I can hear his bewilderment. He wasn't expecting me to be this, resistant. My throat is burning. My windpipe tears every time I breathe, and it feels like I'm swallowing pieces of glass. Oh, maybe if we're not going to get some big flashback to a Kirei Kiritsugu fight, maybe we actually could finish today. Might be tight. Ironically, another kind of curse lives on. Oh, you mean the other curse as in Kirei being that curse? Yeah. He didn't expect Shiro to get wrapped up in it, but maybe it's for the best that Shiro did, because Shiro, with his penis, kind of saved Saber. He also kind of saved Ilya. Ilya might have also fucked him up, even if he didn't get a servant, given the situation, but, and, you know, I don't think he saved Rin fully, but maybe partially. I don't care. Tears are welling up from anger. I'm gonna unravel from rage before being torn apart by the curse. Yeah, that's right. At least take him down with you. That's gonna be a dark ending, but whatever. At least kill this fucker. Impossible. You managed to shake that thing off? Oh, for once I think he doesn't, you know, fully follow the script. I mean, you know, he was bored when me and Saber didn't want to, do our wishes. But he wasn't necessarily surprised. This surprises him. Dash, 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 dash. I push my body and run. I put one hand behind my back. I grab the dagger I've hidden until now. No sword birth, just dagger? I mean, sword birth is a skill you've been training. I feel like you'd use that, not the dagger you randomly got. I guess you could use the dagger. It's meant to be a magical power-upper. You could use it to give you the sword really fast, maybe?
は切れたな。あれから逃れたかと思えばその短絡思考。もはや万策尽きたというところだ。
I'm astonished. I thought you escaped that thing, but you have a simple mind. It seems you have run out of ideas.
うるさい。初めから万策なんて持ってねえ。
Shut up! I never had any plans in the first place! Oh no. But how can you be a superhero if you let yourself die here? I mean, I guess if you stop Kira, you just beat one supervillain. Maybe that's enough, but... oh, we'll have to see. I run. Kotomine sticks his hand into the waterfall behind him and extracts another clump of darkness. Uh-oh.
ではサーバントの後を追うがいい。先の光はセーバーが破れたものだ。お前にはもはや
It goes both ways,
誰
huh?
の助けもない。
First, Gilly's like, Shiro's already been beaten, there's no use trying anymore. And now Kira's like, Saber's already been beaten, there's no use trying anymore. Only for the ultimate bullshit where we come out on top because it's great. Then you can follow your servant, that precious light with Saber being defeated. Here, have more curse, double curse. You have no one to help you now. Dash, dash. All my hesitation disappears. If I do reach Kotomine, I think his biggest mistake was that line. Oh, because that fuels his anger. Fuels his anger and rage to, you know, the anger and issues he's always had but always ignored. Now he can fully unleash his anger, ignoring the issues, and just kick this guy in his pretty teeth face. Because the command spell is on my left hand. Ah, yes. Clearly, she's not been beaten yet. Once again, they still have the connection. And if she's really in danger, you can use the command spell now, actually. And that's what'll save her. As she's being thrown away, he'll use the command spell. And that's where it'll be like, boom, boom, thank you, boom. I think it's about time in that case. It's the only proof I have. As long as my command spell exists, Saber exists. If she exists, she must have defeated Gilgamesh by now. And she'll be heading over here. I think that's wishful thinking. You maybe want to use the command spell. Debatable. Debatable. I think Saber will be angry if I don't agree with her. Don't greet her with open arms. So I'll defeat you now. I think just assuming Saber has won is assuming a lot. Maybe she won, but also maybe you could use the command spell to win. I mean, theoretically, Kira would know if Gilly had vanished. Although, I don't know. It's hard to say, because he had a command spell linked to Lancer, but doesn't really have one to Gilgamesh, really. He was just powering them with the children. The child army, as it were. To fulfill the last promise I made with her. Darkness approaches. A great curse is released from Kotomine's hand. My body crumbles away from the tips. Uh-oh. Dash, 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 dash. I won't look away. If this is my role, there is still something I can do. You at least got a sword birth, and you kill him on your way out, man. Oh! We're back! Is it going to be the command spell, or did she actually win somehow without us seeing? A dislocation runs through space. With a flash of light and a roar of wind, the swirl of destruction is set loose from air. That kind of looks like the eye of the, you know, the Naruto eye, you know the one. Anyways. With that in front of her, Saber could not even use her noble phantasm. Uh-oh. Great picture. She lowers her sword and moves her body forward as if she's falling. Oh boy. The light approaches. She cannot avoid it with her injured legs, and there is no shield in this world that could block air. A storm of light and wind that will destroy everything that's past. That's why you need the command spell here. Come on, Shiro, come on! Nothing can stand against the true name of Ea. That is a fact that cannot be changed unless you use a command spell. Just like how you increased Excalibur's strength when, Kira increased its strength when attacking the Grail with the command spell. Shiro can increase it now. I know he doesn't see what's happening, but he can believe that it's an important moment. Yes. Also, we could always use that command spell to teleport Saber there, but that's risky if they haven't beat Gilgamesh yet, so, Until a few hours ago. Huh? Until a few hours ago? Oh, you mean something changed? Because of the sheath? Or something? What's the plan? What do we got? Oh, no shield in this world that could block it. Do you mean the sheath is the shield? The one surprised is not Saber, but the Golden Knight bearing Ea. Oh, fuck, what happened? What's the secret random plan of awesomeness? How is he surprised? Find out this time on Fate's Day Z. Ea is still emitting magical energy and bringing forth destruction. But Saber steps forward into the tumbling storm of light. Uh-oh. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Dash, dash, dash. You're still standing up because of the sheath? Oh! Clashes! Her armor screeches out, screams out. I thought her armor got shredded away earlier. I guess that grows back too. Cracks run through every wall of magical energy protecting her. In the period shorter than a second that they endure the attack, Saber steps up to Gilgamesh and... Uh-oh. Or not uh-oh. This is good, but why is it good? What's happening? Okay, she just steps up and uses it. She somehow withstands it just because of the sheath? I mean, if that's the entire plan, I don't see why you had to get hit by Ea once already. I don't know. Just feels like, what was the point of getting hit once? Or you didn't need to get hit once. It's just that your determination. You needed him to try to use it, to let his guard down, to... I don't fully understand the plan, but keep going. She opposes Ea's destruction with the greatest power she is permitted. Heat and light rumble wildly. The crash of the greatest swords push against each other with pure power, creating a boundary in space. A boundary field? But is it not useless? Is it not Murada? Muradanai? Excalibur cannot be Ea. Or can it? Can it? Even if she approaches at the risk of her life, she can only push back just a little. The balance easily favors Ea, and Excalibur's light is repelled back along with Saber. So what's the plan? What's the secret recipe? What's the Krabby Patty formula? I have to know! I see you must have lost your mind. That's why he was surprised for a second. He's like, what? She's coming closer. Does she have some secret? Wait, no, she's just coming closer to get hurt even more. Except no, she actually has a double secret. Readying Ea, the Golden Knight looks at the enemy approaching him again and puts magical energy into Ea. This will be it. For you! I hope. He will totally annihilate Saber with all his power. Ea's turns reach their maximum speed and the light surrounding Saber mows down Excalibur. Except, however, Shikashi wa, but just before that, Saber's body jumps forward. A small space created by Excalibur, a place where she can take one more step. The eye of the tornado. The eye is always where it's at its weakness or something, right? The metaphors. The instant she reaches it, not even metaphors, literally true. The eye, if you're in the middle of the eye, that's arguably a weakness. I don't know if it's actually a weakness in a tornado for the eye to be a weakness, but here it makes sense for narratively to it be a weakness. To it? I'm screwing my words. The instant she reaches it, her noble phantasm appears. Which one? Excalibur or Caliburn? How would you get Caliburn? No, don't cut away yet. Ah! No, I was... Why would they cliffhanger there? Oh. I mean, I know why. Well, come on. I thought it was The darkness becomes a raging wind to cover Emiyashiro. There is no way to avoid it, and the concept of blocking is useless against a curse that paints space itself. Those swallowed by this darkness will be absorbed by it like the painted space. Okay, so he's already resisted the curse kinda once, but I don't know if he can resist a second instance. He's not using his command spell for this, though. Probably because he wants to part, once you use it, you part or whatever, so I don't know. You could probably use it and then part after the fact, but I don't know. You gargle bargle bargle. So, Saber was being absorbed by that cyclone and resisted it and was knocked back, but then there was an inch of space to do something. And we still didn't see the something, so I'm surprised that they showed us that. Other than not show us the resolution of if the one attack. It's all still the one attack. Rotting away from the fingertips. Legs moving forward, steps onto enemy space, and arms reaching out are already invisible in the black mud. It seems like you're getting pretty fucked up, and you don't really have the sheath anymore, so uh-oh, this could be a bad ending. Then again, you have some other weird old powers going on that aren't related to the sheath, so we'll see. Legs moving forward, step on empty space, arms reaching out are already invisible in the black mud. That sounds like a thing that would be kill bad. Rotting away from the fingertips. If that's you rotting away from the fingertips, that's kill bad. Emiyashiro will be eliminated from the outside. That's very bad. Is this the first time we have Shiro in third person? I didn't even think about that. Holy shit. I think it might be. Why is that? Saber's been in third person for like the whole time, and I thought it was weird in the interludes how they did that. But now it's different. Does this mean it's like from Kirei's perspective or from the Grail's perspective? If it still is from Shiro's perspective, interesting. Why third person? Interesting. Legs moving forward, step on enemy space, arms reaching out. Emiyashiro will be eliminated from the outside. Attacked by a feeling that his body is shaking, Emiyashiro still does not accept death. Why is it suddenly third person? Oh, is this symbolic of something? I don't really know what, and I'm too engrossed in the action. I want to continue to think about it, to be honest, but definitely this feels like it's symbolic of something because he's always been first person, now he's suddenly third. That definitely feels important, but I don't want to waste time thinking about it because I'm engrossed in the action. Higaga Barga! Without looking away, he rejects it with all his might. All might! The darkness surrounding the body, the paint trying to melt the body, the pain, the paint, and the curse trying to melt the mind. Still rejects it. Ellipses, exclamation point. But they're futile attempts. There is no way for a mere human to resist the pollution. But he's not a mere human, right? Well, I mean, to be fair, Kiritsugu, he was a mere human and resisted it for a while, so I don't fucking know. The body is still moving. The arm raised to grab something is still raised. But the mind is already destroyed. The mind is already painted in black. And the body should disappear into darkness as well. It should, but it won't because MacGuffin. In that moment, just like with Saber, in that moment, it's a pretty epic fight. What's the moment? You were my... Why is that voice remembered? That's a great question. She comes in to save him? Because she beat Gilgamesh somehow off screen? What? A light turns on in the darkness. Is this meant to be Saber's perspective? Because Saber, this is when she just came in? Oh shit, is this meant to have been... Maybe this was meant to be Saber's perspective all along. Maybe. Maybe it's meant to be Saber's perspective. That's why it's showing Shiro. It's not third person. It's actually... Saber already came in and is seeing Shiro happen and is about to save him just as it's happening to him? Or something. Or maybe there's something more meaningful than that. I don't know. The instant the eyes realize the light is that light, everything reverses. Dash, 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 dash. Oh, what is that noise? The hammer comes knocking down. The mind accelerates, crackles with sparks, and creates the shape with unbelievable speed. Oh, he's sword birth. Do it! The spell to begin the projection is murmured. Shiro did say, that's right, I was thinking he could take the Shina as a base to turn into the sword, but he actually said, I remember, that he found projection easier. It was easier to make it from scratch and try to, edit something that already existed, which is not normal, but, The spell to begin the projection is murmured. In an instant. It is completed, omitting every step of manufacture. OST name Emiya? Oh, alright, Emiya time. Kiritsugu or Shiro? Nice song, yeah. I like it. Sounds hopeful, but kind of weird too. Weird hope. That sounds like a Shiro thing. Weird hope. Omitting every step of manufacture. That's right, there was no need to reproduce it from scratch. Because this shape was engraved in the body because of the sheath, blah, blah, blah. It's perfect in memory as it was a part of Emiya Shiro's body, blah, 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 blah. But you were making Caliburn, so that doesn't explain everything. You have to have more to it than that because you were making the wrong sword. Anyways. You were my sheath. Sure, but he was making the wrong sword. So that doesn't really check. If that can't be the full story, I don't think. If it is, that's a narrative snafu because he was making the wrong sword. And that's a big narrative snafu, so I don't think that's the case. The arm reaching out still moves. The weapon created without concentration or spellcasting was grabbed. Did you make Excalibur this time? Because that's the thing that actually belongs in that sheath. The world changes completely as the darkness is destroyed by a golden light, and in Emiya Shiro's hand is the perfectly reproduced sheath. No, you just make the sheath? Oh, you're not even making the sword, you're just making the sheath. Okay. And you're going to use that to heal your body? I guess if you can make the sword, you can make the sheath. And you make it and it does come with its powers. That's OP. You don't even need it inside you, you can just make it. That's pretty good. You're a pretty good fighter, Shiro, if that's the case. But, like, isn't it an overtime healing process and these don't maintain for that long? Maybe this is special because you did have this inside you. And like that, you repel all evil. With Aya straight ahead of her. Oh, fuck, we switched back and I didn't even realize. Her noble phantasm is activated. Oh, and it's like at the same time when he creates the sheath, she's like the sword, so it triple powers, but she already has the sheath, the double sheath power. Wait, what? You're using the sheath? You're attacking him with the sheath? How would that make any sense? You can't attack someone with a sheath. I mean, you can, but... Is that what she's actually doing? That which is released and scattered before is the Holy Sword's sheath. Wait, when he made the sheath, did it suddenly show up for her as well? Just because... reasons? I mean, what? That doesn't really make much sense. I don't know. Wait, explain. What is happening? No one knows what kind of a divine mystery it is made from, but the sheath repels all light emitted by Aya. Oh, now Wiseful's saying, oh, that makes sense. What the fuck do you mean? It doesn't make sense. So, he uses Sword Birth to create the sheath. But wait, he's not... Wait a second, hold on. Let me try to understand this. In Emiya Shiro's hand is the perfectly reproduced sheath of Saber. Okay, no, so I was thinking for a second that maybe he didn't make it for himself. He actually made it for Saber, but no, because it went to Shiro too. With Aya straight ahead of her, Noble Phantasm is activated. And that which is released and scattered before is the Holy Sword's sheath. So she's going to use that to pierce because of the all-powerful defense or whatever. This is the sheath he gave her, the OG one. Alright. Sure. Is that in our weapons? Or status, even? If we go to Saber's status and go to Noble Phantasm, she doesn't... Does she have it... Oh, rank up? No, I have not read this yet. I'm looking for the sheath. Because, like, didn't they say the sheath was a separate Noble Phantasm? Because maybe it's going to be added now, but we haven't added it yet. And so, the idea that this is some ultimate defense, I knew it was great at regeneration, but the idea that it's an ultimate shield to block this attack, they're different things, so... Oh, we'll see. The sheath repels all light emitted by Aya. No, it goes beyond the level of defending. It is complete isolation. I forgot for a moment, there's a difference between simply possessing an old phantasm and activating with its name. Well, sure, of course there is. But, acting like, oh, that makes sense, wise. Well, you've seen this before. Well, you just forget how the finale works out. The final smash, remember. Yeah, I know there's, okay, sure. There's the regular version and the final smash. So she just has, like, what? She has Excalibur and the Wind Sword. I thought Excalibur was the final smash. So she has a Sheath final smash too? And it's a separate Sheath final smash? I mean, I guess it's okay if she has two final smashes. It's just, was this one built up at all? Because if this is how she wins the day, I mean, yes, I know it was built up because we gave her a Sheath back. But if we don't understand the significance of that, then her winning the fight with it feels a little contrived. Unless we do already understand that it was meant to do this, in which case, never mind everything I'm saying. I know I took a hiatus. Maybe I just forgot. But if we didn't already understand that it could potentially do this, at least on some level potentially do this, then it feels a bit cheap to win with this. Because at least from my perspective, and maybe again I'm just forgetting, I did not realize, I thought the Sheath was just for healing. I didn't realize it was some ultimate defense that defends everything. If that is the case, and that was made clear to me, then sure. But if it wasn't made clear to me, then this feels like a bit of a cheap way to win the final battle. The funny thing, Artoria Excalibur is not even fullest power, blah 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 blah. Why did Merlin say the Sheath gave King Arthur immortality? Shiro seems to die in some endings. I don't know, willpower? It is complete isolation. The barrier of fairyland that keeps out all filth from the outside lands. A complete world separate from the one that can never be reached. A saber is protected by the sheath of the holy sword. She is blocked off from all matter in this world. Okay. So it's like an ultimate shield. Did they let us know? Like, this is all I'm asking. Did we already know this and I just forgot? Because I'm perfectly okay if that's the case. But if we never knew this, and I did, and then I feel like this is a cheap way to win, to be honest. But anyways, she is blocked off from all matter in this world. The greatest protection in this world. The greatest that cannot be infringed by anything, not even by the 5 sorceries. Uh-huh. I mean, even if they just made it clear that the sheath... They don't even need to have said exactly what the sheath does, but if they made it clear that the sheath was a proper noble phantasm that also has a separate final smash, if they made that clear, I would have been okay with it, even if they didn't explain what the final smash did. I would have been okay with giving the sheath being the ultimate tactical victory. But if we didn't even really fully comprehend that the sheath has its own final smash, which I did not, then I have a problem with it. Merlin said the sheath gave him immortality, and yet Shiro with the sheath and him still died in some endings. That must mean Shiro was using it wrong. Okay. I mean, sure. Great. And yet sometimes it still gave him immortality anyways, so... I mean, there's no, he clearly wasn't using it fully wrong, because it still gave him immortality. If what you're trying to suggest is to get the full immortality, you gotta use the activated version, that is not enough foreshadowing, no. Maybe they did foreshadow this, and what I'm asking is, was this properly foreshadowed and I'm just forgetting? Because this feels like a cheap way to win if they're bringing this up now. Whatever. Not even by the 4 sorceries. 5 sorceries. I'm completely okay with this not being cheap. It just feels cheap right now, because as far as I'm aware, this wasn't properly foreshadowed. Anyways, for that reason, the sheath is named Avalon. All is a distant utopia. Okay. Avalon. It's a separate thing. It's not quite Excalibur. It's its own thing. It's got its own superpowers. Sure. I'm trying to be nice to the pathway here. Remember my comment about cynicism. So what you're saying is you agree with me that this is a cheap win. Gotcha. Thumbs up. Alright. The sheath is named Avalon. All is a distant utopia. The place where King Arthur is said to have gone after his death. The utopia the king dreamed of. Oh, Utopia! That was the name of the day! The utopia the king dreamed of that will never be reached. Okay. It's a very cheap win. It doesn't even have to be that bad for the sheath to work this way. They just had to set up in advance that it does have a final smash. Even if they don't set up what this final smash is, setting up that it has one is enough, or implying the ultimate defense, even if you don't make it clear it's the final smash. If you make it clear that it had the ultimate defense without, you know, just through some implications. But, you know, anyways, Shiro's win definitely is better, given that he makes the sheath that was within him all along. But anyways, we haven't even got to his win yet. The utopia the king dreamed of that will never be reached. Yeah, they're just name-dropping Avalon here. Feels a little weak, but... Dash, 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 dash. Gilgamesh sees the death running up his spine. Yeah, him reproducing the sheath was set up, for sure. Definitely. I agree with that. Gilgamesh sees the death running up his spine. But he won't make it. To quote, what's his name? Eye Patch Wolf from his recent Bleach video, this is very much a... I forget what it's called because I haven't seen JoJo's. This is a, she's winning with a new weapon that wasn't properly explained to us, which is not a great way to win the final fight. We can agree all that Saber sucks and Shiro's great. I mean, I don't know about that. I like Saber as well. Just because her win isn't great doesn't mean her character isn't great. Gilgamesh sees the death running up his spine, but he won't make it. The raised air will not stop turning, and Gilgamesh cannot manage to jump back. It is only natural. Who would ever think that an attack with this much magical energy and this much power could be blocked? Because it's the ultimate shield! Har har! Damn, such a trick! It is a trick. So, I see. So, because the attack is still ongoing, he can't stop it partway through. So, while the sheath is absorbing everything, she can attack him with Excalibur undeterred. Dash, dash, dash. Blue clothes run in. Oh, the armor's gone. There is no armor on Saber. She has released the armor protecting her, but the magical energy gained into her sword, and that's a thing she can do, I guess? Put the magical energy gained into her sword? Was that ever set up either? Oh, he looks pissed. That face, that might be worth it. That's a nice slash. Nice picture. There's a reason this OST is named Emiya, not Artoria. Oh, that was a nice slash. This could have been a good fight win, I feel. They just needed to set it up a little better. Like, the idea of the sheath and the fact that it had the final smash. I can see the great fight here, definitely. And it even is a great parallel of Shiro creating the sheath from within himself and Artoria making the sheath and both sort of winning with the same thing, but differently. But Saber's wasn't really set up correctly, because I wasn't, you know, fully understanding that the sheath was its own thing. Hell, the name Avalon came fucking out of nowhere. I would not call it a repeat of the Herc fight. It's different from the Herc fight. It's not as bad as the Herc fight. Because this has a clear way to solve it. You just have to seed Avalon and its proper usage a little bit earlier. It's not that bad. The Herc is worse because it's just, I have this many lives and you just kill them. All in one slash. Herder. Herc is definitely worse. By a lot. The actual Herc fight, I will say, I think is better. I mean, we haven't seen the whole thing yet, to be honest, but it feels like this is... It feels like it's not over yet. I think the Herc fight actually is really good. I honestly prefer it to, well, I don't, not if you count it as a singular fight. If you count the duel fight as one fight combined, I say I'd probably prefer this to the Herc fight. But if we were to count Saber versus Gilly as like a singular fight, I like the Berserker fight better until the ending, which is bad. But as a duel fight, I think, yeah, I think it's probably fair to say I like this fight more. Definitely if you count it as a duel fight, as like one duel fight. The nice parallels of the sheath is really good. Anyways, all darknesses blow away the instant the sheath is grabbed. The darkness surrounding Shiro, the darkness contaminating his body, everything is dispersed. Oh, we're back to Shiro. I see, the sheath gets rid of everything, nice. What? There's no reason to be surprised. The sheath of the holy sword protects its possessor. The embodiment of the utopia she sought cannot lose to this dirty mud. He runs. Yeah, this definitely feels more properly set up. The fact that, oh, of course he can just make the sheath. He can make swords and stuff. The sheath is sword safe. He was inside him all along. It does work. But setting up what the full purpose of the sheath could be is better, for sure. If they had done that, they could have made a better, proper finale to the fight. It's not bad. It's just, you know, it's got a wrinkle that, you know, like name dropping it here isn't even necessarily a problem. You can name drop it for the first time here, call it Avalon, I suppose. Although I think the ideal way probably would have been to name drop Avalon earlier and just not allude to much else. Just, you know, make it known that it's a big deal. Anyways, narrative parallels and power setup, even with kind of janky weak foreshadowing, it really works. Yeah, it works. Don't get me wrong. It's a great finale. You know, it's just the finale tends to be to me the most important part of a narrative work. The thing that, you know, gets to me the most. So snafus in the finale, in the core of the finale, especially can really be a pace breaker for me. And it's still pretty good mostly throughout, but, you know. He runs. At the moment he is released from the darkness, his speed is like that of a shooting star. Oh, and Kirei doesn't know about that. Projection? Just who are you? I don't even know if we fully know that. Honestly, despite the fact the sheath was in him, his ability to do magic like this is ridiculous. Rin has said as much. And, you know, I've kept thinking that makes him super powered somehow, even ignoring the sheath. And yeah, Kirei wasn't predicting this. I still think the basement scene is better, but Shiro vs. Kirei director's cut is still good. Oh, thank you, Inutai Hanyu, for the follow. I feel like Inutai Hanyu followed me in the past, though. Are you a different Inutai Hanyu? I've definitely seen that name before, but thanks anyways. The basement scene was great, for sure. But this is the actual finale, and finales tend to be the juiciest for me. I'm not saying the basement scene wasn't better, but they're different kind of things. This is a fight scene, that was more narrative tension scene. They're different types of scenes, I would say. But anyways, projection, who are you? And I tend to, like, the actual fight climax tends to be what I'm most invested in this kind of stuff. But again, the basement scene was still amazing, not taking anything away from that. And I'm not saying, oh, the entire finale is ruined because they didn't foreshadow Avalon, but, you know. The one overseeing their ability, the one overestimating their ability, and the one who cannot even spare to think about such things. The one overestimating their ability. That would be Kirei. And the one who cannot even spare to think about such things, I guess that's Shiro. After all, he's been, you know, belittled so much of the game, constantly fighting Saber and getting his butt kicked. Finally time to win for once. I mean, he helped with he helped with Berserker and with scratching Gilly as well. But in both times, Saber had to back him up. Here he can do it without her. The difference is only an instant, but an instant that decides the outcome. Yeah, that one instant where he's like, what the fuck? He's got projection? Because that is a big upset, and I still don't think we know why. It'll probably be revealed in the later pathway. I don't think it's just, I am super awesome and have it somehow. I think there's a real reason, but the fact that Kirei doesn't know, and that instant being what gives Shiro the opening, is a great narrative way for Shiro to win here. Still falling, Emiyashiro runs on his hands and knees. Or hands as well. In one hand is the dagger. How can you run on your hands with the dagger? That's going to be an awkward way to run. In a crouching position, running to the Black Priest. Oh, that's a nice shot. We rarely ever get to actually see Shiro in these visuals. Okay, and he stabbed him with it. The knife that's not even meant to be used for like that. It's meant to be a magic concentrator. And you didn't even use it for that. You just used it to stab him. What the fuck? I feel like if it was more of a Fate Zero story, the lack of foreshadowing could ruin the finale a lot more. But this is a different type of story. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's a lot more of emotionalness than it is necessarily just the fighting. Don't get me wrong, but still, I'm big on the fight tactics. I love me some good fight tactics. And even with the emotional core, I feel like you can falter on fight tactics a little if you do have a strong emotional core. I'm not saying you can't. But still, having good emotional core and good fight core is good too. Something as simple as projection? No, projection is supposed to be crazy. You're not supposed to be able to do that normally. So I don't know what you mean by simple. I think you have it backwards, Aramorth. Oh, that's a nice shot. The sword of retribution is stabbed into the priest's chest. Such a basic instrument. You know what would have made this narrative through line really great? Because you're supposed to get those from your teacher as they pass on. If Kirei had given that knife to Rin, and then Rin gave it to Shiro, that would have been the best narrative through line. For Shiro to stab it into him. Which, maybe he did. I don't remember. In Fate Zero, I know there was a moment after the end where I think Kirei was talking a bit with Rin. If they had set it up where he actually gave Rin that knife, that would have been a great way to set this up in hindsight. But in the narrative itself, ignoring outside material, they didn't really set that up as, oh, Kirei passed the knife to Brr, and then Rin passed the knife to Shiro. If they did, that would have been a great way to come full circle, as it were. The knife that he would have given away come back into his chest, but... Dash, dash! Oh, that's a great face! The priest turns slowly. Before that... and we get a face of Shiro! Stopping himself with his feet, Emiyashiro jumps back! The spinning body and all the magical energy in his left hand! And this time you make Caliburn again? For all time's sake? He takes it in like a whirlwind, he... Oh, does he just... Oh. Oh, he punches the dagger. I see. He just punches it. I was thinking he would make Caliburn and, like, cut him in half. It seems that projection can be studied by many. Shiro's really good at it. Sure. Yeah, it's like, it's a simple one. People know it. It's just no one's really good at it. There are much more advanced magics that some people are better at if they specialize in. I forgot all about this keyword, and I forgot what it even does. You're supposed to use it to activate your magic? You're supposed to use the keyword to give you the magical boost. Does giving the magical boost while it's stabbed into his body have any extra benefit, or are you using this for a sword burst? Sword birth. Magical energy is poured into the Azeroth sword along with the wave of release. You just doing an explosion within him? That's not bad either. The double finish is really nice. The sheath being set up more in advance would have been good, though, for sure. And it does kind of taint the finale a little bit, but especially because it could have been so easy to set it up. It's always that thing. It's always that thing where it's like, oh, it's only slightly off and it's easy to fix, therefore it's better than the thing that's way off. But then on the other side, because it's only slightly off, fixing it isn't that hard, so I'm more mad that they didn't take the little extra effort to fix it. It's a constant dilemma. Which is worse? It's slightly off but could have easily been fixed, or way off, it would have been hard to fix. It's great that Kirei vs. Shiro fight didn't rely too much on the sheath's true power. Yeah, it ended with the sheath blocked it, but ultimately it used the dagger, which was set up from the Rin thing. But that would have been even better if they'd, which, again, that's just me trying to add icing onto the cake. The golden sword was swung. So I feel like we're at a low moment now where it feels like we've basically won the fight. And there's probably going to be a little bit more before, you know, we close it out or whatever. And so this seems like a good chance to be like, we win? Gotta pee. And there's no music too, so feels like a good lull point for me to set up an intermission.